Hello, everybody, and welcome to the MinnMax Show, a place about games, friends, and getting better. My name is Ben Hansen, and this, I promise you, is the biggest episode of the MinnMax Show of all time, because we're joined by one Jeff Marchiafava.
It's me.
And he's feeling large and in charge. We're also joined by Haley McLean.
Bigger's better.
That's right, we're joined by Sarah Pazorski.
Hello.
Joined by Leo Vader.
Size is wise.
We're joined by Kelsey Lewin.
The biggest one here.
And we're joined by Jenna Garcia.
Hello.
We have nearly a full crew assembled. I don't know how it happened. I guess we're all just so excited to talk about Fields of Mistria. We'll be talking about that game that Sarah's been working on that is out now. We're going to be talking about Splitgate 2. And once I sent up the flare for Splitgate 2 talks, everyone came pouring out of the woodwork, so get ready for a lively chat there. Cat Quest 3 we're going to be talking about. And then
Finally,
Leo had a little VR adventure I'm very curious to jump into in a huge way. Back half of the show. It's not fair to call it the back half. It's a back gigantic sum. This is the big reunion podcast for a bunch of folks from the Game Informer crew. Obviously, Game Informer was shut down a couple weeks ago. We've been rolling through a ton of coverage in the celebration of Game Informer here at MinnMax. This is going to be a big reunion of sorts. Like, I always think back to, I always try to remember what it's like on the other side of the screen. And I remember, when 1UP shut down in 2009, it was such a huge deal for me. And then they had an episode of Co-op, their show where they got everybody back together. And it's like, oh, it meant the world to me. So if I can give that to anybody else in the situation, then mission accomplished. So I hope you all are ready for a huge celebration of Game Informer discussion in the back half with a ton of questions from you all in the community as well. And if you enjoy the celebration of Game Informer stuff, you can always subscribe to MinnMax's channel. We have a ton more coming. There's a fun video going up on Monday that's a reaction from old Game Informer editors as they look at a video that they didn't know existed from 2003 that was just in the archives. That's very fun, so you can look forward to that. But if you've been enjoying all of this stuff with the celebration of Game Informer, you can help support independent games media if you'd like. Jump in at any tier on patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. You jump in at any tier before the end of Friday, August 16th. And we will send you a Steam code for Wayfinder. Wayfinder, everybody. This is the new game that's in early access right now. It's almost at the point of going 1.0, but it's from some of the creators of Darksiders. Leo, you played it a while ago, I think at Summer Game Fest last year, and I remember you being hot on it.
Yeah, and I played it when it launched originally as a MMO Lite.
Right.
And now I'm excited for the relaunch as what it is now.
Yeah. So it's a co-op action RPG from the creators of Darksiders. But again, we will just send you a Steam code for Wayfinder here if you support MinnMax on Patreon at even the $2 tier. $5 tier is great. You get a bunch of stuff in the bonus podcast feed. But as a thank you, we'll DM you on Steam with that Steam code until we hit a total number of paid supporters of 4,850. That is your sign that we are out of Wayfinder code. So check the About side little page on our Patreon. And once we hit that number, we're out. But thanks everybody for jumping, and thanks to Airship Syndicate for letting us send out those Steam codes for Wayfinder.
They can still subscribe, though.
You're welcome to,
point, right?
Yeah, but you just won't get the game necessarily. But there's a ton of other benefits, which is great.
You're still welcome.
That's true. All right, Sarah, this is your big couple of weeks. I know we're always talking about Game Informer, and I remember the office used to smell like this. Meanwhile, you and the team over at NPC Studio have been busting your asses on Fields of Mistria.
Yeah, it was a little bit of like an unfortunate timing.
Yeah.
But luckily I didn't have a Game Informer cover story coming out or anything.
Yeah.
But while the whole Game Informer thing was happening, I was helping launch Fields of Mistria, magical farming RPG. It was probably the not hardest, but probably the longest and shortest week of my life.
Just a mad scramble.
Yeah, and I've never I've launched a lot. I've launched a few games. I've been there, but I've never been in the room, everyone press the button, watch it go live, watch the number of concurrent players go up. Watch the number of concurrent players not stop going up.
Yeah.
Watch people obsessively play. And so that was just really exciting. Having a full launch week, doing influencers and stuff. That was a whole new experience for me. But it went so much better than we could ever imagine.
It's ridiculous. And here's the thing. So Sarah's been working on this game for the last year. Obviously the folks at NPC Studio have been working on it for 5 years, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. All right. So there's a lot to get into. And Sarah is a fan first and foremost. She's not speaking on behalf of the dev team in a huge way here.
Yeah, I've been a fan of this game since 2019.
That's awesome.
And then just last year ago, the job popped up and I was like, this is perfect. There's nothing I've wanted more. Whatever I have to do, I'll do it. So yeah, definitely. I'm like, it's just crazy to like watch a game that was like, you're like, this is it. This is the game for me. I've never seen anything more like a game for me. And then you also get to work on it.
Yeah.
Like, what a dream.
Well, the dream really is like, it's out. It's past 100,000 downloads. The thing that just kills me and it melts my heart is that it's sitting at overwhelmingly positive on Steam, which is like creme de la creme, as good as you can get. Honestly, it'd be a tough situation if all of us were playing it and it was sitting on like mixed to maybe very good on Steam, which I feel like is the realm of a lot of these farming sims. But the fact that this is out and, we're a little bit biased because we like Sarah. But as we talk about this game, it's like, well, Steam reviews have got our back. So trust us that this is a good game. And if you don't, then trust the hive mind because they're never wrong in society. So congratulations,
No, it's
Sarah.
so true. Because like before I released this game, I tell people about it and they'd look at me and they'd be like, is it good? And I'd be like, I think so. So yeah, it's been very validating.
Yeah. So
I went to a morning meeting on Monday and I was like, I'm afraid that no one is going to believe how positive it sounds like we all are on this game because of Sarah. So yeah, I don't know. Can I drop my hot take?
yeah. All right. Everybody ready for a hot take out there?
Ready for this? This is better than Stardew Valley.
I didn't say it.
She said it.
You don't have to agree with me, but like I like this more than, and that's not like Stardew Valley's bad, obviously.
Right.
It's incredible, but
One of the best of all time.
so I don't know, fully acknowledge that there's theoretically bias here, but like I don't know, I'd just probably say regular, normal, nice things and not that if it wasn't blowing me away.
Yeah. Okay. How much time have you put into this thing, Kelsey?
I'm at like about 30 hours, I think. And I only started playing like a week ago.
That is ridiculous. And Haley, you're also like up there, right? To that level?
I think I just cracked 40 hours today.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Haley's like
I'm
much
here
further
too.
than me.
That's crazy. And Jeff, where are you sitting with this thing?
Sarah said that I was at 18 hours.
Okay.
Sarah tracks all our hours.
Is it?
Yeah,
That's
this
what
is
it
This
sounds
is
like.
gross.
18.9 hours is what Steam is telling.
I don't like being watched and judged like this, Sarah. I like to game kind of my own way and not feel
Yeah,
your
and then
peeping
when
eyes.
I saw that you popped up playing Fields of Mystery on Steam today, that was really interesting.
Look, I haven't got as much time into it as I want. I've been trying to scramble. But Jeff, where are you at? I know you're a big Stardew Valley fan and fan of this genre.
Yeah, it's been the only game that I've been playing for like the past week. It was especially nice to have it during the Olympics.
Ooh, good
It's like
combo.
it was such a good game to have like this other thing that I can't even focus on because every 2 minutes it's commercials anyways. And it made me actually enjoy the Olympics, honestly, because I had this other thing that I was doing that I was enjoying so much. But it's very solid. The very lukewarm take that I said when I was streaming it was it feels like in the way that Stardew Valley is a love letter to Harvest Moon, this feels like a love letter to Stardew Valley as like we've reached another generational jumping off point. And so there's plenty of DNA there, but then it does its own different things. I do like the combat better in this. I finally hit the bottom of the caves in like the early access period. I think it was like level 60.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I actually accomplished one thing. I spent more time mining in the caves for some reason than I have done anything else. But I like everything that it's doing. It also, like, this genre in particular feels in some ways it feels easy, quote unquote easy, because there's that formula there that everyone knows. But in some ways, I think it's a super hard genre because there's also this nebulous, like, do I want to live in this world for 80 hours? And I don't know what makes me want to do it in some games and not, like Fae Farm, where it's like, it just doesn't click with me. It's all, kind of cozy aesthetic, but like something about this one, I like the characters. I like the Friday night game nights that they have. Like there are a bunch of interesting, unique things. There's so much dialogue that you have with the different characters. And then just like the art aesthetic and the character portraits and things and the way that your characters look, I think that, is I feel clearly better than Stardew Valley, and it's just like you're ticking off all the boxes of the things that I want from one of these games.
I think that's a really interesting idea of kind of leapfrogging Stardew Valley, because I know I'm an old man, but it feels like Stardew Valley wasn't out that long ago. It was like, it's been 8 years since that game came out, and it's time for another iteration and smoothing out things. Just like the small things, like, you can jump in Fields of Mystery, and I can jump over fences. Like, it just comes in handy so many more times than you think. And there's 1,000 other things I'd imagine that you all can unpack that are just slight improvements as well. But I think there's kind of like been this, I don't know if anybody else is in this camp, but like I played a ton of Stardew Valley in 2016, absolutely loved it. And they've just been rolling out so many updates from like, I don't know. I'm ever going to start a new farm. I don't know if I'm ever going to start a new Stardew Valley save. It's such a big thing that I've done before. And I feel like now there's this pent up tension of like, I want to go back to Stardew Valley. It's the best feeling in the world, but I've technically already played it. And so like having a game like Fields of Mistria come in and the hardcore fans can jump into this thing and be like, nope, this is the successor we've been looking for. Just jump in clean and fresh to this thing now that's in early access. Like, it's a really great entry point. And it seems like it's starting to pick up even more steam, Sarah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, we're seeing a lot of people who weren't following us on Twitter or like didn't know that the game was around.
Yeah.
And it's just been really nice seeing the people who aren't even into gaming, people who aren't even like into cozy gaming, like tweeting about it, talking about it. People who have like really nothing to do with gaming also pick up Fields of Mistria.
Like, who are these
has been
people?
like, well, it's like, the people who play like, the Stardew Valleys, like the other farm sims, but they only pick up like maybe 1 or 2 new games a year.
Right.
And one of those games we've managed to convince them should be Fields of Mistria has just been so amazing.
Yeah. And it's a weird thing because I'm looking out there and it's like, I'm not seeing a ton of reviews yet, but it's just so big that I think outlets haven't quite caught on to it yet. But I mean, when you're selling like this, how much do you care, Sarah? Being on the team is like, God, I wish GameSpot would get the review out there. Or is it like, whatever, it'd be nice, but
like Destructoid has an article out there. We've had like a lot of like little articles, but I don't, at this rate, at our growth, people are writing articles about how successful the game is. And not even just about the game itself, which I think is crazy. They're like, this tiny farm sim has over 100,000 downloads. And like, that's the article. And I'm like, that's what you're writing about?
Well, Sarah, to be fair, that article takes 45 minutes to write versus 40 hours of playing the game.
It's so weird, right?
Yeah.
Seeing people be like, this is the news.
Right.
I think that's a credit to Sarah's marketing strategy, to give you a kudos there, Sarah.
Ooh.
Because it's about who you're trying to market this game to. And it's the girlies, it's the gays, it's the theys, it's the people on TikTok who are like, oh, yo, this is out right now. Like, they're not going to, the review center to see if Fields of Mystery is good. They want to see who's hot. Oh, the cow, strawberry cow, I'm in. And they're buying it. Like, they don't really need that type of marketing for it, like a Spider-Man game would, So it's just like what it needs to do, it's already doing on social media.
Yeah. How much of that, Sarah, you stop us when it's too much dev talk, behind the scenes stuff, but is that discussions you've been having for the last year?
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know if I'd call it like discussions.
Yeah.
But I definitely know who our the target audience is. And I am one of them. So it makes it a lot easier, right?
Yeah,
I'm like, is this what I would want to see? And I'm like, yes.
Full candor, for the first 45 minutes, I wasn't totally sure if it was going to be my thing. And I was like, thank God everybody else is liking it.
Oh, you played for 7 hours. I was like, you've only played for 48 minutes. No, 7 hours. Let's get 7 hours.
The minimum acceptable time to have played it.
You can breathe, everyone back off.
Congratulations, Leo. He starts with, I played for 45 minutes, didn't know if it was my thing. And then his team says played for 45 minutes.
I watched, guys, when the game came out, I watched Leo open it and I was like, oh my God. And then I watched him close it and open up Traveler's Rest. And I was like, you know what? Can't even judge.
Did I inspire you to play Traveler's Rest again? Because I saw
I genuinely was going to open it, Leo. I was like, besties. Yeah.
That's tight. That's such a great game. And this game is 10 times as good.
Also so great.
No, it's totally like owes a lot to Stardew Valley, or to the same thing Stardew Valley owes what it is to, But it adds a lot of interesting things, and not just caring about the relationships more. One little thing that I've gravitated to is like the way that random chance is more sewn into it. You get like the consistent progression, reliable progression of your skills of fishing, mining, everything is always going up, which feels good. But you also just, the currency you're spending on perks is just like every few things you hit, every few seeds you plant. So there's this little bit of excitement throughout everything you do of like when a purple thing pops up. And of course, with combat feeling a little better, not just feeling more tactile, but having like critical hits and things. And again, perks that you are choosing and spending resources on to get critical hits, or even cooking, you can have a random chance that a dish you make will have like a likable bonus, and anybody you give it to will like it as a gift. That's something that's been really fun.
Refund your ingredients, which is fantastic when some of the stuff you're cooking has expensive ingredients in it. But yeah, that having a skill tree, like a really pretty fleshed out like skill tree in a game like this it's really good. It does such a good job of just keeping me going like it's 10 p.m. I could go to bed, but I still have a little bit of stamina and I could earn like 5 more purple orbs real quick if I just cut some wood, you know? Like it keeps like you're like maximizing every day for progression, which I think already puts it well above a lot of the other farming sims where you're just like, well, out of stuff that I can do that's relevant today, better go to bed at 8 p.m. or whatever.
Yeah.
Which like even some of my favorite Harvest Moon games are bad at that. So yeah, that's been a really, really huge, like it just kind of feels like you're constantly making progress somewhere at all times.
Another little thing I like is when you craft, it spends time of the day. You don't like sit there and wait. It's not like you come back, a timer goes or whatever. It just like it cuts to an hour later, which is really interesting when you have like, okay, I've been banking and now I'm going to spend this whole day crafting, and just like having the time pass that way is one of those things that tickles me for sure.
Yeah, I think on the note that you brought up, Kelsey, with the maximizing the days, like I think the way that the progression system also leans into that maximization is really cool. With like the first thing I unlocked, because I was into clearing up my farm, even though it took me a long time to learn how to do that. Like there's so many things in this game that I don't know how to do that I've like slowly learned how to do, because I actually haven't played a lot of farming sims. Like I love New Horizons and I like love that game. I tried to start Stardew Valley like 3 different times and like it's never really picked up for me.
Interesting.
I'm sorry, so it kills me to hear New Horizons referred to as a farming game. You've murdered Animal Crossing. I'm so
but
sad.
It's kind of like that's like the closest thing I have. But obviously it is very different in that like it's very but like it is really different in that like it's so much like zoomed in kind of, where it's like, okay, you have like 3 pieces of stone you can get and that's kind of it. But like that's the only kind of grindy for wanting to build something kind of game that I've really played, even though I've really liked it. Yeah. So going into this, like without having that background has been really interesting because, well, one, I don't have any sense of like how much is like new versus not new for like what's known of the genre. But I have like 14 and a half hours in. I think the thing that has kind of kept me going, back to what Kelsey said, was like the first thing I spec'd into was the like, if you use all your energy, you get like an energy boost the next day. Me too. I was like, this is perfect for me because I love to use all my energy. So then I would just kind of like lean into that. I'm 14 and a half hours in. I still not done cleaning up my farm. Like the bottom part of it is just full of garbage. Like it is taking me forever to do things in this game. I have made so little progress despite having 14 and a half hours because I kind of just do like the few things I know. And then I'm very slowly learning like all the other things I could be doing, where I'm like, yeah, how do I've been liking playing this game as part of the culture, which I don't normally get to do. I think when we cover games, like we often get like code early, or they're games that are, you know, they have a lot of our games that we play have ends, right? Like Haley, you brought up Spider-Man, like Spider-Man, you finish Spider-Man, it's over. Sure, there's lots of guide content out there and tips and tricks and, best perk or where to find this thing. But ultimately, like your experience is your experience and then you're kind of like done. But with this, I've been really feeling like I'm in that community, like playing in that early access period where like my fiance Isaiah is playing too. And I'll just turn to him and be like, hey, where do I like dig up the archaeology stuff? He's like, oh, it's those lumps in the ground. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah. And then I'm like, hey, have you heard about the soup that's at the end? No, what's about the soup? I'm like, it's a free bowl of soup every day. Oh man, free soup day. Yeah. Okay, so now we're like I've gone to like the Steam page of this game and like looked at I'm like, what's going on in those discussion boards? People writing their little guides. I'm like, let me just read through this real quick, make sure I know all the information. And I think the thing that's really gotten its hooks into me about this game is not only does number always go up, but there's so many avenues. I think, using that Animal Crossing comparison, like you do your dailies and then you might work on what you're working on. Like, I don't know, you're fishing a lot or you're trying to build like, a dilapidated mall that you're never going to finish. It's like, that was fun.
Chickens.
I had a good time doing
it's
that.
Chickens.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, like I'm into my farm as well, but like there's so much to do every day. Like no day is long enough. So I'm like, okay, well, tomorrow, what am I going to do? And you kind of like have to shift your focuses based on trying to like spread the gameplay across. And that's just been really fun. And I think it's given me stuff to look forward to for as the years go, while other times in games, it's like, oh no, I messed up this part. I'm more like, oh, year 2. I'm really gonna, we're more of a year 2 kind of part.
Yeah. Haley, you're saying that this is your late night game? That you just can't break away from it?
Water bottle full of ice, sweet treat, late night game. Absolutely.
Excuse me, water bottle full of ice? What?
Yeah, sweet treat in bed, water bottle full of ice, fans on your face, YouTube's playing in the background, bedtime game, which is my favorite type of game.
We should all be so lucky. It's funny.
Like I'm there.
Yeah.
I think what my favorite thing about it is just like, I know the dev team was in the trenches of like Reddit threads on like our Animal Crossing or our Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley, and just like, why can't we do this? Like, this is such an obvious thing. Like, why can't we do, there's so many things in this game like that I'm just like, genius. Like, yes, obviously jumping, the fact you can swim, I can just cut through a river instead of going all the way around like other games. The fact that every item I pick up has a little checkbox if it is needed in the museum or not, and it's checked if I've already given it off, so I don't have to remember and check and stuff like that. And
hang on, may I pause you? Adam Piesener?
No, go ahead.
You want to come back later, man? How do I kick him out of here?
I don't think he knows.
Let's see. There's probably some way. Move to...
You can right-click kick, but I don't know if that kicks him from the server or just the voice call.
You should move him to party chat.
Yeah, I can, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So people can come talk to him.
Okay, I'm going to move you to bonus pod. All right, bye. He'll be back later. How
many more people are going to come join us?
Probably a lot. We're trying to, like, we have a big party outside of this little room that we've reserved for a private event, and they keep trying to look at the doors, see if they can pop in.
Did we create, is the code we sent an invite to the cohorts only channel?
Well, yeah, why?
Does that mean anytime someone clicks the link, they're just going to pop in?
Yeah, why?
Yeah.
It's not important.
I don't see the problem here.
Yeah, this is
Lock
fun.
the door!
I don't see the flaw.
It was lovely to see him.
Yeah. Sorry, Haley, you were saying so eloquently for Adam Beesner cut you off?
That's really funny. Yeah, just like really obvious quality of life changes that I feel like I scream at other games are just all here. So that also feels good. When I'm crafting, I don't have to go put everything in my pocket before I make it. Like, I know Stardew did the thing where you can have a crafting table and then put the chest you want to pull from adjacent, but then you're always thinking about, okay, I got to top up that chest from this chest over here. It's like, I can pull from chests. Let's just pretend that I don't need to walk around and do that, because that's the least fun part of every farming sim. Like, why are we gamifying that? Everyone hates it.
Yeah.
It's gone. You can just craft when you want to craft, and if you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. Like, it's just like really obvious stuff like that, so that there's enough. Like, you just get to do what you want to do every day instead of the maintenance side of these that can happen with these kind of games, which I really appreciate.
Yeah. Now, I'm surprised that Jeffem's the first person here to bring up, well, the portraits look really cute. Because Haley, okay, quick tangent, Haley. Look, I assume you're into the relationships in this game in a way. And my number one hint.
They're all hot.
Okay.
They're all hot.
But my number one hint that you might be really into this is I watched you stream the end of Rebirth. No spoilers, but there's some very climactic big things happening. And it was just you talking like, I don't know, I think Cloud would be this kind of boyfriend. And Era's cute, but she seems kind of annoying. You're just like talking about them as like boyfriends and girlfriends as like the end of the world is happening. It was like, okay, all right, that's a take. So
like
I imagine
could be hitting, and I'm like, Cloud would like hold your purse, but he'd be annoying about it.
Yeah, he would be mad. Like, you're right. Thank you. Finally.
He'd try to like kind of shrug it off his shoulder.
He tried to like hold it in a way that didn't make him seem like it was his.
If he saw one of his friends, he'd drop it on the ground, and you'd be like, what's that on the ground? It's like nothing, and then you come back and be like, why is my purse on the ground? He's like, no reason, and he would just say,
and I feel like Zach would like sling it over his shoulder.
Oh,
he'd put it in there, and he'd be like, everything else I can hold.
Yeah,
I'll just pick you up. Yeah. So anyways,
careful about spoilers, guys. I might date them.
But Haley, everybody's hot to trot in this game, and that's cool.
Yeah, and what's great is there's so many, like, the guys are all hot. Like, usually it kind of feels like the girls are hot, but the guys are hot. And also there's types. It's not just like everyone looks the same, quintessential like society hot. Like Hayden's kind of the silver fox, like we were talking about his tan lines for like 10 minutes in our stream the other day. Girls notice this crap. You might just think it's a tan line on a dude, but I'm like, oh my God, he's got tan line. Like it's just the kind of stuff you don't notice.
It's a good thing.
And I know a girl made that. Like I know a woman made. March's arm is bent in the way that guys' arms look hot in that 1 second. You kind of notice, you're like, oh, well. And then they like go back to doing something else. That's his portrait all the time. So I'm constantly just looking at his forearm.
And when he gets the little blush mark,
oh,
he's like mad, but he's blushing. Oh my God.
He smiled at me when I gave him a copper bar on his birthday, and I was so excited. Like I get invested, you know? It's just like, I don't get that invested when Sam does a kickflip in Stardew. And I love Stardew Valley. It's kind of because like I'm poo-pooing on the boys in Stardew Valley. They're fine. I just like all the...
Sebastian lives in his parents' basement.
They all live in their parents' house. That's another red flag.
One guy lives on the beach and like is basically homeless.
Yeah, what if your options in Stardew are not fantastic? You're like, do you want to fix the alcoholic? Like,
no.
Maru has dignity.
Haley, are you going for March then? Is that, or who do you got your eyes on?
Juniper.
Okay, Juniper. Right.
She's got a dog too. I mean, she's hot as hell, and she has a dog that looks like my dog. So if I get to date her, then I also get a dog. I'm thinking ahead. I'm hoping Dozy gets to move in. I won't let Sarah spoil that for me, but that would be a bonus.
That would be fun.
Write that down.
Sarah, what state is this game in? I've seen a lot of people be like, it is rock solid for early access. It's wild. Or at a certain point, are we going to get cut off from content? How does it all work here?
Currently we're like estimated about 35 to 40 hours of content.
Yeah.
Which people have just gone through so fast. Like the 35 to 40, we're seeing people hitting 50 average hours around this time.
Whoa.
Our first big update's going to be Q4. But we're hoping that people will still want to come back for the updates, obviously, but we're hoping like 1 year to be out of early access and get everything sort of like ironed out, get all the additional content in the game and all that stuff.
Gotcha.
I will say 40 hours in, no one said something twice, which I think is insanely impressive. I talk to everybody every day. No, except for the dog saying bark. Like that's literally it. Everyone says something new. And also if stuff happens in the game, they like remember it and they'll comment on it. Like if you donate something at the museum that they would personally like, they're like, oh cool. Like I put a worm in the museum and March was like, so let me get this straight. You gave a worm to the museum and it's on display and people go to look at a worm. And I was like, yes. And he's like, wow, really cool. It's like, like those kind of conversations.
Love it.
I'm mad at March though, because he was like, oh my God, that was a super cool magma beetle you put in the museum. And I had one on me. So I was like, oh, I'll gift it to him. And he was like, why would you think I would want this? Why would anyone want this? He was just talking about how cool it is.
That's funny.
That's classic March though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's deep.
Sarah, you know this game better than you know almost any game under the sun?
I mean, I know probably of all the games that I've worked on.
Okay.
You were warning me about potential bugs before they could even happen.
Which will be patched.
Neo, my God.
Do you know about the petting the dog bug? I had one crash and it was during the festival and I tried to pet Dozy.
It's specifically that one, specifically that time. But like that's the thing about early access is it's like there's so many just like super like narrow bugs that we never would have caught until people do this like one very specific thing and then it's like surprise.
Yeah. So give us some high level tips. What's out there? What do you recommend? What are people not seeing? What are people not doing with their farms? Give us the goods.
For Fields of Mistria?
Yeah.
I guess like my player tips are the best way to get some of those starter tools. You know, it's like you could pay like 500 tesserae to buy the fishing rod, or you go to the mines, you mine some copper, and then you can just build your own fishing rod, and it saves a lot of money, saves a lot of resources. I guess I would say talk to the NPCs when you can, because the NPCs have such like very specific conversations based on the time, the weather, where they are in the world, and who's next to them, which is why you're not seeing these lines double up over 40 hours. Like, this is why this game has taken so long. And like, we're not even done putting more dialogue in it, but there's just so many like little scenarios where it's like, well, if like this character is next to these characters, they'll have this really one specific conversation. So just narratively, like, just make sure you enjoy it. I don't really have any like early game money tips,
right?
But one thing is, don't get don't be stressed. There's no time limit. There's no, like, the quests don't have time limits. The request, like, nothing has a time limit, and to, take your time and just enjoy it. Because it's not, there's nobody sitting there, like, waiting for anything. We tried to make it as relaxing as possible. The shops don't close at any time. If you're awake, the shops are open, and you can buy stuff. So, like, don't be worried about, like, sprinting around and, like, oh, well, so-and-so's going to close in, like, an hour. You don't have to worry about it. It will all be
they're
there.
They're not open on Wednesday for some reason.
Yeah.
Right. And that's
you can find all the NPCs on the map. If you want to talk to someone, you can find them. They'll never, like, disappear from you.
That's so nice. So, I mean, for the people that know this game so well, it's the easy pitch is it's Stardew Valley, but how are you refinishing the sentence?
It's more of a Harvest Moon Rune Factory game.
Ooh, okay.
But I definitely think because Stardew Valley also builds off Harvest Moon, they kind of end up in the same bucket.
Right.
But definitely a Harvest Moon Rune Factory sort of like 90s shoujo love letter with the additional care to the characters, to the world itself, and to the NPCs, and to, like, player experience.
Yeah, perfect.
And so far, Stardew seems like primarily a farming game, and this game so far has been more like equal, everything has an equal place in it, and it's like fewer, more impactful plants that you have to spend less time farming, so you spend more of your day doing the other activities.
Yeah.
Also, the magic kicks butt. Like, the magic spells that you get.
And the
we haven't
dragon's
talked about
hot.
the dragon at all.
He's hot, and you can romance him because he has a heart. I clocked that. I don't know if we can do it yet, but I clocked that.
I didn't realize that was the thing until, like, it was pointed out to me that, like, the hearts next to the name. Because the first people we talked to have hearts next to their name. So I'm like, I just thought the UI looked cute. I just thought you put hearts in places. Why wouldn't you put a heart somewhere if you could? I was like, oh, yeah, sure. It looks cute. And then I saw, like, someone on the internet mention, like, I think you can romance the dragon. And I felt like those stories of, like, when you're at the lunch table and some kid's like, oh, if you hit B and A at the same. So I'm like, can you? I was like, nah, probably not. But I'm also like, the dragon's the only person I'm really locked in with. Because I am so obsessed with just doing other stuff. Like, it takes me a while and a lot for me to get invested in the characters. But I'm like, okay, the dragon, I get stuff. So, like, every day I'm locked in with the dragon. Like, that dragon's family to me. I'm talking to the dragon.
Spyro fandom coming out a big way. I get it.
Yeah, but I think to that point too, like, I think the rails of this game are really useful and nice for getting you into stuff that you might not normally care about as much. Like, I'm not as into, like, the characters and the romance and all of that, but just them having that Friday night at the end, the allure of that is so strong. I'm like, that's the only thing that I'll always do. And then the little thing comes up on the screen, like, Friday night at the end. I was like, damn, I got to make it to the end. Like, got to see what's going on with the little, like, stories. And it feels like a really immersive experience. While I feel like without those kinds of structures, I don't personally get into, like, just talking to people every day, especially when there's so many.
Yeah.
But this kind of creates a structure where I'm like, cool, I have context. Like, I don't have to have my own, like, mental creativity to want to engage. Like, the game has created a way for me to be engaged. And I think so many of the other structures do that for the different types of systems they have in there.
Yeah. Sarah, I'm going to kiss your ass one more time, and then I'm cutting it off for good. I love that you have clean, clear key art of, like, Celine in the field, like, over the cows. Like, so many games blow that. When it comes to, like, making thumbnails and stuff for podcasts or just talking about it,
I
it's
actually
like, it's
had
so
a
important.
recommendation to do that.
Oh,
like,
really?
somebody was like, can you put just some transparent PNGs of, like, your cows, like, animals, your crops, and your characters? Just nobody thinks about YouTuber key art, guys.
It's true.
And we really need to start.
Yes, just have something. This is the iconic image. This is Fields of Mistria.
Yeah.
Like, that art is, like, perfect. You get the idea. You got it. Done deal. And Celine isn't supposed to be designed after you or anything? Just blonde lady coincidence?
People keep saying that, but like, all the characters were done. All the writing was done before I joined.
Interesting. How did you find the game?
I think I just saw it pop up on my Twitter feed in, like, 2019. And I was like, I just saw it and I said, I'm all in. Whatever they need, like, I'm gonna follow this game. I would check in, like, once a year. I'd be, like, searching. I'd be like, what's any news?
Yeah.
Any updates? And then I was streaming one day when I used to stream 5 times a week, and people were like, oh, Sarah, like, if you did go back to the gaming industry, like, what would you want to do? And I said, well, the only game that I would go back for is if this game called Fields of Mistria wanted a marketer. Like, I literally said, I was like, the one way you could get me to go back to video game marketing is if I got to market a game like Fields of Mistria, right?
Yeah.
Because I never in my entire career have really gotten to work on marketing games that I also really, really, really like. It just doesn't happen. And then like a month later, a tweet popped up, like, job opening. And I was like, I'm all in. And I applied right away.
That's awesome. Fields of Mistria, it's on PC, early access, $14 reduce, everybody. Wild steal here.
Congratulations on the launch. That's so amazing.
Good job, Sarah.
I know.
You can
been
breathe
crazy.
now. It's all easy from here on out. Oh boy. Let's see. Leo. Splitgate 2. All right. This game. Do you remember Splitgate from a couple years ago when it came out? And then Leo, you played it, I think, for like New Show Plus, and you said, I've never had more fun playing a game ever in my life than Splitgate. And then you found out it was a bunch of bots and you're just crushing them and it fully tricked you.
Yes.
That was a good time.
Why?
But I'm just telling the full journey of Splitgate. And then, if you don't remember, this is Halo meets Portal, where it's very much based on Halo multiplayer, except you're throwing portals from Portal all over the place. And that combo was great. The game took off in a big way. And then the devs said, we're stopping support. We're going to pivot everything and go into Splitgate 2. And we got a huge batch of funding. And now Splitgate 2, there's an alpha out at this point, private alpha. And I think they're targeting 2025 for this thing. But you got to play a little bit of Splitgate 2 today. And Leo, the verdict is...
Good. It's just for press today. Open playtest for normal people next week.
Oh, human beings. Yeah.
I watched it. I watched Leo stream it. And I thought that they were children. I was like... Because he was doing so well, and I was like, Leo, you're like ruining the summer breaks of these children by killing them in the middle of the day on a Wednesday, and those are game journalists. And I was like,
But then you proceeded to write GG easy
game
in chat
journalist, children, same.
So wait,
I still threw around the, like, are these bots? I have such a, I'm not going to say trauma, but from Splitgate 1, that's my main memory is like, oh, I thought I was good. And then I realized every match I played was fictional. And today it
was
like
real
they're all
to
real
you,
people.
you know?
Yeah, goddamn.
Yeah, thank you.
I look at this footage of Splitgate and I say, man, I really loved Halo multiplayer. And then I see people doing the wacky stuff with the portals, and it's like, it feels like that's the element that's like building in Fortnite. I'm like, I'm just going to ignore that part. But like, how intrinsic is that? Does it seem like that's still a massive part of the fun here?
Yes, and I think it is easier to get a handle on than it might seem, especially because one of the changes they made is that it is one button portaling. You can change that, or you can press a different button to switch which portal you're shooting. It's obviously two colors of portals. You go through one, you come out the other.
Yeah.
And it is automatic, not just alternating, but like based on which one you're near, it kind of has a little bit of logic to knowing what portal you're trying to place, even though you're just pressing one button. And that worked perfectly for the whole playtest. I thought that was really cool. And it made it easier to use, less daunting, just having the one button portal right there. And it comes up a lot. Like, there's people holding this point. It's the whole team together is holding this point, and I can take them head on and get killed, or I can shoot a portal behind them and a portal next to me and throw a grenade through it. And it's just like too useful to ignore, really, or to escape quickly, to hold two angles at once, two crazy angles.
Yeah,
it felt smooth. I didn't play that much of Splitgate. It was like 7 hours apparently.
Well, after you mastered it, like, what's the point? Yeah.
Yeah,
you could get better.
But it still like felt completely natural in it today.
Yeah.
Are we sure you didn't log into the training lobby and Splitgate those 7 hours, Leo?
I got my ass handed to me enough times to make it seem realistic.
Oh, good. Does it feel like a continuation of Splitgate 1? I mean, what are the biggest things? One button portal. Does it feel night and day?
It's a bit hero shootery now.
Okay.
Characters have more abilities, the typical abilities you've come to expect. A shield that you can shoot through that enemies can't shoot through. Temporary wall hacks.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, good. Splitgate 1, like, it was cool, but you understood it completely really fast and moved on. That's what happened with me, It needed like a little more than just being Halo with portals.
Yeah.
And this is what I would describe as a little more than just being Halo with portals.
Okay.
So it remains to be seen whether that will give it longer legs than the first one had for me.
Yeah.
I have a question.
It looks a lot nicer. Yeah.
Like I feel like my brain isn't good at walking through a portal and still knowing where I am now. Like I get very displaced in every game that offers portals. Even though I look over, I say, that's where I'm going to come out. As soon as I walk out, I'm like, where's the end? Like I'm not good at remembering that kind of stuff. And I don't know, maybe your brain's predisposed to me, because watching you stream it, you seem to be good at like, if I go into this portal, I need to turn left to see the guy I'm looking at it right now. You were doing that very naturally, but I think I'd be bad at that. Is that something that someone could just play 5 to 10 hours of this and get better? Or if that's something where that makes me feel angry that I'm so bad at that, I'll bounce off of this?
I think that's learnable. And you also can like walk right up to your portal and see what's on the other side. And enemies and teammates can't see through anybody's portals but their own. So you get a little extra time to like orient yourself before you hop through. And you can take your time early on to learn it that way. But also, I think part of the fun is being surprised of going, I'm going to go through this portal, especially if you're going through a random portal that is somebody else's. It's like, I'm down to suddenly be somewhere else and be in a completely different situation. And that's like part of the unique thrill.
Yeah. Yeah. So I know you're still hot and heavy on the finals, but is there an avenue where you're like, I could see this getting in my rotation here?
Just because the finals I only play with friends, I could see booting this up by myself, and it's a really small install size, at least the playtest is.
Yeah.
So I could see it fitting in that way as like a daytime distraction type thing. But yeah, if I'm still into the finals by then, I just don't have the room in my life, I think, to be into multiple live service shooters at once.
Yeah. But Splitgate 2 coming out 2025. On the complete opposite end of the spectrum here, a game that we all promised Michael Huber. Shout out to Huber, that we would devour.
He's not dead.
Okay.
Well, he's not dead, but he's hearing us right now, wherever he is. Cat Quest 3. It's out, everybody. The game that Huber...
Meow.
I'm trying to remember. He was shouting at us, screaming at us. What's wrong with you idiots? Why are you ignoring a game because it's called Cat Quest 3? These games have been great. And then Leo...
It's hard to jump into a game called Cat Quest 3 if I don't know anything about it.
Absolutely.
I understand.
He popped for the Cat Quest 3 trailer harder than I did for the finals season 3 trailer.
Yeah, but it's out, and turns out it's good. Jan's been playing, Leo's been playing, I've been playing a little bit here. Leo, since you're now a connoisseur of the franchise, thanks to Huber, how are you feeling about Cat Quest 3 in particular?
It's cool. It's a way bigger jump than 1 to 2 was. Like graphically, it's a lot neater looking and a little more streamlined. I think my biggest thought on it right now is like last time we talked about Cat Quest, I said I didn't like that it ever got hard in Cat Quest 2. It's like, that's just not what I'm there for, is to like get good at rolling around in the combat. So this time I put my money where my mouth was and just started on easy mode. And I'm having such a great time with that, because the way the game works is you're leveling up constantly, and it's about, finding the quests that you can do, that you're leveled to do, and just be on easy mode, being able to take more higher level fights earlier. All that does is like expand your range of options of what you can go and do. And it kind of feels the same. It's just like a hard fight for you is 25 levels above you instead of 5 levels above you.
Right. Yeah, I can see that. So it's action RPG, I guess, would be the thing that's going on here. Imagine, the way the developers talk about it, which, Easy Allies had an interview with the developers from Gentle Bros here, where they were talking about it in the sense of is taking all the good parts of an RPG and just boiling it down. We're going to give you constant progression, constant exploration, short little quests. It's going to be cute. And like, it was surprising to jump into this thing pretty blind and be like, okay, so I'm on the overworld because it's got this cool map perspective. Like, oh no, the overworld is the game. You're just running around in this space, and then you can jump into little caves and towns and stuff beyond that. But it's just a weird twist of the mind. But Janet, do you like Cat Quest?
I generally like Cat Quest, but I haven't played like them in their entirety before this one, which I haven't beaten this one yet. I'm 4 hours in. I've been playing with my brother via local multiplayer. It's pretty good, but I do think, Leo, to your point, I'm like, yeah, you're smarter than me. Like, I should probably just knock it to easy, because this game has hands. Like, this game, because you can go sort of wherever and take things out of order, it can very quickly become sort of overwhelming in the sense that like just the enemies can get really tough. And I do think one thing I really want to compliment about Cat Quest 3 is the enemy variety. I think there's a lot of like different styles with like different attack patterns that sort of... Cat Quest 3 sort of has the appeal of a beat 'em up, but it's a little bit more mechanically complex. So I like that I have more to engage with, while like a beat 'em up's like very left to right, kind of like brain on autopilot. Someone can res me into figuring it out. I can kind of just go with it. I feel like I have to be a little bit more thoughtful in Cat Quest 3, which I like. I think the ship combat is fun, but the only thing I really didn't like about it are, I think, 2 things. One, too many cat puns.
It's obsessed.
many cat
It's the
puns.
language the game speaks in for sure.
It's too many cat puns. Like, look, I'm a millennial. I get it. Puns are fun, but like, it is a little too much. But the other aspect is because it does have like that sort of loose structure where you're on like this sort of overworld, holistic world, go in whatever direction. I kind of had a tough time knowing like what I should do next. Like once I hit a wall of progression where I'm like, okay, well, this is too high level. Well, let me go do this quest I didn't do. Wait, okay, I have to find these keys. Why can't I find them? Damn, am I bad at games? And that was like towards the end of my session. But I think the sort of openness to it can be a little bit of a con if you're maybe getting a little stuck hitting those like difficulty walls, not being sure where to go. But I think the general flow of it is pretty fun. And I like that. It took me a while to get used to that perspective because it's kind of like it's 3D, but it almost feels like 2.5D because you're sort of moving your character away from the screen a lot. But then you can also go into like other areas and then it's more of a like 2D or like zoomed in perspective. And I think those are also really fun. So once I started getting into that loop of like, okay, we go in, we have like a little combat arena and then we get something. And now I have like a new hat and the hat gives me a buff. Like I think that flow is really fun and appeling. But I definitely feel like I get more fun playing with someone else. I think playing alone, I'd be a little bit like, it's not as exciting. But I think with the person, it's like a nice couch co-op experience.
Yeah. That's my experience jumping into it on Steam Deck. Seems like a great Steam Deck game, and it's like, you're a fool to overlook this completely. I think Cat Quest 3, it sounds like some mobile game trash, but like, at least look at a trailer for that thing and just imagine.
So are you saying that you were the fool because you wanted to overlook this completely?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I fully copped to being the fool because what are you going to do? Jump in and play a game called Cat Quest 2? What are you out of your mind? But Cat Quest 3, great entry point. Like a whole pirates theme this time around, but yeah, it seems cool.
Pirate ship combat.
It's got it all.
Which is fine.
Hey, it's fine. Feline, as we like to say. Leo?
No.
I'm sorry. I'm so excited to talk to you about this. I don't know if you've told the world that you've gone on a secret adventure, flying out to San Francisco on a little... Does anyone else know about this? Does anyone know what Leo's been up to?
I think I saw you ask him about it, and I was literally praying that Leo said yes. Like, I saw the conversation in Slack, and I was like, please, Leo, say yes to this.
And I might not have if not for they were like, it's a day thing, 90 minutes in the middle of the day, so we can fly you out in the morning and fly you back the same night. I said, okay, that almost doesn't even count as going on a trip. And I have my Steam Deck with Cat Quest 3 loaded up.
Perfect.
Hell yeah, you do.
Right.
Yeah, so Virtuix sent Leo out to San Francisco for this 90-minute appointment, which is amazing. Which
was like 45 minutes.
Really? Okay, that's perfect. But it's to do something that I've always wanted to do, and it seemed like it was up Leo's alley. What the hell is it?
It is the Virtuix Omni One omnidirectional treadmill for VR.
Yeah.
Ooh,
which
okay.
I saw the Kickstarter for in 2013, before VR was a thing at all, really. I really remember seeing it and it capturing my imagination because you see that and it's this circle pad that you run on in any direction. And it's like, well, then what's the barrier? Then we're just doing Velox from Pendragon shouts out, or that Star Trek episode that did it first, where it's like, this is perfect virtual reality.
Yep.
I'm going to go live in that thing. And it's been at like arcades. Because, I don't know. It's been hard to get it in homes, something this gigantic and expensive. So it's only been kind of at VR arcades up until now. But this is their big push for a home system. With my hands, does this help?
It's it's
4 feet.
It's like a Peloton length or something bigger?
Big
4 feet circle with a big arm coming out of the back attached to a vest.
Oh, I thought that went in your spine.
No.
Can you wash the
temporary.
vest?
You cannot wash the vest. No.
Ew.
That's going to
They
get
said it's
real
going
stanky.
to smell like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I know. I was
were you like the
sweating
ninth
all over this
person
thing.
to
It was
wear it?
humiliating. I was absolutely pouring.
I'm imagining it's like the Assassin's Creed movie, like you flying all over the room doing sick moves. So that
I did watch, which is funny.
All right, there we go. But high level,
I rented from the library.
is it the fantasy come to life? It's what we've always wanted of the full VR thing of when you run in a direction, you run in that direction in the game?
Well, the way it works is it's a concave bowl, and you have these foot covers that go over your shoes that create it like a frictionless walk. And you kind of walk uphill each step, and you slide back down to the base. While the arm keeps you in place, you're kind of walking against the resistance of the arm.
Weird.
So as you're walking straight forward in a game, you are always walking uphill. And wish I had more time with it to get a feel for if that feeling goes away. Because as we were walking, I was kind of overthinking every step, and it was a lot more exhausting. Like I was doing this VR, I did only just a couple of things, one of which was VR walk experience, which was basically as you walk, it pushes you through this 360-degree video of walking through New York or walking through these pretty places. And you were just moving this video around, moving through this video by using your feet. And it's noticeable how much harder it is to walk uphill than it is to walk straight on a city street.
Right.
And it's like, you can kind of hear it too. Like it's loud to be stomping on this thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that would eventually go away. Certainly I was like not comfortable with it, not feeling natural yet. I really didn't have that much time with it.
I'm looking at B-roll of you right now, and it seems like you're in your element more than I've ever seen you, Leo.
Well, the B-roll is from the shooter we played, multiplayer, with people back at their home studio. And I was watching the founder, Jan, who was walking me through it. He was sprinting around, showing off the gunplay or whatever. And I was like, that looks scary to be sprinting in that thing.
Yeah.
To have this level of trust to be sprinting in this tiny little space that you could theoretically slip on or fall off or flip over, whatever it looks like you could do. But compared to walking, just being in a shooter where I was getting shot at and I had no choice but to sprint and take cover, that like made me not overthink it as much and felt more natural than the walking did. The just sprinting around. That felt like perfect, and I was doing exactly what I wanted to do without thinking about it, which is cool.
That's weird. So
I'm watching you sprint right now, Leo.
It's
it looks like you're constantly stumbling forward. And then somebody's just like, you know when you were a kid in school and your friends would like hang off your backpack and you would try to run?
All the
That's
time.
exactly what it looks like.
No.
Yes, you are fighting the vest for sure. You're like leaning away from it. It's a strange feeling.
Did you like it?
I did.
Okay.
They were leaning into it as like, you know, you see it and you go, wow, perfect immersive VR. And the reality is more like a VR exercise machine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like casually doing this, I think you'd have to be pretty ripped to be playing games and have it feel casual in this thing. But I've always loved VR for being an exercise thing. Like I love being tricked into working out by like going for a score, being totally distracted, not realizing how exhausted I am, not realizing how much I permanently screwed up my thighs in a pistol whip until it's too late. You know, I like that appeal for sure.
Yeah.
But it's $2,500 for the home unit. And it obviously takes up some space. They showed me how quick it is to take apart and put back together, which they truly did in under a minute.
Wow.
But it's still like you can't do anything about that giant base. You've got to have a place to roll that behind. And we literally there's nowhere in my current home that it could go.
Yeah.
So the reality is a ways off for me still. But like, I get it. You can use it. This is all in one. It is for people who don't even have a PC. So it is like comes with a headset that you can play games on, which is a really simple one. The game we played was more basic than a lot of VR shooters I'm accustomed to. Like the reloading, you just press a button and wait for it to reload rather than doing like grabbing the mag, anything like that. It's like basic and mostly about the locomotion. But you can also use it as input for a different type of VR through a PC. So you can have it just be like playing games that are built for it with a different headset through your PC with the treadmill, or games that aren't built for it at all. You can set it up for it to be like a thumbstick input, which I think is really cool and is the difference maker for sure on like whether it's could really possibly catch on, honestly.
So, okay. So like you could have your MetaQuest 3 hooked up to this thing and you could really just jam away on Piano Vision. It would be better experience overall.
Sprinting through the park, jamming away on Piano Vision. Yeah. But again, it's only through the PC. You can't just have like the Quest by itself with this thing. Okay.
That's confusing, but gotcha. Backstage Pass is wondering, like, could you feel it on your thighs? Is that the secret workout? Is if you're always walking uphill and you're just like sprinting uphill all the time for this thing?
Yeah, the calves for sure. It was a burn. They passed me the towel pretty early on.
Please, this man has to sit down.
I said and asked some interview questions while still wiping myself off and sweating on their hotel chair.
So bizarre. So Virtuix Omni One is the name of this thing. Do you know the release date for this?
September 10th.
September 10th. And it's $2,500, $2,595 if you want to leave Earth forever in a good way and run around in a virtual world. I'm so jealous that you get to try this, Leo. That just seems so freaky.
It was weird. It was truly remembering that Kickstarter in 2013. I was like, this is worth it.
Yeah,
this is something I've been wanting to try for so long, and it's not what I expected. It's very interesting to have tried it.
I remember you had that stream that one time. You were like, if I could have one job in the game industry, it'd be playing Virtuix Omni One. If I could ever hit that high goal,
for
that's
just
the only
45 minutes.
All right, Virtuix Omni One, everybody. Beautiful. Hey, Kelsey.
Yeah.
Do you know how this whole thing operates?
By getting really sweaty in a VR circle?
That's the main thing. And then everybody holds hands and they all say on the count of 3, we do the impossible together. We go to the URL patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. Jump in there, find the tier that is right for you. Again, if you support us before the end of this Friday and before we hit 4,850 paid supporters on Patreon, we will DM you on Patreon with a code for Wayfinder as a thank you for supporting independent games media. Or if you are enjoying the celebration of Game Informer, you can always subscribe to our YouTube channel or jump over there to Patreon. We have some exciting stuff coming up on the Game Informer front, including, some community involvement for determining the path of future content with former Game Informer people. I'll leave it as cryptic as that, but look forward to that soon. So we're going to be supporting them a bit here in this transition time in their lives. Also, we have Bonus Pod, our Patreon exclusive podcast that Haley hosts each and every week. At the $5 tier, you unlock that. It's very good. This week, Haley was out and I took up the mantle and I interviewed Andrew Reiner, former executive editor for decades at Game Informer, then the editor-in-chief at Game Informer. He was there for 28 years. So it was fun to take community calls with him. Community had a lot of good questions about state of games media, his adventures through the game industry. He talked about being editor-in-chief at Game Informer, what that's like dealing with GameStop, since he had the front row seat to that. So it's a very interesting conversation if you want to check that out. But we should let you know that beyond that, you can check out a new game that was published by I Am 8-Bit called Simpler Times. Simpler Times, everybody. Simpler Times is available as a game on Steam and is also available as a vinyl soundtrack on I Am 8-Bit's wonderful online store. It's a chill game where you're walking around appreciating little moments. If you need just a soothing game. I know cozy games, every game and their mother is claiming to be a cozy game, but this Simpler Times just seems like a real soothing, beautiful, relaxing experience published by I Am 8-Bit. So you can check that out on Steam, or again, that vinyl soundtrack is available in I Am 8-Bit's wonderful online store. And as always, you can use the promo code Super Soaker Sunday. Super Soaker Sunday is the promo code for I Am 8-Bit's wonderful online store, where you get 10% off of everything under $100. If you have nerdy proclivities and you go to I Am 8-Bit's wonderful online store, I promise you will find something that you'll enjoy and you can get it for 10% off thanks to I Am 8-Bit's support of MinnMax and their community. So Super Soaker Sunday is that promo code. Help support I Am 8-Bit because they support the MinnMax community in a huge way each and every week by shipping out a prize. Whoever has the best question of the week wins a great prize from them. This week, it is the Xbox version of Sea of Stars. And I Am 8-Bit has the exclusive physical edition for this. It's an awesome physical version of Sea of Stars that has maps and a bunch of posters and a ton of stuff in there. And they're just shipping that out to whoever has the best questions submitted over there on Patreon. And this week, they're all going to be Game Informer related questions. So I hope you're all ready for that. Y'all have any big Game Informer thoughts before we get the whole damn crew in here?
GameStop.
Whoa, okay. Yeah. That seems fair. I mean, we mentioned it last week, but we should emphasize again that please get a refund.
Personal opinion. That was my personal opinion.
But if you subscribe to Game Informer, please take that money back from GameStop. We beg of you. Go to returns@gameinformer.com is the email address. And my refund happened like within half a day. I think it was a pretty quick turnaround. So hopefully for everybody, it'll be a quick turnaround. They can all get their money back over there.
It's the receiving money thing they're really having a problem with.
Right. Haley, did you have any memories of the Game Informer office you wanted to share or anything since you were on last week?
I loved the Game Informer office. That I know a lot of people say this, but it kind of feels like, oh man, I've made it. Even when you're an intern and just like walking in there where it's a physical place you can go where the job is games. It's like, my mom was wrong. This exists. Like it very much feels like that when you first step in there.
My job is Pokemon.
Exactly. And yeah, I just had the best memories there. I mean, everyone there was so kind all the time we were there. I still am such good friends, obviously, with Leo, Blake, and AJ. We all were interns at the same time. Like, I just made friends for life there. And the vibes there were just immaculate. And I was such a fan of Game Informer, even leading up to my internship. Like, I have so many issues just stacked in every corner of my apartment right now. I listened to the Game Informer show for years. I remember I was very nervous to meet you, Ben. You were like the one I was most scared to meet because I listened to the show for so long that I was like, I think I know his vibe. But then obviously when you meet someone, you never actually know them. So I was like trying to come to terms with that too.
Cute.
And it was like 20% different than you imagined, probably. Like,
yeah, you were so much meaner. It was crazy.
That's true.
And I also was such a huge fan of Kim Wallace, who I'm excited is going to be showing up later. I love Kim Wallace. I think I'm so sad she doesn't do games writing, because anytime her byline showed up anywhere, I was like, Kim's writing something. Like, I loved learning about her. So getting able to, like, she had like a coffee chat with me one time, and I remember that meant the world to me back then.
She let me interview her because I was a journalism
She's the
student.
best.
Yeah, I like contacted her and I was like, one of my jobs was to interview like another journalist, and she was so kind and let me like call her up on the phone. I was so nervous, but she was so nice.
Yeah.
Is there any chance you have a recording of that, Sarah? Because I would pay.
No, I unfortunately do not. But I remember sitting in the hallway of the journalism school at the University of Minnesota, like waiting for the clock to tick down so I could call her. And I was so nervous, but she was so great.
What was your hardest question for her?
I don't remember. This is from like 2016.
Oh, that's when Stardew Valley came out. That was a hop, skip, and a jump ago.
Yeah,
Come on.
that's what I was probably playing.
Yeah, probably. All right. Well, I think you all just have to clap out at the same time unless anybody's got something killer to say.
Kill GameStop.
Not literally, but now there's no longer a reason to support them, which is an interesting feeling. Financially, yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. And perfect your claps. Oh my God. Welcome to a huge crew of former Game Informers. Okay, let's go down the row. We got Anna Basner here.
Hello.
Welcome. We have Andrew Reiner.
Hello, everyone.
We have Andy McNamara.
Hello.
Ben Reeves.
Hello.
Brian Vore.
Hey.
JV Gwaltney.
Hi, friends.
Elise Favis.
Hello.
Dan Reichert.
Hello.
Dan Tack.
Hello.
Jeff Markifava.
That's me.
Joe Juba.
Joe here.
Kimberly Wallace.
Kimberly here.
Oh, also we should have mentioned, I guess, Leo and Jeff are both staying. So Leo Vader is still here. Hi. Matt Helgeson.
Hello.
Wade Wojcik.
Hello.
Jason A. Stryker.
Yo, hello.
Tim Turry.
Kimberly here.
Hello. Nick Ahrens.
Hi.
And Matt Burtz. Welcome, crew. Good Lord. And we should mention, obviously, this is just a sliver of all people that contributed to Game Informer. There's a ton of other folks that could be in this call here. It's a gigantic army of people. But thanks for being here, everybody. How are y'all doing?
It's good to see everybody.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's bizarre.
Right? This is awesome.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
I'm
nice.
not crying. You're crying.
Wade.
I'm trying to think of who worked with who.
It's fun, right? Yeah, because it's like, okay, Nick, I technically took his slot, so I never worked with him. So then that's like a different era there. But it's fun to try and piece together like, okay, I guess Wade and Jason never worked together because that was the swap there. So that's like the easy.
Yep. Well, and Andy and Reiner would have worked with everyone on this call, right?
Yeah.
I also worked with everyone on this call.
Yeah, I think so. Me too.
I worked with 12 people on this call.
Wow.
I worked with most people. I think.
I'm still good on the road.
Guys, I'm getting there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
This is an aesthetic choice.
I would just like to point out that I was the innovator of that at Game Informer.
Thank you.
That is true.
Trailblazer.
Once again,
True pioneer.
paving the
Head
way.
shaver.
You got a flag back in the day, but look at you now. Thank you.
Joe, I remember
on that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I remember, Joe, you started with a Halloween costume at Game Informer that was the first head shape, right?
True.
Joey
Yep, I did.
Knuckles. Joey Knuckles.
I did. Oh no, that was different. That was the beard thing. You can see that in the Midnight Club 3 issue of Game Informer, I think. I had to refer to that from time to time. But yeah, I was Walter White for Halloween one year and was like, yeah, I'm gonna keep it.
That's perfect. Well, hey, thanks for being here, everybody. I know it's solemn, strange times to have a mini reunion here, but cheers, everybody, to 33 years of Game Informer.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Cheers.
Pour one out at home. Thank you all for being here. This
Mine's
means a lot.
poisoned. I'm going out.
The final act.
Yeah.
Wait, Reeves, have you gotten funnier? What happened?
I was just hanging out with him recently. I can confirm that's not the case. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He's still as funny as ever.
Just not any funnier.
Yeah, exactly the same.
I've seen that man do stand-up at Acme Comedy Club.
Yeah, we secretly recorded him doing stand-up. And you did a great job, Reeves. I do remember your biggest laugh was when you're looking at your notes while doing that 5-minute open mic set, and you had a note in your phone or written down or whatever, and you just wrote down transition to go to the next joke, and you said that out loud, and it killed. It's like a nice example.
I don't remember that. That's funny. I just remember the guy who went up before me, who his big joke was something about scaredy pants and like, why don't we take our scaredy pants off? And how do you put your scaredy pants on? He was the perfect guy to follow.
Also the guy who was railing, there was a guy who was like railing against Wisconsinites in a really uncomfortable way. Calling them dirty Scotty.
Oh, that was me.
Fugue state.
This does bring to mind, Tim, also your pun off competition.
Yes. Spring Street Tavern.
Oh, the pun slam.
You won.
Tim won this pun competition. Yes,
just barely. I have put it on my resume. I just want to let everybody know that.
I remember,
amazing.
And your final category, if I remember correctly, was Olympics. And I remember like somebody, like you're going up against somebody else on the stage, and they mentioned something yada yada yada, and I remember you said that rings true. And the crowd lost it. They were blown away by your work there. But we do have people.
Did anybody else put Game Informer on their resume?
It's on there somewhere.
Yeah, I put it on there. It's working out.
Yeah, smart.
I should start doing that.
Yeah,
it was a while ago. I don't know.
We got a bunch of questions from the MinnMax community. Believe it or not, a ton of praise, a lot of love. Thanks everybody who wrote in very sweet things. Muffin Crumbs wrote in with one that seems appropriate. Who is definitively the funniest person at Game Informer of all time?
Cork.
Are we talking the written word, or are we talking?
I think you factor in everything. I think
I think Mark Yapov is the funniest writer. I think Cork might be the funniest overall.
Cork was the only person I knew that pulled pranks.
Pointing from like it mattered. Like he knows what the viewers see.
Yeah.
Well, they're actually seeing. Well,
Dan's right below me, right?
Yeah, you got it. It's still 1-1. Yeah.
Well, I thought you were pointing between your legs.
Yeah. I think
I shared an office with Cork for a really long time, and just the little things that would slip out of his mouth, like if a car honked outside, he would just go, "Oh, excuse me." Like his improv brain was something else.
It's impossible.
He was pretty fast. Yeah.
I'd probably say Cork, just because every time I went anywhere with Cork and things were like getting super boring or everyone was stressed, he'd crack a joke and it would bring everyone's spirits up. So I think it's probably Cork is the funniest.
He was great at the E3 like hot rooms, right? Like he would bring some levity there, right?
Did he die? Why are we talking about him like that?
Where the hell is he? He's in Africa. Yeah, he's on safari.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, wow.
He's cracking.
It's actually impressive that like you say like who's the funniest person, and there's like actually like tough competition. Like Game Informer is like one of the funniest places I've ever been. Like including stand-up shows, I want to say like there was just like a wealth of, especially my stand-up shows. But yeah, there's like
who
a
wrote
wealth
the
of
Wee
people.
Balls? Who wrote Wee Balls in Game Informer's Partial? Whoever wrote that, just give him the credit now.
I don't remember. So I know it sounds like a total cop-out answer, but I really don't think I can point to one person and say they're the funniest, because it's like everyone really had like a lot of moments where they shone through, especially like we were saying about Game Enforcer, which, I helped put together for years and years. It's just like everyone brought something different to that like dumb little side team every year. And I could point to something great that, everyone's written at some point that got a laugh out of me. So
yeah, Ryan.
Can I shout out to somebody who's not here, which is Chris Cook, who worked with Billy on GI Online before the great integration. And man, Chris was very hostile to everyone in general.
He worked at Budget Game Informer, remember?
Ryan wrote in and they said, "Hey, who wrote the Darth Clark stuff in Game Enforcer? Who was that?"
Darth Clark eventually was just what we put on everything, right? So any review, anything like that, just got the Darth Clark label. So I think everyone has written something. Everyone who worked on Game Farcer anyway has written something with that byline. In terms of the actual letters from the editor, I wrote most of those.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Matt or I created Darth Clark. I can't remember.
In the
Twitter account still active? We made a Twitter account at one point.
Really?
Yeah, we did. I think Joe ran it. GI_Darth.
Yep.
There it
to be
is.
clear, Darth Clark, the young man with the spiky hair and the smug look and the choker necklace. Clip art, right? Like just
Reiner.
Why isn't he on this call?
That would have been Reiner, that would have been Tom Bluston probably that found that.
Found the art, but the name and the first one, I think it was you or me. I can't remember.
Yeah. I remember it was actually 4 of us that were working on it. It was Matt, Reiner, me, and Jeremy Zoss. It was like a weird sort of collaborative thing because remember before Darth Clark we had Lord Garnadan.
That's right.
Whoa. Crazy eyes. Yeah.
It was very, very, very 90s in his.
Jesus, I forgot about that.
Overall
Wow.
shtick. Yeah. So.
All right, I guess my friend Ronnie is jumping in for some reason. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing, but you're welcome.
I didn't overlap with the GI.
Yeah, that's confusing. Beefcake wants to know.
Ronnie Van Zant from Leonard Skinner, everyone.
That's right. He's here. Beefcake's wondering, hey, what are some of your favorite Game and Farcer jokes? There's always one that sticks out in my mind of a purple PS2 and a PlayStation controller that's labeled Nintendo Revolution. And the controller has 2 yellow C sticks from the GameCube and 1 big button that says do.
Oh man, the Nintendo Revolution, this was a thing for like 2 years.
Yeah.
We were like, oh, the Nintendo Revolution is coming. All right, Microsoft's got their Xbox thing. Like, Sony's doing their thing. Nope, the Nintendo Revolution is coming. And then it was the Wii. And we were all like, what the actual F is this? Like, no. This cannot possibly be. But they did, and it was awesome.
It turns out, yeah.
They did the do button.
Yeah.
That was like they had the big giant A button on there, and it was like, this is one of several Game and Farcer predictions. That happened ahead of time.
Another one was when WB bought Mortal Kombat. We did a cover that it was like Mortal Kombat versus WB, playing off the DC thing. And the joke was like, I think we had like Freddy Krueger and a bunch of like WB characters on like, heads on sticks and stuff like that. And
I think Bugs Bunny or something. Yeah.
Yeah. And now it's just multiverse.
And now it's the real thing.
Yeah. And then, there were a few, the one that struck me the most, because I feel like it wasn't a coincidence in that they stole it from us, was when Skyrim came to Alexa.
Oh, then they actually did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's perfect. I remember there's an article about Tokyo Game Show and how it was kind of declining in popularity. And I remember it was talking about just the empty halls at Tokyo Game Show. And it's like, it's now mainly populated by confused deer and polite ghosts. I just remember that line really stood out to me.
I think that was a Jeff Cork joint, if I remember correctly.
I think this one also might have been Jeff Cork, but I remember also it was like launch of the Xbox One, and he was talking about like Don Matrick announcing the Xbox One, and it was him like listing all of the features of the Xbox One and what it can do. And he's like, the Xbox One, it can do everything you want. It's got Pinterest, it's got Twitter, it's got Reddit, it's got Facebook, it's got Pinterest. And like just that joke of him listing Pinterest twice, I was like, that is a work of art. Beautiful.
Really good.
This is a really old one.
We're away from Enfarcer 2. We got to shout out Xander Cannon, who did all those awesome.
Those
Hell
covers
yeah.
are so good.
All the covers. You can go look them all up on. Oh no, wait.
My absolute favorite thing that ever happened with Game and Farcer was a Xander Cannon cover of Assassin's Creed. And you won't want to wait for their lives to be over. And it's like whatever Altair, whatever the OG Assassin's Creed protagonist, like just jumping on some poor teenagers sitting on a bench.
There's a very clean
murder him.
There's a very clean joke, and then I remember that as time went on with Game and Farcer, it became more and more of like a Where's Waldo of like how many jokes can we cram into this. and so indulgent and in the best ways, but it really got bloated in the best ways, I think.
I remember there was like one cover we were really struggling with, and like we had like some idea we talked about for like 2 days, and then like we're almost ready to be like done, and then Jeff Cork throws out a wild like, hey, what if like it's Mario Odyssey except it's Luigi and he's throwing his pants? And like, okay, throw that old idea out the door. Like, we got one.
We got
Stop
gold.
the presses.
Andy McNamara, I feel like we should hear from you, man. How are you feeling in this weird time at the end of Game Informer?
Oh, I mean, well, it doesn't help that I'm sick, which sucks. But it happens. I mean, I think the best part of Game Informer is all these people. So I'm just sitting here enjoying all the madness. It reminds me of the old days, just people arguing over worthless stuff. Yeah. The true essence of Game Informer. I think at the end of the day.
Helgeson said one
Inside
day
you're
during an
screaming.
Yeah.
And Helgeson said, we're all going to die one day. We were arguing over like whether.
I think it was honestly. I think it was like Kato and Adam arguing about whether some fucking like 4X game was better or worse than PH something. Oh god! Like, get me in the fucking head, like you know what I mean? Like,
no, I remember. Yeah, Tim, you're totally, I remember that specifically. Helgeson,
is Willie Nelson better than Slayer? I don't know. Like,
well, it was the deal. Yeah, we're talking about like top 10 mechs of all time. And people kept listing robots. We're like, you can't list robots. These are mechs. And eventually Helgeson had to be like, guys, clock's ticking on our lives here, folks. We can't do this.
I actually remember making a suggestion of doing top 10 generic Space Marines. And then, Joe, I think you did it. But then I got really like weirdly upset, like, or frustrated that you didn't consult me on it. Because I was pushing you to do it for like months.
That sounds like a Joe move.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Tim, we did eventually get top 10 whips, right?
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. That was in contention for a long time.
Like years, I think.
That's funny. That was your era, Ace Striker? Is everyone was still like top 10 whips?
I was present for whips, yes.
But then we did it, and I've never seen a bigger splash from Game Informer. That was like above the Skyrim covers. Everyone's like, did you hear about these whips? Number 7 will shock you.
I like that for years. That was the line of like, no, that's just too far. We can't do whips. We had so many stupider ideas than whips, but like we all latched onto that as like, we can never do this. We can never go there.
We did top 10 Hoths before.
That one's kind of
which is
fun.
amazing. Actually, that's my favorite top 10, I think, is top 10 Hoths.
Yeah.
And I'm saying Hoth from Empire Strikes Back. It feels weird to say Hoths plural.
Yeah, you sound like a maniac saying it, but we appreciate it.
I actually, when the website went down, I thought of our Star Wars for May 4th, Jeff's post Star Wars. Honestly,
Star Wars.
Was the first thing that crossed my mind when they shut down the website, which is kind of crazy that is the thing that crossed my mind, but that was like lost to ever.
No, like out of all of the important work that we did, the thing that should survive and go in the museum is Jeff Cork's Star Wars.
It can't be recreated.
Star Wars.
There's like a CMS formatting joke, basically.
Yeah.
Like, so bad.
And now it's into Star Wars Legends territory, I think. Is that what they call it, Reiner, for stuff that doesn't exist anymore?
Yeah,
okay.
you nailed it.
Yeah, thank you. It's perfect. Tux Peng writes in, say, was there a particular moment for everybody while working at Game Informer that made you think, oh, this really is a dream job?
The vault.
Oh, it was flying to the studios. I mean, who can say that they've been to, like Arcane and id and Epic Games and, just the list goes down and down and down. It was like that kind of access is unprecedented,
Yeah. I remember going for the Uncharted Lost Legacy cover story with Kim, and like that was the moment that it hit for me. I was just like, I am literally walking through the halls of Naughty Dog right now. How crazy is that?
Yeah. I was like 5 months in working there, and me and Helgeson go out to LA. And this was back when Helgeson was going to write the cover story for LA Noire, and I was supposed to do all the online content. Get there, and Rockstar's like, we're going to veto all the online content. So all the actual work I was supposed to do, I didn't have to do. And they're like, but we'll put you in the game. And I was like, okay, yeah, this job's pretty cool.
Here, Dan gets a lucky break.
You were really broken up about it, I remember.
Yeah. Dan's fondest memory is not having to do work.
And being the center of attention at the same time.
We're going to scan you and immortalize you in a video game. Oh, I guess. Okay.
It's a Rockstar game, and then Helgeson had to do a bunch of work.
Funny how that worked out.
For me, it was
Dan.
like shortly after I joined, like within a couple of months, Dan got a copy of Dark Souls 3, and then we just turned that into like its own video series starting before the game was even out. And we'd come in, it'd be me, Dan, Reiner, and Kyle Hilliard. Like we'd come in like super early. Like at least I'd get up at like 6 and walk to work, and we'd be there at like 8 or 9 or something. And we played through all of Dark Souls like that, passing the sticks. And like at one point, I think it was the 3rd episode, I was just looking around. I hadn't had my coffee yet. And we were in the studio, the old Game Informer recording studio. And I was looking at all the posters and realizing the controller's in my hand for a game that's not out yet for 2 weeks. And we get to talk about it and play through it for like people who are watching. I was like, this job's pretty cool. Yeah. This is pretty rad.
I think I was like 3 months into the job, maybe 6 months. And it was like, all right, so fly out to Seattle, go review, hang out with Andy Mack, go like review Half-Life 2 and Halo 2.
Oh my God, the same trip.
Whoa. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
It was legit.
Brian and I got to do the sequel to that trip where like Halo 3 came out at the same time as Orange Box. So we were playing Halo 3 and then like the following week walked across the street and played all of Orange Box. It was pretty rad.
Oh,
yeah, that was great.
That sounds cool.
My 2 big ones are probably like I flew to Scotland, and I'm pretty sure I was one of the only people outside of like maybe Rockstar and Sony that saw Grand Theft Auto 3 like in a room, and I was like, holy shit, they did it. You know what I mean? Like I remember the old ones and was like, wow, like this is gonna be it. And then the other one was weird. It was, do you guys remember a name Kinetica? That was kind of a wipeout style racer.
It was like ladies turned into cars. Yeah.
But so we were on this trip, and I'm actually was sitting by Chris Cook when he was at GamePro. And then he's like, oh, yeah. And then at the end, oh, I just want to show you a little something else I've been working on. And they show this like really amazing God of War demo. And like everyone was just like, holy shit. Like, and also Connecticut just went out of our memories instantly. Like that's what the trip was for. And then there was like, Connecticut. Like it was like, they had this, it was a super polished demo God of War that was just like, it was like almost finished gameplay. But we were just like, me and Chris were just sitting there like, holy shit, look at this game. So those are 2 things that I remember.
I feel so much more simplistic. Literally, I started as an intern, and then when I got full time, I was able to check something out of the vault. I went right to Tactics Ogre, which was like incredibly rare at the time. I checked it out, and I was like, "Oh, it's a fucking dream job."
Yeah.
Like all the other cool shit happened, and all that stuff was awesome. But I like immediately was like, "Oh, I'm getting paid money to go play this game that I like."
No, Nick, that just means that you are a correct person. Okay.
Yeah.
Tactics Ogre A+.
I have 2 sort of moments. The first one is that when at the end of my first month, which was like December 2003, back when we used to do Free Games Day, which was, you know, for people listening or watching, was just like back when everything was like physical media, like companies would just send us stacks of console games. And at the end of the month, we would do a big giveaway, and people would sort of give in sort of like a ranked choice list of like, what do you want this month? And I had gone from buying a handful of games a year previously to like, I got this GI job, and like 3 weeks later, Reiner just gives me a stack of 20 games. And I'm sure that some of them were just leftovers that no one wanted.
Yeah.
There was one game, I don't know if you old timers remember, there was one game that like we had so many copies that everyone who started got one.
Like, was it Big Top Adventures? Because I still thank you and Miller for that.
Big Top Adventures.
That wee classic Big Top Adventures.
I want to say it had some sort of prehistoric theme to it. Anyway, like games like that were wrapped into the list too. But so getting just a huge stack after being there a couple weeks felt pretty great. Yeah. And then another thing that struck me is like back when we used to do second opinions for games, a lot of times that was just like you and someone else would like sit together at one of your desks and just play a game all day.
Yeah.
I remember Reiner, you got Mortal Kombat, was it 8? The like 2010 one, 2011? And me and you were
this is when you almost died.
When I almost died?
Yeah, you're eating those pastries.
Oh, this is when somebody sent in that pecan pie.
Yeah.
I didn't know how many calories and sugar were in it, so I ate a whole pecan pie. Yeah, and I almost died.
For like 3 hours, you were like, I think I'm going to die.
Yeah, I forgot. I got really sweaty and like shivery and stuff.
So like 8,000 calories while playing Mortal Kombat.
we did the math afterwards, and it was like 12,000 calories of pecan pie I ate.
That's not the only time you've almost died during Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Every time you were trying to do the test your might and you strained yourself too hard.
I did have to go to the hospital. Yeah, that's But,
Calorie-ality? I'm getting new stories about how Dan did something fucking stupid.
Yeah. How many servings is in a pie? One, right?
What's your like favorite memory?
No, the part I remembered was the part about playing Mortal Kombat and testing all the fatalities with you. I forgot about almost dying.
Oh god, I remember it was like on the free game front. It was I think my first day or first week at least, and a BSNer was just like, "Hey Ben, do you play PC games?" I was like, "Yeah." It's like, "Do you want a Steam Press account?" Because it's sitting right here, and no one else in the office wants one. And I was like, "Yes, I will take every Steam game for free. Thank you, Adam." It was just I couldn't believe it was sitting there, and you're like, "Yeah, no one else wants it. I don't know."
Yeah,
okay.
No, Adam Beesner came up to my desk and was like, "Do you want a Steam Press account?" And I was like, "I don't really play PC games. I don't know. It seems confusing and expensive." And I said no. And Adam was like, "Dan, just say yes." And I was like, "I'm not going to use it. I don't play PC games." And you're like, just say yes. And I said yes, and thank you very much for being adamant about that.
The first was not at my desk when that happened.
Ruled. I love that thing. You can just play whatever you want.
So amazing.
I got an N-Gage collection.
Doug. Don't thank me. Thank Doug.
We all thank Doug every day. Yeah, but Nick, your
he
N-Gage
didn't
collection?
respond to us when we emailed him to thank him.
Oh, he didn't respond to me.
That's a Doug from Valve joke, everyone.
Yeah.
That's
Nick,
not inside baseball or anything.
That's the point of this. Nick, you got an N-Gage collection?
That was the first thing I got for free was, I think, Reiner, you did this as a joke. You just handed me an N-Gage with like almost a complete library. And I didn't even know what it was.
Games,
and everyone was, I was like, what the hell is this? Yeah. I played it.
It's weird to think about like where that dream job part of the, thought process came in, because it was like, Jeff and I started as interns, and so for me it was like walking in there for my first interview and like just sitting in Reiner's office. I remember trying to like focus on the questions Reiner and Cork were asking me, and like being distracted by like all the Star Wars paraphernalia and like just super rare. Yeah. I just had never seen just such a densely packed. And I'd read Reiner for years and the rest of the staff. And it was like, I remember going home from that interview and being like, talking to my mom and being like, I belong there. I need to be there. I feel it from my solar plexus out. That's where I need to be in this world, especially this state. And so it was like, I think like, so from then on in, it was Jeff and I as interns, it was a 3-month internship, and it was like this. And then I can't remember when we found out that there would be hiring at the end of that internship for the, 5 spots, 5 new editors for the website, and being like, in my head, and Jeff, I'm curious about your thoughts on this, is in my head, I'm like, well, certainly they're going to hire 4 really talented people who have years of experience, and one of us is getting that full-time slot. And it's like Thunderdome quietly, as we don't talk too much at our desks across from each other. Did you feel any sense of like, is it him or me?
Not really, because I think I started, like you said, it was a 3-month thing, and I had been there for like 6 months, because it was very vague when I started. And everybody was just like, "Oh yeah, keep working. We like you. Keep on going on." And I was like, "Okay," and just kept showing up every day. So I was, I think, a little more hopeful.
All right.
But yeah, did you wear a suit when you interviewed too, Tim?
I don't know what you're talking about. I got a suit from like Macy's just only for that interview. So yeah, was not reading the room.
Yeah,
I think Tim, you brought the A+ salad game though. Like I remember, like we were in the office, we're doing whatever, and like we're eating like cheesy bagels for lunch because we're all broke and we don't know what's up.
Pecan pie for every
ramen,
dessert.
It's cheesy bagels, it's whatever. And Tim rolls in with literally every day like a giant bowl of just salad, just like salad. and vinaigrette and whatever. And he's like doing the thing. It was like, man, I gotta increase my dietary game here.
Someone should have shaken me by the shoulders, because if I could go back in time, I would say, put some protein in there, Tim. What are you doing?
Interesting.
Do yourself a favor.
I remember it was a revolutionary day when Jeff Akervik ate the entire apple in front of you, Tim, and that changed your life, and then you didn't stop talking for months about like, oh, you can eat a whole apple? I don't have to leave the core anymore? Oh my God.
Yeah, arsenic and all.
Vor and I used to go lunch shopping together. Do you remember, Vor, when we would like go get like Hot Pockets and then like stash them in the back of the freezer and be like, this is our lunch.
Oh, that was you guys. There were your Hot Pockets back there all the time.
Oh yeah, we were this like the online gremlins, just the three of us. Speaking of internships, Nick, don't you have the record for longest Game Informer internship?
Well, I wouldn't leave, so I don't know. It was like I think I claimed squatter rights at one point in that little office in the back, and I just
how long were you an intern, Nick?
It's like 11 months or something like that.
I think you
I don't know how long. I was the first intern, but I don't remember
really
how long.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, how
my internship was 3 months, but I know I was
longer than 3
later
months,
batch, but yeah.
But standardized at some point.
I think partially because of Nick.
Introduced after Nick.
It was after me. I was an intern. No, it definitely changed after me, I think.
It feeling real, like, having that internship, it was like I knew how fun it was to work there. And so the second I got the job, it was like the dream. Yes. But I also remember the first trip for the Spider-Man cover with Reiner and Kyle playing Spider-Man behind closed doors and getting the briefing of like, you're the first people outside of the Sony Insomniac partnership to be playing this game, and then you're swinging around and everybody in the room's like, they're really getting it. They're good. And it was a cool moment for me, and it was my first time doing something like that, where I've done hundreds of things since then where it's like, oh yeah, they always tell you you're good at it. At the VR thing, they were also like, oh my God, you're amazing.
We made these controls really difficult, but you're actually understanding how to swing a Spider-Man. This is wild.
Oh man. Yeah. Does anybody else have a terrible review the game on the review junket trip story? Because I have a good one, but I know that there's more out there than just mine. Mine was Black Ops, Call of Duty Black Ops, where Activision was flying everybody out on a helicopter to an aircraft carrier, right?
Is this where you got the helmet with their gamer tag on it?
Yeah, I've heard about this.
Whoa.
So credit to Andy, where like it didn't even get to me. Andy was like, yeah, we're not doing that. For hopefully obvious reasons, right? Oh man. So I ended up at the Treyarch Studios, because this is Black Ops or Black Ops 2, I don't remember. It was a long time ago. And I had the worst migraine on the frickin' planet. And I'm sitting there like grinding through the game, and like I'm there for one day, and I beat the single player because Call of Duty single player, right? And the second day, I'm dying. I can like barely see. My migraine is intense, and I'm playing Call of Duty multiplayer before it comes out, and I'm not a multiplayer guy. I never have been. And the QA team, who's been playing it for a year and a half, right? They're just absolutely housing me.
No.
Right? I'm going over every round. And like I could see absolutely the point in time when the PR guy's like, yo, stop killing fewer guys. Slow it down. And so
give him soft balls.
Yeah.
So at that point, like there was like 1 or 2 rounds where like, oh, okay, I didn't get killed too much. And then after that, they just all went to straight knives for the rest of the entire
Oh God.
Adam, I remember you coming back from the Modern Warfare 2 review trip and you hinting at no Russian around the office and being like, I think some people are going to be pretty upset about this thing.
Oh, interesting.
It reminded me of when me and Hanson and Tim were in Japan for Ground Zeroes, and there was the bomb thing, and we're all just like, oh, this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out when it comes out.
There's a couple things about that game that people should know. That was a whole saga, yeah. But I remember Brian, I guess it was like you and Miller and I think of like the first Destiny trips. And I remember that playing multiplayer for the first Destiny and specifically having the Destiny multiplayer team we're going up against for some rounds. Like I remember literally seeing one of them stand in front of me, just strafing slightly back and forth, but not shooting. And I was like, okay, all right, I understand what's happening here, everybody. This is very condescending, but thank you.
Worse than getting housed by them, like it's insulting.
It really was insulting, yeah.
Like, oh man, they think I can't play this game.
I don't think I had any negative review tour games, but I definitely had some awful review games at home. Joe was out one time, and before he left for like PTO or something, he had assigned me the first Hello Neighbor, which was just broken. Like it's just a broken ass game that you couldn't beat it. And I played it for 4 hours, and then I went to Bertz's desk at like the end of a Thursday and literally begged him that I could stop playing this game and just review it as is, because I was like on the verge of just having a nervous collapse. It was so bad.
I think you were texting me constantly. Were we living together at that point?
We were living together at that point.
Because I remember you just coming up to me all the time and being like, I hate this game.
It was the worst.
I remember reviewing Ride to Hell Retribution in the meeting room, and that would like a crowd would assemble. Like people would be walking by and be like, what the hell is, I mean, take a seat, take a look at this, so much that we played through the entire game also at Jason A. Striker's house. And
I half remember that, I should say.
And that stream will never be seen by the public again. It has been deleted from the archives. Yeah. I remember it was such a fun buzz in the office when it was like a game was really great, or like this game's trash, you gotta come see it. Like I remember trying to remember Reiner, there's a solid 2.0 from you. Was it something dark? Does somebody remember the name of this?
Yeah. Oh man, the vampire thing, right?
Yeah.
Dark Deception.
I don't know. Yeah, or like Tim.
It was just dark, wasn't it?
It might just be dark.
Maybe
you
just
might be
dark.
right.
Yeah. But then Tim, remember like Escape from Dead Island was another one where it's like this one needs to be seen. This is bizarre.
Third person game.
Is that not what it was called? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It's kind of fuzzy. Oh man, you're bringing it back. Yeah, I do remember Escape from Dead Island.
Yeah,
man, I think I had blocked it out.
Tony Hawk Ride was a big one for me. Tony Hawk Ride was one of the most frustrating, probably assignments that I think I had at Game Informer, because it betrayed so much about skateboarding, but was like supposed to be hailed as like a big skateboarding thing in the hardware era of gaming. Oh my god, that game was so frustrating.
But then we stood on those skateboards for another 10 years.
I have one in the other room. Yeah,
they're so good.
It's like a standing desk fidget toy.
I'm nostalgic for like them falling apart under my feet and kind of the crunch of the plastic not working anymore, because that was just the way they were in the office the entire time.
Yeah. I can feel it. I can feel it as you say that.
Yeah.
Yep. Tried to glue one back together at one point, and it did not hold together for like even a day. Like, I don't know what they. Yeah,
I think it's
came at some point.
And I remember that actually. Like, I think somebody said it to Andy. They're like, "Well, Tony's mad. You didn't get a real skateboarder to review the game." And it's like, "No, Nick Harris."
Jesus.
Yeah, we were the first review to drop that wasn't like a targeted review to like some certain blogs. And immediately Tony Hawk was like tweeted like, they don't know what we're trying to do, like they don't get it. And I was like, oh, I get it.
Nick, I remember we did a video with you and Kato like trying actual ollies on it. Like they brought it by. It was one of those awkward things where they were like trying to show it to us in the meeting room, and you're on it and you know how to skate, and it's just not working at all. And like we're not gonna like fool him and be like, oh yeah, this is great, this is awesome. It was just a super awkward meeting, I remember.
Oh my
I remember. I had a blast writing that though, because I don't think I've ever been more fired up inside as like a passionate human being than when I wrote that review. Right. Because I cared still about skateboarding so much. And I was just like, no, this is not it.
How many?
My favorite was so Helgeson, Matt, who I love dearly, like he's my brother.
However,
no,
I feel like you're setting me up for something.
No, Matt. Matt has a great je ne sais quoi about just hating on things that deserve to be hated on, right? And the absolute pinnacle of that was Never Dead.
Yes.
Never Dead came out in
that was the head rolling around, and
the arms would stick to the head, and
holy Helgeson was so mad.
One of the few people who had an office at GI at the time. He was so mad. He was so mad.
He'd be mad when he was having a hard time, and also mad when he was having a good time. Like I remember.
Oh no!
Are you playing Mario Galaxy?
Yeah. You reviewed Mario Galaxy 1, I remember.
And was still swearing constantly.
Because I remember you gave it a 9.25, and I remember thinking it was too low.
It was only customers from your office, I remember.
You know, by the way, I don't miss that shit about like people like, who's it, a 925 or 95 or 9, like, you know what I mean? Like, just really, like it's a, you know, I don't know. Like I don't miss that the decimal system, you know, pandering.
I've known Brian Vore for 15 years. I've lived with Brian Vore. And I have never seen him so angry and loud and cursing than when you were reviewing La Mulana for the Wii.
Oh my god!
Wow.
That was a Spelunky clone.
Yeah.
Kinda. Yeah. Oh, he was angry.
A week of screaming and cursing. I see it right next to him. Yeah.
His one-liners were amazing. I mean, just being in a different room and hearing him, it was just magical. I think we kept a list of things he said, right?
I did. Heard. So it was a Donkey Kong Country game. You were like angry at like an owl.
DKC Returns. I was doing that in the meeting room and losing my mind. I loved it, but it was
screaming
like, really
about
hard.
an owl for hours.
There was the satisfying frustration, and then there was also there was a lot. We were in that motion control era and Kinect era, so there was so much just pure rage from just like stuff not working as it was supposed to. But sorry, Joe, you were gonna say.
Oh no, I was gonna say like my desk was right next to Brian's, and I would often I had a Word document going that would just chronicle his best outbursts, and sometimes we even printed them as like top 10s in the magazine. But the one I remember that there's some stuntman game.
Ignition.
That you really
like
hated.
the PS2 series.
Yeah.
They're hard. They were
so hard. Really hard.
Was
They're
it 360
so
Stuntman?
Yeah, Stuntman Ignition was 360,
Ignition.
I think. Yeah, but the loading times for those were brutal. Yeah.
And then there was, I think it was called Ready to Rumble Boxing, maybe for the Wii.
It was, they had a Wii version of that.
Dude,
yeah,
I got knocked out. Like for real, knocked out over that.
What do you mean?
Like really?
They sent me on a like they So seriously, they had Michael Buffer was there. We went to Vegas.
The original game, not the Wii one. I'd like to add. They didn't knock him out over that one. The original, yeah.
They took us to a boxing gym. We trained with Sugar Ray Leonard for like 5 minutes, and then this Steve Kent, this super old school guy who wrote like the history of video games book, like knocked my ass out. Literally, I had a headgear on, and like you see my knees plump, and I like kind of go into the thing, and like the whole rest of the day, I'm like, fuck. Like.
Man, Games Media
that video on
yeah, for real. But Steve was like this really like Andy and Reiner know, like he was like the most mild mannered guy. So I was kind of like, oh, Steve won't be so bad. And then right before I go in the ring, somebody's like, oh, do you know Steve used to be a Gold Gloves boxer in high school? Like,
he takes his shirt off.
How much time did you have to prep for this?
Like 15, I don't know, like 20 minutes, and then but
with Sugar Ray Leonard.
Well, he only really made a ceremonial thing, but like my headgear like got knocked to the side, so like the sides were in front of my face. He like, punched me so hard, and you see my legs sag, and I just kind of like lose consciousness for a minute.
Is there a video of this? Yeah, there was.
Used to be a videotape.
We used to watch it all the time.
Oh my god!
Did you not stretch?
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man. Like Steve was good, man. You see it because you see me. Like I was like, I'm not gonna go out without throwing a punch. So I throw a punch, but you see me like drop my other one, and Steve is just like, it's like, and it like. Then there was this young Latino kid like doing like no mas.
Oh no! Down goes Helgeson.
I probably get half concussed or something. I don't even know, but yeah.
Jeez,
does it go on the website in like 2000?
It's way before that. It was on VHS.
Yeah, it's like to what end? Like, I mean, we weren't like putting videos up.
Right.
Yeah.
Nick, do you have any
more important stories to get out there? You know what I mean?
Yeah. The old junkets were like way wilder though. You know what I mean? I think pre-internet. I don't know. Like, don't you feel like that? Andy and Ryder, like the old ones were crazy. Yeah. Like your guys' Smurf adventure or whatever.
What is this?
Yep. That's a story for sure. I don't know that I'll tell it today, but yes, there was lots of craziness back in the day.
Just leave it at Andy, me, and Smurfs, and That's all you need to know.
I think I'm imagining something worse.
I can imagine a lot of that.
Speaking
There
of
is a video
and-
tape. Wait. Shouldn't it be Andy, you, and Lestrumps?
Yeah, that's right. Very good. Yeah.
We're talking about Helgeson in the late 90s here. I want to bring up something I saw recently. I subscribed to that Video Game History Foundation thing where they send you a random old magazine each month. And I got the issue 76 with Tony Hawk on the cover. And this is Matt, the Original Gamer's blurb in the...
No.
Those little blurbs are horrible, dude. Don't, please.
No, it's okay. Here we go.
It's okay. It's okay, he said.
He's been waiting for this all show. This is
Dan's
his
judgment.
moment.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. It'll be great.
Matt, the Original Gamer says, I just spent the weekend in Vegas and I have one piece of advice for every guy out there. Don't wear tank tops. You don't look cool. You look like a tool. Also, someone at Nintendo needs to stop sniffing their BVDs and get some good games out for the N64. Outside of Donkey Kong 64, this year's holiday lineup looks about as exciting as a Jim Belushi film festival. You can't expect kids to keep eating out of the Pokemon slop bucket forever. Fads like this have a notoriously short lifespan. Remember Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? Neither does anyone else.
Yeah. I still remember Power Rangers too. Yeah, that was prescient.
That's the most 90s thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it really is.
Matt ran the table on that.
Yeah.
Like,
all right. Okay. Can you read somebody
man.
else's horrible blurb too, just to make me feel better?
What's that?
Be worse. Can you read somebody else's horrible fucking blurb?
Oh, sorry, I just looked yours up specifically.
That Jim Belushi line was straight out of Gex.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I love
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, Ricky Winterborn.
It was a different time.
Hey, Matt, that's the kind of stuff that kept us going for 33 years. Don't you forget it.
There you go.
That was the fuel.
I loved those.
Yeah, that's it.
I loved
That's
it.
right.
Fuck you, Dan. I hate that. I hate hearing
Go for
we
it,
need to
Adam.
recall everybody's original handle in the Game Informer blurbs.
How many people
Number
have
one.
a handle here?
Just say Andy's and we can get over it.
Everyone's was dumb, but Andy is like big mad about it, and I love it.
I just didn't get to choose my own. I always made sure that everyone else got to choose.
You were the
theirs.
boss.
I was not the boss when I got my handle.
Not in 1991. And it was, Andy, would you like to have the honors of saying it?
I was the game dandy. Yes. Yes.
I remember, Andy, when I applied for the job, that's how I addressed you in the opening email was Dear Andy the Game Dandy, thinking like, I got my old school chops, not knowing you'd be like, delete. I don't know how I got through that window. It seems impossible.
I mean, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
You know, I want to shout out to Paul Berggren, the game burrito. That was always my
good name.
That's good.
That's an old school reference.
Yeah. What Raging Gamer was Reiner, right?
Yeah, that was me.
And then
what was John's form?
Andy changed to the game Ombre. We got Paul, the game professor, Jay, the Gonzo gamer, Matt, the original gamer, and Eric, the PC Jedi.
That was a good one.
Oh, changing the formula.
That's good. Nice, yeah.
That was Lord Gamington III, I think was mine.
Okay. That's good.
Did they discontinue the handles shortly after you started?
Oh, God, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Ricky,
As soon as they were allowed to, yes.
Actually, Andy, this is actually just for Andy Ryder, but the real legend of the whole Rick, the Video Ranger.
The Video Ranger.
Video Ranger. That's really good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I
Rick.
will say those especially. I mean, I guess we didn't have bylines for a long time, but those little blurbs were kind of our only way to kind of show who we were in some ways, and it was a nice precursor to Twitter, I think, too, right?
Interest and dislikes, baby.
Oh my God, yeah.
No, I loved those.
Dislikes every month.
Because those blurbs plus the review bylines were I think the only really clear way to get a sense of who was who, and I had a really good sense of like, I've told Joe once I started there, I was just kind of like, I was always looking for Joe's reviews. I feel like I've got him dialed in, and he's aligning with my taste, and you like find the editor who you relate with or whatever, and so it was really cool to see like more and more transparency about who wrote what like come through.
I remember
Yeah,
writing those
do the
bios.
sneaky thing sometimes to just be like, I'm sure mostly excited about this issue's cover story. I'm extra excited about it.
Yeah.
For
Just
no
you
reason.
wait. I remember being super annoyed having to write those though. It's like a dumb small thing, but like it was all caps. Like the first letter of every word was capitalized, but it wasn't all caps, if that makes sense. Even like the and in, like it was just like annoying to like have to hit shift.
That's the laziest writing. I had to hit the shift key.
Oh, come on, man.
I hate.
Hey,
Man, that's tough. That's paying
I don't know why
I'm with you, Ben. I'm with you, Ben.
It was the only
We
place in the
we ran a
magazine.
real salt mine there at Game Informer. I know. It was tough.
I gotta write a bio again.
Yeah,
I did that last month.
It was hard. It was hard.
I'm just gonna
Is
say
this
my
weird,
career
a hard
has
time
really been
for the
held
Game Informer
back.
staff?
My career has really been held back by the fact that nobody knows that I wrote the Blood Rain 2 feature story in like December of 2003.
No bylines, yeah, different era.
Yeah.
Ricky
I really
Winterborn.
pushed for those when I joined. I was like, we got to get some bylines in here.
It
Like,
helps. What was the idea of not having them?
It was just trying to have one voice. Do you know what I mean? One brand that we were trying to get through. We also had a lot of people doing a lot of stuff. It was a mess.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't our heyday yet. You know what I mean? Like, it just seemed like the logical thing. I made lots of dumb decisions. I'm not afraid to admit that. You know what I mean? Like, that's called learning, right? That's getting things figured out. But it got us through. It got us through the times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, speaking of Blood Rain, Nick and Joe, you remember our old bad video game movie club?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when we tricked Joe into watching the Goonies instead.
What?
Is that how I saw the Goonies? I thought I saw the
Yeah,
Goonies for
so
the
we-
first
so we
time in a
had-
midnight showing.
We would, with Cork and a few others, we would do a bad video game movie night where we would watch like Blood Rain and Street Fighter and all this. And then in parallel, Joe had never seen the Goonies, and I think it had become kind of like almost like a icebreaker at a party type of topic for you. And then we planned this whole movie night out at Cork's house, and at the last second we started watching the Goonies to force Joe to watch the Goonies.
Oh man, I'd forgotten about that.
I remember Joe tricked me into watching like an Uvi Bowl, like I think it might have been Blood Rain or something.
I did trick you into watching Blood Rain. Yeah.
It's a double trick. What?
This is one of my proudest achievements, because I knew that if you go in and say, we watched Blood Rain, it was really good, Ben, you should watch Blood Rain. Obviously he's not going to fall for it. So I went in with a very like tempered recommendation. It's like, like it was surprisingly good. I mean, it's obviously not Oscar caliber or anything, but it's got some really cool moments. It really like captures a stylish combat, and I still have it if you want to borrow
watchable.
Yeah,
which I was
anyway,
like, that should have been a red flag. But.
yeah, it was not. That movie was terrible, and Ben came in like a week later and was like, I watched it. I didn't care for it. And
I remember trying to be like gentle about it too. I was like, I don't want to offend Joe because he kind of likes it. But I was like, I think I was, and you just immediately started laughing in my face.
And that was the only prank ever pulled at Game Informer.
There you go.
No, I learned real quick not to prank Joe, because I decided early on that like he was going to be my target to like screw with, basically. At the
and why is that? What is it about Joe's personality you think that just makes it seem obvious?
I thought I think there's a perfect mix of like somebody that will see the humor in a good prank, but also get genuinely annoyed by it.
Yeah,
and that used to be me with my dad.
Yep.
And then when I moved away, I was like, all right, Joe, I think he's my guy. And that first April Fool's, I was going to come into the office. It was like a Saturday or something. And my plan was to take every single thing on his desk and like wrap it in newspaper and tape it up. Like every pencil, every issue of Game Informer, I was going to take every key off his keyboard and wrap it up and tape it up. So he had to open everything on his desk. And I was explaining this to Matt Miller because, you guys live together, have known each other forever. Mm-hmm. And Matt was just like, Dan, I think if you do that, Joe will not like it in a way where he says to me afterwards, I don't like that Dan guy.
That is a perfect Matt Miller.
That was a good Matt impression.
100%.
That's good.
Yeah. Turns out you should have done it anyway because I said that after all. So.
Yeah, that's right.
Dan, I think the best prank was that noise device that you planted.
Oh,
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Right there. Yeah.
And what was this one?
At that point?
Fava, how long were we searching for that thing?
It was all day when we were like one day away from deadline, and we had a ton of work to get done. And
So
there
it
was
would-
just this random beeping from somewhere in the back bullpen.
It'd be like every 15 seconds
It
or
was
20 seconds.
random intervals. So that's
Oh,
what
okay. It was
random intervals,
I bought it.
yes.
It was specifically meant to annoy people. So I was visiting to go to Hanson's.
You get a newsletter
or whatever. So I went into the office to shoot something with a replay or whatever. And then Mark Yafava wasn't there. I got up on a chair. I taped it to the top of a duct or something up there. So, but I got a twofer out of this because I got Tim too, because it drove Mark Yafava nuts for a long time. And then Tim was there too, and he took it down, put it in my luggage, and I had to fly back to San Francisco the next day. I found it. I was staying at Hanson's place, and I heard the beep. I took it
and
out
I
of
get
my
a text.
luggage.
I get a text from Dan who's just like, "Hey, did you put this in my luggage? I've been at TSA for an hour and a half. I've missed my flight. They don't know what it is. They're really concerned." And I'm of course, oh, the one time I try to prank somebody, he's now in federal custody or whatever.
Well, the thing about this device is it was like a circuit board. It looked like it could have been a part of some bomb. That's what we thought originally. We're it's some
I remember
flashy
that.
light circuit board up there. Yeah.
God, I remember
just
just
for one off that one.
The ceiling was always covered in Nerf bullets that had tacks on the end of them, and those things everyone's well, that's Nick Ahrens' legacy. Nick. That was all Nick. And so just for my 9 years there, it's oh, here's the legacy of Nick. Just lining every ceiling are these Nerf
That
bullets.
wasn't only it. Nick and Jeff were overclocking their Nerf guns by putting pennies behind the springs so that the tension was tighter, and then putting
tacks on the front,
tacks onto the foam darts. And I think that they did it once. I feel like Nick, my memory is you did it once, and you're oh, we don't have the responsibility for this power. We need it now.
And actually, Nick, you might remember this, Nick, but there was one year where in the buying guide for that year, we got sent a bunch of batarangs, but they were actually
I
sharp.
just told this story
They
recently.
were knives.
They're real batarangs, yeah.
And me and Jeff Cork were in the back, throwing the batarangs at boxes of magazines and stuff like that.
I don't think I ever got pranked, but I do remember putting a clown on. Remember, JV, when I put the porcelain clown on your desk? And I had just started. It was a month into the job or something, so no one knew me very well, and no one thought I would just be randomly putting clowns on people's desks. But so I remember
I straight up thought it was Joe being a dick. I just straight up thought, oh, here's Joe messing with me again, because Joe had already done 2 or 3 things that I can't even remember, where he's just picking on me because I'm next to him.
You were upset too. You'd picked it up by the neck and brought it over to a stand-up meeting, and you're who did this? And then eventually I owned up to it, and everyone was what the heck? Why do you have a clown?
And then you kept that clown at your desk for
the whole time,
the rest of your tenure. Yeah.
And every time Andy McNamara walked past it to his desk, he would pick up speed. Walk a little bit faster.
It's creepy. Yeah, I think
just a quick, I hate that clown.
Yeah. Do you remember when Cork took paper mache legs and put them in his shoes? And there was one toilet in the men's bathroom that we had. And I believe it was someone on this call, if anybody would like to. Somebody needed to go. And was getting very frustrated that somebody was taking a long time.
I was so mad.
Because you're there for hours with just paper mache legs with shoes on it.
It was 2 hours of I had to go. I had a situation, right?
Jeff was so excited to pull that when he told me about it. He was so excited.
I actually sat next to you at the time, Adam, and you came back every 10 minutes. You're that guy's still in there.
I walked past the bathroom.
I was stomping through the office. I was doing the 4-year-old bump, bump, bump.
Oh man, you got to go down to Rob's office. That bathroom was the beautiful one. It was wide open all the time.
That one, I don't think
it could have been when we were just one floor. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it was just one bathroom at the time, and that's why it was so harsh.
Yeah.
I was talking about this with Andy recently, but do you guys remember when they cut the hole for the second floor and then they just stopped work for a while and there was just a huge hole and they didn't put any protection up? It was just there for weeks. And it was why is there a huge 12 by 12 foot hole in the floor?
None of us knew. None of us knew what was going on. So it was there's a hole in the floor. Whatever, it's fine.
My desk was right next to that, and I just had this fear constantly. And I think about that hole once in a while.
Oh yeah,
of like rolling my chair back too far and just plummeting into the floor below.
Yeah, every time I would have to go back and get finals to like proof the finals and walking with a giant stack of papers past the hole.
It's like Home Alone. What the hell? I don't know if anybody else has this weird feeling. Maybe it's just because I edited that video about the old office and stuff and was compiling footage, but I just have this weird feeling like there's no doubt that office still exists as it was. I know times have changed, but does anybody else have that feeling of just like, I spent so much time there. It's impossible that physical space does not exist.
Like in my head, it's always going to exist.
Oh, yeah.
I hope anyway.
Yeah. The last time I left Game Informer, I think it was at the end of the Extra Life stream we did after the 2019 layoffs.
Yeah.
I took a picture outside of like the reception area where Sarah and everyone sat with the Game Informer sign. I refuse to believe that area has changed.
Right.
Like in my heart, in my mind, that's how I see Game Informer. That's how I choose to believe that it's still there, as like a temple to all the stupid nonsense that we did, the glorious nonsense. That's how I choose to see it.
Even when I was there yesterday starting the fire, it still looked the same.
It's an apartment, right? Hanson, didn't you tour the building?
I tried, so I called them up. Yeah, they turned it into apartments, and we were looking for a new place. And so I called them up, like, hey, can I get a tour of this random place, 724 North First Street? And specifically, I was like, I only want an apartment on the 3rd or 4th floor. Is that doable? Like, well, we don't have any openings there right now. I was like, well, okay, sorry, goodbye.
What would that conversation have been like with your wife and stuff, Ben? Like if you had actually moved in there and stuff, you'd been like, I think Ben Reeves' cubicle was here once.
Like sleeping in that studio.
Yeah, which one of our cubicles is now like a bathroom.
Right, right. Oh, it's so bizarre.
Why are these Nerf darts in the ceiling?
Why is a random beat coming
from?
Yeah, exactly.
I have a question for Andy. Like we had 4 offices, right? There was 5. There was 3 in Eden Prairie.
Oh,
right?
Total offices?
Yeah, I'm curious which one, or it was 4. I'm curious which one you have the fondest memories from, because like our early days were bonkers. Like it was just 5 of us crammed in a room.
Yeah, the little triangle room was crazy. Yeah, I mean, like we were stuffed in there. We had a couch that I'm pretty sure had some kind of mice or rats.
Oh, it definitely did. They'd run across your feet every once in a while.
Yeah. And that place.
Yeah.
We were like, oh, we're going to make this our office. And they were like, cool. And they threw us like glue and like a carpet roll. And they were like, have fun. We like laid our own carpet. We did everything. We put in all the shelves. We did not know how to do carpet or shelves or anything. We just did it.
Yeah.
Back in the day. Yeah, that's how things got done.
Did you guys all smoked back then too? Were you guys smoking in that little...
Oh, I found some old photos, and there's ashtrays, and there's Labatt's beer. Thanks Johnny Storm for that. Like we had a lot of fun back in those days. They were startup era, let's say, of Game Informer. It was a lot of fun.
Like we used to smoke, and I haven't smoked for a very long time. But even in the new office, right on First, we would go down to the street and smoke. And I remember there was a time where our publisher tried to give a big mandate about, well, everybody who smokes, Helgeson is having a feeling.
No, we were smoking on the patios, Adam. You're misremembering it. Like we were smoking on those patios outside the conference rooms, and it was
dude. I'm talking about we smoked downstairs.
Well, smoked out. What were you doing?
Who used to go out back though, like through the kitchen? Was that just me?
No, that was like me and Matt and whoever else was there at the time. Our publisher was giving us sent at one point a mass email about everyone who smokes. Here's the deal: if you smoke, that's your break.
I mean, because we listened to our boss over stuff like that when we were at the other side of the country.
We sure did.
The naivete that we were like counting break minutes,
Right.
or sick days, or any of that stuff.
Like when I was throwing batarangs into the wall.
Yeah.
I definitely logged those hours, those batarang hours.
And Reiner unrolled bubble wrap on like the first or second week. I mean, you talked about like the dream job stuff, but I remember it was like the dumb, like the knucklehead corner that I felt like that Dan and I and like we were tucked away back there, and then Reiner would come back and hang out, and it's like, oh, the boss is back here. This is exciting. And then you unrolled at one point an entire thing of bubble tape or bubble wrap, and it's like, let's just pop the bubble wrap, guys. I'm like, don't mind if I do.
Team building exercise.
Reiner and Tim are both holding beers. I've got this picture. I was just looking at this. Tim, you're going across it. And I remember that was the weekend before the new website launched. And so I remember we all came in on the weekend, and like all we were doing was cutting header images and 200s and 300s for like, the feed basically.
Yeah.
So taking all the old things, all the old articles, and just being like, all right, got to redo this and get the 610 header. The 30. That's all we. So we were just drinking and having fun with
bubble
it too.
wrap. Not much has changed. Honestly. I'm still pretty good for that. So.
Jarrell Pryor asks, "What's one jobby ass thing you're happy to leave behind? Maybe a difficult process or task or even tool that you won't miss."
Writing those bios.
My one and only experience ever with a fax machine. I was this close to never using a fax machine in my adult life or my entire life, period.
Yeah.
But the expense reports had to be submitted via fax, and it was and the beautiful, like terrible mystery of like just enough time would pass between expense reports that I'd completely forget the arcane knowledge that is using a fax machine.
Right.
Still don't even know how I did it. I think it's a miracle that anyone ever saw it.
Sarah Hansen really held your hand throughout the entire process, I'm sure.
Oh, thank you, Sarah.
I remember like putting like cab receipts and like arranging them so they could fit on the.
I forgot about that completely. Yep.
Oh, it's like Resident Evil 4 inventory management, trying to get like 20 receipts on there. Yeah.
And I kept faxing eggs. It was a terrible idea.
Hanson, you drove me insane because on numerous trips, I remember you would be getting lunch and they'd ask you if you want a receipt, and you'd be like, "No, I'm good." And I'm like, "What are you doing? You got to expense that." And you're like, "It's a whole thing. I don't want to." And like, you wouldn't expense it.
What?
I remember we were in Los Angeles once, and you were just like saying that you don't expense things because you didn't want to fax or you didn't want to scan things.
Wait, so I use my own card or something?
Yeah, you paid for it and didn't ask for a receipt because you didn't want to like learn.
I know,
how
but
to
I used
fax
my own
something.
personal like credit card for it.
You paid for it.
You were not being reimbursed.
At a certain point, I mean, spending $20 on a lunch versus dealing with that fax machine, I stand by that decision. That was worth $20 of pain. I think. Yeah, I'll take that hit.
When we got Amex cards, going to Tokyo Game Show was a nightmare because they don't take Amex in Japan. And that was our corporate card. So we would like constantly try to find the one bank in the whole city that we could like pull cash from.
Oh man.
And we would like, I remember, Joe, I think I went to Japan with you several times. We'd like go in restaurants. Do you take Amex? We're like, no. I'm like, oh, okay. And we just like walk out like for the next restaurant.
Yep. That was a common thing back then.
Do you guys remember the big fight about getting a freaking corporate card, right? Like,
I don't, but I imagine it was a thing. I know.
I do have a question though. Are all your listeners going to be mad that they were like, oh, they got all these editors together and they talked about where they took their breaks, how they collected receipts?
It's history.
And like that there was a big hole in the office. I mean, at the end of the day, I got to feel there's got to be some anger.
We wrote some magazines too.
Did we? Okay,
Andy or Reiner, talk about this. Talk about this rare ass
Stay Alive
cover.
Wow. Yeah, that's from that movie, issue 666, right?
It is issue 666.
Issue 146.
I don't know if a lot of people know about that.
Normally, though, I think.
Yeah, it's like the twist ending for Frankie Muniz movie. Yeah, where there was this game, Stay Alive, that was like in beta or in test, and people are actually dying playing it, like an MMO or something like that.
If you die in the game, you die in real life. Classic plot. Yeah.
So then the movie ends going into a GameStop or a generic game store, and then it's on the cover, like it's actually coming out. You know, the game that's going to kill like the entire world. Basically, was kind of the message they.
We were the sign of the apocalypse, essentially. That's what it was.
But then wasn't there also an issue?
Right? Was Was it Gamer? There was another movie that had like a Game Informer thing.
Well, there was Reign Over Me. Shadow of the Colossus. Shadow of the Colossus fake cover, right? For Reign Over Me, wasn't that a thing?
Yeah, that's correct.
Because it wasn't a real cover, but you made it for the movie. Like, how does that work? The studio just reaches out and said, "Could we get a fake Game Informer cover?"
Yeah, there was always just an email. It's like, "Hey, our production team's looking to do this." And that's how we got in Grandma's Boy. Happy Madison was the same company. They came to us and asked, and we just be like, "Sure, let's figure it out." And like we made a fake cover. And actually, the insides of both of those fake magazines are not real. They're full of garbage or other issues that were rewrapped with a different cover.
Yeah,
they're full of my writing.
Yeah, this is the Ben Reeves issue.
Garbage. Well, they're not full issues, is what I mean. Sorry, Ben. I didn't mean to offend you. So they're all there. But
awesome.
Yeah, it was that simple. You just would sign your contract, get the thing done, and mail them to them, and you'd be like, "Hope it's cool." And then then you'd see it and be like, "Oh wow, that was awesome." I still feel like Grandma's Boy. They asked for a bunch of covers, and we gave them to me, and I gave them to them, and we were like, "Hope one makes it in." And then when you see the movie, you're like, "Oh my god, you could make a drinking game out of this and get annihilated for all the scenes that have Game Informer in the background." It's pretty crazy.
Oh, weird.
Challenge accepted.
Really cool.
Yeah, Bob Buell writes in. He says, "Purely from a visual standpoint, what Game Informer cover is your favorite?"
I grabbed a few.
Yeah,
Batman Arkham City.
Okay. Arkham City, yeah.
That Infinite one's incredible. I love this weird Metal Gear Solid 2 art because it's not like the usual Shinkawa art. So like, what was the story behind this one?
That's
like,
Todd McFarlane.
Yeah, Todd McFarlane made this?
Yeah.
I've heard of that guy. Ooh,
yeah,
wow.
that's the story behind that one.
Wait, so
okay,
no.
The comic books or the action figures.
Yeah, but hang on. Was it Konami reaching out to Todd, or how did that happen?
Oh, I don't remember.
I think Konami had reached out and they were like trying to get the cover, and they said, "Hey, we have some options for you. One is a Todd McFarlane cover," and we were like, "We like Todd McFarlane. You know what I mean? Like that sounds cool. Yeah, let's check it out." So we worked with the various teams to figure out which one was going to go where.
It's surprising that Kojima and Shinkawa like let a different look to Metal Gear be on the cover, though. That's pretty wild.
I do not know the answer to that. That may not be, you know what I mean? That might be
sure.
You know what I mean? But that's what Konami US brought us.
Right.
Was it Kojima loves him some celebrities, and McFarlane was a celebrity at that point, right?
That's true.
Like,
That's true. I could see it. Yeah.
Was it Alex Ross that did the Spider-Man one?
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. And
I got an email. I got an email from Alex Ross, like showing me the concept art, or like just his sketch, and it was just like a work of art. It's like, what do you think? It's like, how do I respond to this?
Yeah,
it's perfect.
I think you showed us that sketch, Reiner, to a bunch of us. You're like, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
This
will do.
Good to go.
Yeah.
The Epic Mickey one was awesome because it was the reboot of the magazine.
Epic Mickey was huge.
Epic Mickey was pretty cool because there was a lot of effort leading up to that one, and it also put like one of the most recognizable things on planet Earth in a very like artistic way, and I think that was when we ditched back cover or back ads, right? Like that was
the wraparound,
the full wrap, and that was pretty memorable because that was a big lead up for that work.
I remember that was the first one I worked on. I remember, Andy, when you first brought me in, you were telling me that you really liked the idea of the very first issue was Sonic, and then I think there was like one redesign. I forgot who the other character was, and then like Mickey. Like you liked the idea of like iconic characters accompanying the redesigns.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah,
I did indeed.
I'm pretty the Dreams cover that we got because we got to go see them make it literally while Hanson and Elise and I were there, and to see it come together in Dreams itself was really cool.
Yeah, the first cover made in the game itself. Like that's such a weird novel approach. That was so fun.
I forgot about that, JB.
It was really neat. I was like, because they had done like a corner of it, and I think you and I were talking like, what's the full thing gonna look like? Is that gonna work for the magazine? And then we got like the final version of it. We're like, oh yeah,
that looks really cool. Amazing. Yeah. I really like the Horizon cover.
The first one, yeah.
And I think that was like
that's my favorite.
That was like shortly after I started. Kim, weren't we at the were you there, Kim, or was it? Actually, I think it might have been Reiner and someone else. I'm trying to remember, but it was the GameStop conference, and we had to sign the Horizon posters, and I thought that was so weird.
I was at that one.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I remember it is, wasn't it just like a piece of concept art? And then they're like,
Kind of like all I remember is that they showed it to us, and Hanson and I were the only ones on the cover story trip together, and we got really excited because it just popped instantly. Like sometimes we'd see covers as they were works in progress, and we were like, I think this will look okay, or like you're not sure what the end. But that one I remember we both just were like, oh my god, this is like breathtaking. Just how oh my god, I did a Keanu Reeves.
No, you did
but you know how it is. It really did. Like I still have it. I have that framed. Actually, here's a funny story. I actually just moved within the last month to San Diego, and I originally was going to put that whole poster up in the office because I wrote that cover story, and it's really one of my favorites that I've done. And I couldn't find a good place for it in my office. We have a place above our fireplace downstairs. And John's mom's like, oh, that Horizon poster just like really looks great with the colors and everything. So we decided to do it just right in my living room. Forever will be there is just like that remnant of Game Informer. Sweet. Yeah, it's really cool.
And we should point out
Reiner and Andy, when I first started, I'm trying to remember, like, this was one that never came out and you guys were bummed about it way back in the day. I'm sorry. It's like, it was a JRPG.
Chrono Trigger.
Chrono Trigger. Akira Toriyama. Yeah.
Toriyama. Yeah. What was that for?
Chrono Trigger.
It never was.
We ended up doing
came
Lunar.
out.
No, we didn't do that cover.
But the idea was Toriyama made custom art for Game Informer's cover and then it just never got released.
What was on the cover instead? Do you know?
Lunar Silver Star Story.
Hey, 6 of one, half dozen of the other, you know?
So weren't there people that are companies that would actually send in like mock Game Informer? I want to say like Dark Souls was one of those. They sent in like a whole like mock
The Witcher.
magazine, right?
Yep, Witcher did it as well. I remember those super early of like, Ciri and Geralt on the cliff, then like a year later or whatever it was when that actually landed on the cover. It's like, oh, that was the cover design then. And I remember Adam, you and I going to Poland for the Witcher 3 cover story. And I remember the PR guy being like, we have the design for the Cyberpunk cover in mind right now. Like I can show you sketches for what I want it to be. And that never happened, right? Yeah.
No, my favorite cover with the fake, with the secret penis on it.
The Warriors, yep.
The Warriors. That sat behind my desk for a long time.
I'm out to play. There's Game Informer. One of my favorite covers is the Bully cover, actually. I think
Number
it's
one for me. Yep, I love
It's very
that cover.
simple. It's very clean, but there's a very clever, like, between like the principal and the main character, like the text is sort of like.
That was Andy,
Oh, really? Yeah, it was a great cover.
It's like the most controversial game ever made, I think, yeah.
And then if I can cheat, that's like an actual, like, just really nice design. But I'm a huge sucker for issue 200's variants. And on my desk at work, I have the giant pinky from Doom is just, and like, it's all its pixelated glory. And I just love staring at that underneath like the Game Informer logo. That's like that whole series of issue 200 was like,
Andy,
they're just excellent.
How many of those did we make that didn't make it? There was, like, I can't remember how many.
Well, you had a Mario 64 one that was sitting on the shelf that didn't make the cut. Yeah.
There must have been a dozen, and they were all cool, and we had to narrow it down. Like,
we ended up just going with the top 8, I think, ultimately.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The Tetris one, that was so cool.
It was really hard to get things.
That was the second one. Me, Tim, and Mark Yafaba, because Epic Mickey was 199. That was our first one, and 200 was our second one. So I remember feeling like we got thrown into the fire with like these issue meetings of like, all right, you just started. Now figure out the top 200 games of all time, like right away.
Yeah,
that was great. Great way to get to know everybody for sure.
Yeah.
Proofing that one was super hard too, because like we were like on a tight deadline and the pages were just full of text, and we're like, just read a page, pass it to somebody. Like that one, I remember the editing process being particularly frantic.
Oh man,
that question earlier about the job stuff that we're glad to leave behind. Like maybe it's just because I'm a spoiled later class of Game Informer that was freelancing and doing mostly digital work beforehand. But sorry, y'all, I never loved like doing physical proofing and passing the pages.
Oh, interesting.
That was not fun. I would have rather edited digitally if possible. I know that wasn't possible for the kind of work we were doing, but it was just not. It was
From the outside, it looked great. It looked like you guys were having fun.
JD, I love you. You're wrong. You're
Everyone in this room, Adam, has said that many times to my face, sometimes very angrily, especially Joe.
Jeff with his big bionic commando box.
To digital editing though, like during the pandemic, we had to switch to digital editing.
That was so good.
I prefer the
good.
pages.
Like having the big, giant proofs.
Yeah.
You pass them around.
Dude, some dumb doodles. I've been by myself. That's okay.
Yeah.
I remember Joe used to have a giant, like an ancient UPS box that he would proof on. It was just like, it was just like a decade of proofing on that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did we proof on it was the game cover boxes, right? Of like stuff they put at GameStop. It'd be those like
Jeffem was on the Bionic Commando box for.
I still remember. I remember
Commando
bestowing the Bionic Commando box upon Jeffem, thinking it was a joke, and he used it for a decade.
I think I took that with me.
I hope so.
When I got laid off. Yeah.
Hell yeah, of course you should.
I always did to add to everyone dunking on JB that like those first 2 or 3 days when we started proofing. Those were some of my favorite days because I liked getting to sit down and sometimes we would go to like a conference room or whatever. And I just liked reading what everybody else wrote because most of the time you wouldn't get to see it until it was out on the page. Mm-hmm. And it was just always very nice to kind of.
Yeah, I hope you feel bad, JB.
No.
You're not like grading her
I am
stuff.
so used to being wrong. Like I work with Andy now, and he daily tells me that I'm wrong all the time, and it's good for my self-esteem.
Well, no different than when you're at Game Informer.
Exactly. It's just
Continues on. Yeah.
Fava, on that note, I love the teamwork we had. Right, like it'd just be a random group of people would get together. 5, 6 people and just sit in a room together, and every once in a while throw questions back and forth as we're passing pages back and forth. I don't know. I miss those days. It was intense work, right? Like we were on a strict deadline, and it was we were kind of stressing stuff. But yeah, looking back on it, those are great memories.
One of my favorite feelings would be like when you had a cover story or like a big 6-page feature or something you were working on, and it like only existed in a Google Doc, and you submit it, you put it in there, and then like when you see the sheets come out, and because you have no idea, like maybe
the Word
doc,
doc,
like
man, no online.
No, I was using Google Docs because I remember Helgeson lost a whole article one time and was pissed off about it. And I explained Google Docs to him, and it sounded like it changed his life.
I see.
Dude, yeah, I had to write like 5,000 words over. Like,
that actually has happened to me too, though. It sucks.
Yeah, I lost stuff to the website.
I've lost stuff to the website. the old text. Oh my god.
What's the longest anyone says lost to the CMS? I think I lost like a 4,000 word post once.
I think around there, for me.
Oh my god!
I
did the
right
opposite.
in the CMS.
Don't you got to write outside these CMS.
But you like when you're stressed out, you do stupid things, and that's what happened to me. Like I was at Tokyo Game Show, and I was like, I'm just gonna write in the CMS, it'll be fine. And you go and you press publish, and then the website does that. You've lost everything. And you're like, I just got back from the show. It is like late at night, like 2 a.m, like please. And then I just had to go back and rewrite the whole thing. And it was just awful. But yeah, I don't miss the website when it was like doing stuff like that.
It was trying its best, that old website.
I just sent a picture of the back end of the old sites in the Slack channel or in the text channel if you want to see that. But like specifically the image feed, how everyone came up with a different path for the image feed on that old site, and everyone would just blow it, and there'd be one typo, and there'd be 6 different image paths to find the certain publisher for the certain game. That was the true nightmare experience, was navigating that labyrinth.
Remember having to make like SKUs for everything and all the like weird numbers for like videos and things like that. Like it's just long strings of numbers.
Yeah.
All of that was so frustrating.
We would have like embargoed reviews that we would have to like, okay, the Call of Duty embargo is at like, Wednesday at 2 a.m. and you can't put anything out before that. And so you could put all your text in there. You could put all the images and everything and it was fine. But if you saved it as draft, if there was a score attached to it, if somebody happened to go to that game page, they would see the score. So you would literally get everything ready, and then you would like go to bed at night, set an alarm for 2:58 in the morning, wake up and just look at your like Windows clock and be like, and score and publish.
That was so
when
absurd.
Andy told us that we were updating the website, upgrading it, and there was a small part of me that was deeply afraid the new version would be worse than the old one, and I kind of just wanted to stick with the terrible one because I'd gotten used to it, like Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Like
That's a good way to put it, JV. Yeah.
I just remember like Andy and Margaret, secret MVP of all things Game Informer, right? But like you all spearheading that new site, and I remember you're like, okay, we're trying to do it under the radar of certain parent companies, and we're going to call it Operation Rogue One. And I remember Reiner said, you know how that movie ends, right? Like, but the new site came out and it was much, much better.
It was so much better.
We're
Yeah, it
Darth
was
Vader
wonderful.
in that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, did it not end the same way?
Well, you know, Darth Vader didn't come until 2024 or 2019, you know, different paths.
Devastating.
But I mean, like the original site, like we had to hard code HTML. Like there was no CMS.
Matt and I were doing that.
Dude,
yeah.
Like,
We learned
had to do,
HTML way back
like,
when. Yeah.
href equals whatever bullshit. Like, you know, yeah.
Yep.
Like, so it was, and we only
href.
published it like what, 5 every day? Like once a day we updated the website.
We
It was
had
crazy.
to do at least 5 stories.
Yeah.
That was
What?
kind of the mission. Yeah.
Yeah. Like we had to
Yes,
code, we
you
had to
told
code
us
the
that
page.
We had
like,
to do 5 stories, Rainer.
That's such
No,
a
that
weird
was like
thing.
what we were told. Like 5 stories a day. Let's get that on the site. Yeah.
So it was very yellow, wasn't it?
No,
yeah.
that was before that one, I think.
Okay.
no, it was
great.
yellow. Old yellow.
Old Yellow is always the legend that
There was
I
a
heard,
couple
yeah.
before Old Yellow that Paul
Right.
made. Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
we used to
okay.
be very like pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of thing. I mean, it was
Yep.
like we want to make a website, and Curtis was like, if you buy me this book for $50, I will make you a website.
Hell
It's like,
yes.
I'll buy you a book. You know what I mean? I bought him a book, and then he came back and goes like, I made you a website. I was like, awesome.
Dude,
So,
like Curtis made the entire networking situation of Game Informer happen, right?
Yeah.
Like current issue dump, whatever, back in the day. Like none of any of that like file sharing. Remember file sharing? That was a thing that happened
FileZilla.
back in the
remember that?
day.
Oh my God,
But
yeah.
like Curtis made it happen and he was a freaking genius.
We have a video coming up on Monday of Reiner and Helgeson responding and reacting to an old Game Informer video. And you just dropped some knowledge that I forgot about, but the idea of like, oh, we used to take screenshots with a foot pedal that Curtis just programmed. Like, what are you talking about? That's insane.
That's awesome.
There was something about like with the Punch Out review, like we couldn't get screenshots, and so we had to like take a photo of the game while it was being played off a CRT, and like that
That's
went in
how-
the magazine.
Oh, that's how Joe style for how to get
Weird
married in
about it,
Skyrim.
right? Like Nintendo wouldn't let us take screenshots or something.
They wouldn't let us take real screenshots. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And
But
then
I remember like going back to Curtis, I remember like when I think it was Rock Band, wasn't there something about they wouldn't give us images of the drums? And so Matt Miller described what he saw to Curtis, and Curtis whipped up like a visual image of the drums, and it looked exactly like the drums. Like that came out.
Like a police,
I
like
think-
a what is it? Like a
sketch, like that's exactly the man. Yeah, police sketch artist.
Like a court, police drawing or whatever. Suspect.
Yeah, eyes were further apart, closer together.
Right.
Big eyebrows.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember
The cover story that he told was that he just described it from memory, but I believe he may have taken an illicit photo of the drum set.
Oh, good memory, Brian.
The truth comes out.
I shared it with Helgeson, but I was so nervous on my first day, and Helgeson was giving me a tutorial of how to use Super C to compress videos. And I recorded the audio of it because I'm like, I'm going to forget because I'm so nervous. I need to listen back to this for how to memorize this tutorial. And so now I have this audio recording of Helgeson walking through Super C. And the entire time I'm listening to this now in 2024, I'm like, YouTube exists. What were we doing using Super C? I guess Nick Aarons is gone at this point. It's the worst time to bring this up because
No, just like FFmpeg, like nonsense back in the day.
Yeah.
Not to mention how replays were put together, which
Oh my God.
really.
Well, I remember for replays,
that
because
small miracle.
Curtis, because I wanted to do that segment Replay Roulette, where it was just like, oh, we pick a random thing from the vault and play it after the standard thing.
Yeah.
And I explained to Curtis like, oh yeah, so I wanted to look like a roulette wheel and it's spinning around and like every piece of the pie or whatever is like a different game and then it lands on one. And then like he did not have like a ton of experience like doing animation and stuff, and he like learned how to do it and did all this animation and spent like a couple weeks on it, but it was a slot machine. So he brought it back and it was a slot machine, and I didn't have the heart to tell him like, oh, can you do it again but a roulette wheel? And so we just used the slot machine for Replay Roulette for like 3 years.
You know what? It never occurred to me. I was like, oh yeah, there it is.
I remember being at the end being like, oh no.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell him? No.
Yeah, and it was in like 480p, but it's like, sure, we'll use this. Let's blow it up. Nick, we're talking about Super C, which I think you had some history with, and just video compression and video uploading back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Good answer.
It's such a minefield, because I remember it was like you were the media editor? Was that your final title there?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. And so I feel like when I started, it was just inheriting a ton of stuff of like, okay, we use Super C. There's these other big capture racks. We can use this. It was just like a hodgepodge of like, I think this works for capturing replay. It's mini DV tape. Good luck. Here we go. There was literally, when we started Replay back in 2010, when I was there was like it was like a bullet hole in the middle of the TV that they were playing Replay on. It was just like a cracked TV. I was like, what is this setup for one of the biggest magazines in the country? What is happening here?
We were scrappy, like Andy said. I would put together with what we had. Usually just kind of stuff around the office. That mini DV tape also, same mini DV deck, I would use, and I would convert beta tapes of gameplay B-roll into mini DV, and then I'd use that to capture into a computer. So it was scrappy for sure.
You'd have to do it in real time. So like we would record all the raw footage for Replay, and then I would have to like plug it into Premiere and just play the entire 40-minute episode to capture it.
Yep, of course. Jason, do you remember, because Jason's 1,000 times smarter when it comes to tech than I am. Do you remember when you started, 2011 is when you started? Do you remember your biggest I'm
here.
What the hell moment of trying to overhaul the tech?
Just the initial day when it's like, oh shit, I think I have to bring in my own laptop to make this work.
Right.
So yeah, I used my own laptop for a long time and brought in my own like equipment, but that was like very early days. Like there wasn't Elgato where it's like anybody can stream anything like that. So it was piecing together a lot of just hodgepodge stuff.
And especially on the streaming front. I mean, Justin, you were big on like the Jason, you were big on like the Justin TV thing. Yeah. And especially
that was before Twitch. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we did that. I did that before Game Informer, I think, just a little bit, but I tried to bring us into the modern age of streaming and I remember online personalities and stuff like that. But well,
that's a constant struggle.
The technology was kind of like holding us back a little bit.
But that was the amazing thing, is I remember it was like, oh, streaming games. That seems like one of those Jason A. Striker things. He's really into this. I don't really know. Like it really, you were at the absolute forefront of that in my mind. And then I remember when you left like this big audio recording of you like walking through, here's how everything works tech-wise in the studio, and it was so helpful. And then when
you recorded me, yeah.
Yep. And then when Wade left, he's like, let me give a thorough tutorial of the broadcast picks for Leo and I.
But where was the video that Jason left behind? I don't think he showed me.
It was an audio one. It was a lot of like, what is that cable? And you'd be like, it's an HDMI cable. And be like, okay, got it.
I built this case out of IKEA parts, and like I built it all myself. Sorry about the scratch on the front.
They scratched the table. Yeah.
Well, how often I was actually streaming back then, because like Jason and I left in 2014, and I remember we were doing Replay, we were doing Test Chamber, the podcast. It was all, it
was all pre-recorded. I remember one time that Dragon's
Dogma?
No, Dragon Age, not Inquisition. Not Dragon Age. It was a multiplayer game, and I requested a bunch of editors
Dragon's
come down.
Crown.
Yeah, Dragon's Crown. There we go. And everybody came down, and we played for a few hours, and then I got in trouble. It's like I took everybody away from editing duties, so it's like, oh.
Okay, welcome to the video side. Cool.
Yeah, we would do like Extra Life. Like Extra Life, we would do like
Extra Life, but then also the marathon streams, like the one with all of us. Well, both of them we technically streamed. Yeah, and that was we had no blueprint for that. We just got one computer together that would be able to stream a bunch of different sources.
and it just worked.
I remember years after you left, we were doing Extra Life, and we'd call you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember a couple phone calls.
Well, there was
early
one
morning from Ben
yes,
and
there was
Wade,
one Extra Life where just all the tech just melted down. We were totally set up the night before, and then that morning just nothing worked. And Wade, I assume you were there for that era, right?
It was the Black Magic capture card wasn't working properly. So I think we switched to the Elgato temporarily to like get a video feed into OBS. But we started like a half hour late, but we ended up getting it working eventually.
It was so stressful.
I completely regret and I'm sorry for the state that I left things in, but we had a limited budget, so we could not afford a TriCaster, which was kind of like.
Given where it was when you started, I mean, I inherited a lot of amazing setup that you did, so I was really grateful for that when I started.
Oh yeah,
I'm glad it worked out. That's all I can say.
That room was like the Millennium Falcon. Like
it really was.
Miller told me one time. Miller brought me downstairs, and he's like, "You're like Elric down here with your magic stuff." And I'm like, "Okay, thank you."
That's the most Miller thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's the biggest compliment he's ever given.
That's
true. Can I just say, I love Matt Miller is such a unique person, and I deeply appreciate everything that he has done. Everything, and that's not to do with him being, jumping up and stepping up as EIC, but like just his whole being.
Yeah, the person
over 20 years.
Yeah,
20 years of being at GI and carrying that torch, and I deeply appreciate him.
If you compile the amount
of unsung, because he never, really had a social media presence. He was rarely like, he would be on the podcast and things like that, but like he wasn't really front and center. Like that wasn't his thing at all. So like I feel like, maybe fans don't know how much of an impact he had, but it was massive.
If you compile the frustrations that everybody had with every editor ever at Game Informer, Miller would be the least by a mile. It was like every time I went in a cover story with Miller, it's like, well, he's gonna be long-winded and sweet. I can handle that. Like it was just smooth sailing. It was great.
The thing I like about Miller the most is like you always know that he's gonna stand up for you, but he's also gonna do it in a way that's like very level-headed and makes sense and is kind to everyone in the room. And it's just like, God, this guy has my back and he's doing it the right way. And that is kind of at the point I think when I worked there, even before he was EIC, I was like, he is a leader, and I feel like we all kind of saw him that way.
Miller might literally be the calmest, most considerate person I've ever met. Like it's just
I'd agree with
things
that.
I've seen that would like break other people. He's just like, okay, we're gonna deal with this, and this is how we're gonna deal with it. And we're gonna be calm about it. Everything's gonna be okay. And he has such a soothing way of communicating that. He's just great. I love Miller.
Hang on, Dan's laughing.
I never cared for him. No, he was great, obviously.
Yeah. What were you laughing at?
I remember the time when it was before Hanson, when Hanson came along and actually knew how to do video stuff well. That saved my life. But before Hanson, I would go on these cover story trips, and I remember Nick, you would like hand me these like fancy cameras and stuff like that, and like, hey, go off, film this. And I was like, I don't know what white balancing is. I didn't know. Like I edited together on like consumer like bullshit little cameras and stuff, and I was in way over my head. And we went to go do Halo Reach, and it was me and Miller and Marty O'Donnell in a room, and I'm trying to set up the tripod and the camera and all this stuff, and Miller's kind of doing small talk with Marty O'Donnell and everything. I'm like, great, okay, you guys talk. I'll set this up. And then as I take the camera out of the bag, the lens comes off of the body of the camera. And I wasn't an idiot.
Supposed to with those cameras.
Maybe the first time I've held this camera, and I'm looking at this, and internally I'm dying. I'm like 25 years old. This is like one of my first cover story trips. I'm literally just like trying to clink them together and get them to attach. And I remember Miller is just like vamping for a long time with Marty O'Donnell, and at a certain point he like looks over at me like, what the are you doing? I don't know. Just so patient and kind. And I think I might have like handed it to him, and he might have put it together.
If only Miller had something to talk about with.
If
only Miller had something to talk about with one of the biggest composers.
Right.
Yeah, he was struggling.
Yeah, exactly. Reeves, I just I got a Patreon message today, and it was from a developer, and he's like, "Oh, I worked on I worked at Activision back in the day. I worked at High Moon on the Fall of Cybertron game," and he's like, and I was talking, I'm like, "Oh, what was your role?" He's like, "Actually, I was in that video interview for Transformers: Fall of Cybertron with Matt Miller and Ben Reeves." And it was the interview where, so it was a long, boring interview, and that's on my end, where it was all about like the gameplay mechanics of the multiplayer mode for Transformers: Fall of Cybertron. And it was 30 minutes into this pretty dry interview about the systems and how you can swap between the different chassis and all this stuff. And then the director, Matt Teague, he was explaining the different parts of the of the Transformer that you could swap out. And Ben Reeves was sitting next to him as the director of the game was going like this in this boring interview. And Reeves just suddenly goes and like gives him a high five, and it melted his brain. Like he could not handle how weird that was. And the 30-minute explanation, somebody just gives him a high five. So this developer still remembered that, Reeves. So shout out to you, man.
But we all got good
Ben Reeves did that. This Ben Reeves.
Yeah, but also that was the weirdest cover story trip too. Well, one of them, because we were in the studio and all the power went out in Carlsbad, California. Right. And so we were going to go out to like some fancy dinner that night. And it's like all the restaurants are closed, all the power's out. What are we doing here? And then it was really sweet. We're the studio head for High Moon. He invited us over to his house to grill some food, and we just had a barbecue in his backyard. I was like, "This is."
I was barely scraping by, but he had a really nice house. It was really like sweet. On the water. We had like an awesome like porch area with a grill and stuff. Yeah,
and I remember
going back to our hotel and like all the lights were out and being like walking over people in the hallway. It was like really weird.
It was surreal. Yeah.
Ben, do you remember being at a game developer's house once on a cover story trip, and he was demanding that you pee in his pool?
Yeah, it was the Borderlands 2 cover story trip. Yeah, and we're in this developer's pool, and I'm like, "Hey man, where's your bathroom?" He's like, "Just pee in my pool." I'm like, "I will not pee in your pool, sir." He's like, "Don't get pool water in my house." I'm like, "I'm getting pool water in your house over peeing in your pool." I had to argue with this guy. And he's like, "Pee right now." I'm like, "I'm not gonna pee in your pool, dude.
Don't get pool water in my house. It's full of piss."
Yeah, exactly. It was just cool stuff. Graham Jones.
So yeah, I wanna take interject to take a step back because we talked about replay a little bit.
Oh sure,
but that was something for me. Like we talked about the element of it being a dream job earlier, and like I think for me the replays and the super replays were definitely one of like the highlights of the time that I spent there. Like
those were
amazing though, Joe.
I loved them so much. Yeah,
I mean, so did I. How long were you at Game Informer though before that started, Joe?
We started in January 2010.
Yeah, so I was there for 7 years at that point or more.
I was gonna say, but I was not invited. I was not one of the cool kids.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Beasoner, you were a PC guy. You were a different breed.
Hey,
we didn't know how to say.
We didn't have the technology to hook up a PC.
We probably did.
Adam, you were on the replay
correctly.
But okay, one of the things that I wanted to shout out though is like to Wade specifically because when Game Informer closed, I went back and rewatched the highlights from our Sonic 06 Super Replay.
That's one of my favorite things that we ever did. Yeah.
Oh man, like I think that I would recommend to anyone who wants to like get a sense of like what it felt like to be there in the studio recording and just like playing a terrible game and yet still having fun. I feel like that highlight reel really just captured the vibe of that whole experience so well.
That was almost like lightning in a bottle. I drive up to Minnesota frequently down from New Orleans where I live, and I always just put that on in the background while I'm driving.
Really? That's so sweet.
Wow. Yeah.
Because it's just Joe cackling for like 30 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like one of my favorite things we ever did was when Reiner had this idea to say, okay, we finished the Sonic portion of this campaign. We got the kiss, we're done. We're going to move on to the next Super Replay. So the next one was the Jack Black game.
Brutal Legend.
Brutal Legend, yeah. So it was like Brutal Legend Super Replay Episode 1. And we like trolled everybody. That was the thumbnail. And everyone was super pissed when they started watching the video because they thought we gave up on Sonic 06. But then 10 minutes into the video, it glitches out and Sonic takes over the screen and everyone's like, "No, I'm strapped to the chair." And
angry emails from Tim Schafer on that.
Yeah, exactly. That was our chance.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you bringing that up, Joe, because it was so much freaking fun.
On that note, somebody just messaged me again about that idea. But also we did that fake out with Overblood 2 in that Super Replay, because part of that was there was a legendary glitch that if we hit it, we just lose our save forever, and that was going to be the end of Overblood 2 for us. And we pretended that we hit it and edited the video in a way to make it look like, all right, that's the end of Overblood 2, and everybody on their finest acting chops to pull it off. And this guy who just sent me a message, he's like, I was so invested in that Overblood 2 Super Replay that when you hit that glitch, I bought a copy of Overblood 2. I got up to the point that you guys were at, creating the gameplay exactly as you played it, and hit that save and sent you the memory card. And then I found out that it was all a joke and you didn't actually hit the glitch.
Oh my god!
Wow. Wasn't there actually a game where we did lose a save and we had an intern have to play back up to the point where we're at?
Oh, for Super Replay?
Yes.
I actually remember that.
Yep. What was that?
Maybe it was
I don't remember the game, but that definitely happened.
It was God Hand.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, whoever that intern was.
Was
shout
that
out,
also
please.
the one where we were like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if in the middle of this replay we took a break and played through another game?
Azura's Wrath.
Yeah, we played through all of Ashura's Wrath. Yeah.
That was so fun. I like the replays and super replays. I think at the time there were moments where I was like, I wish we could use these resources for something else, like just for the bandwidth of the video department. But looking back on it now, it's like, God, those were the most fun days. And I know those days too, where it's just like, we had just have to bank a bunch of super replay episodes today because people are going out of town or whatever. I would wrap up at the end of the day and be like, this was not work. I did not work today. This was just pure fun the whole day.
Yeah,
I remember hopping back to Sonic 06. I remember one time Joe was coming back from just filming a session. I was like, "Hey, how was it?" And all he did was look over his shoulder at me and go, "Oof." Just walk back to his desk to like review something. I was like, all right, some things happened down there.
I remember it was always an honor when you had Andy Mack come down for an episode of Replay. And I think it was the Overblood 2 Super Replay. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, Super Metroid. That was great. But I remember in the middle of Overblood 2, we had him come in to try and breathe some fresh life into that long haul. And it was just him being like, what are you idiots doing down here? This is what you guys are doing.
It's over. We're like, that's it.
This is unbelievably bad. You've been fighting a T-Rex with a fake lightsaber
when
for 45 minutes.
you realized what they were all doing.
Yeah.
You're like,
no,
okay.
I mean, come on. I knew what they were doing. It was a shtick, you know?
It was a bit, yeah.
But did you know the depravity?
Well, I also knew that if I was annoying enough, they wouldn't invite me back. You know what I mean? It was their thing. They were doing it. They wanted me to be a part of it, so I came in. I did my round. Got them back to the good stuff.
Adam, I will remember we did invite you. You were on the replay for Deus Ex that Warren Spector was on. That was really cool.
Yeah, we had a developer for that, right?
Yeah, it was Warren Spector. He was on that, and it was really fun because he's like, all right, let's play Deus Ex, and then you can choose whatever you want for Roulette. And he's like, Suikoden 1. Like,
God,
that's such an awesome video of him just gushing about Suikoden 1.
We were capturing it from a PC, and I'm like, oh, we don't normally do this. But it worked out. Yeah, cool.
Do you remember we did a gimmick episode of Replay once where it was like, okay, let's do Replay 2035, and it's like set in the future. So we're gonna take a current game. So it was like Uncharted 2, or a game that had just come out. It was. And it's like, but the shtick is, oh, we're older and we're still a Game Informer, still doing replays. Like, oh, remember Uncharted 2? And I remember being, I think it went up. It's probably still up on the YouTube channel. I remember thinking like, oh, I can't do improv at all. I remember thinking like,
we're great.
I know
improv.
I sucked on it. I don't know. I remember Reeves was being funny.
We had so many debates before we aired that. Are we going to kill this thing?
Oh, are we going to not air it?
Yeah, because it was like such a departure from what we'd done.
That was my question, because I remember when we did the first episode, we were like, oh, there might be something to this. And then I think I shoved everyone into the second episode immediately after, and there was like no chemistry on it.
Right.
And I was like, oh, maybe this is gonna last. So we recorded maybe like 45 minutes of it, and we're like, no, this isn't it. This is
the first one was Twisted Metal, because I've gone back to that, and it's me, Nick, it's you, Tim, and Reiner. Yep. And we actually we crammed, we did like 4 Twisted Metal games and Critical Depth and Rogue Trip and all this stuff. And it is wild going back to that now. It's like January 2010, and all of us are like, this was pre-podcast, I think, right?
No, 2009 is when the podcast started.
They were right there.
Okay, so around the same time. But like, we are all clearly not used to being on camera. Well, we weren't on camera, but like talking into microphones. Yeah. It's all of us on this call that were on that. It's crazy to go back and listen to. We sound like different people completely.
So I can't believe that's 2010. It looks like 1990. It's so wild.
Yeah, it was rough.
Hanson, what was the episode of Replay where I think Tim came back to be on and you would snuck in Dan Reichert to like pretend he was a soundboard.
It was the Super Replay Resident Evil 4.
That was one of the
episode
funniest
6.
things I've ever seen.
That is a highlight. It's episode 6 of the Super Replay Resident Evil 4, and it was like Tim playing Resident Evil 4, and then we started slipping in, the sound bites of Dan being like, look out!
It wasn't sound bites. I was live on the
I
call.
know, Dan, you're stealing my punchline. And then Tim was reacting to the sound bites. I can't believe you got a soundboard of Dan Reichert. And then Dan just started getting more and more specific, like, those 2 statues have axes. And Tim's like, this is...
I was fighting the knights with the Las Plagas in their head. Right. It was just like, watch out for the knight behind you, Tim. And it was like, I'm trying to play the game. I'm like, what's actually happening? I just completely short-circuited, and then he reveals, like, I can't remember what you revealed, and then you just like hung out for the rest of the episode. I was like, I don't know, Dan, how you did that. You turned into a robot.
It was really good because you repeated the same line like 15 times before you started to seed in that you were a real person.
Well, it would just be like, over there, like just doing soundboard stuff for a while.
Yeah.
There was of course, when we brought Tim's mom in, and we because he was a baby about us doing Symphony of the Night when he wasn't in town.
Mall of America and bought that giant cookie for Tim.
We had a custom made, be like a welcome bat Tim with a bat on his big cookie.
That was like one of my treasured. That's like honestly one of my treasured like Game Informer things is like having. There's like very little footage of my mom, like period, let alone like having this amazing like like surprise with her and telling embarrassing stories about me. So
and then I remember
I swear I try to thank you guys like annually about that.
You do. It was like an hour of her telling embarrassing stories about you, and then afterwards she was like, "Was that recorded?" I was like, "Yeah, there was a mic in your face the whole time. We made it very clear."
She's got a whole replay arc.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Louis K. writes in, he says, "Hey, as y'all went through your careers at Game Informer, and the majority of the editors also had to become personalities on YouTube and the podcast, how did you adjust to this? I cannot imagine starting my job, then eventually having to rotate into an on-screen, public-facing figure. Was it a tough adjustment? I mean, Helgeson, I don't know. You want to take this one with the podcast and stuff, kind of kicking that off, I suppose, in the big way?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the podcast was kind of... my memory was Andy knew that I kind of liked recording stuff and knew that I would kind of figure that part of it out, like just the equipment and, how to use the programs. And so then I think I just kind of became de facto the host, really, because I just kind of had like a week to figure all that stuff out.
You had the voice.
And that voice.
Come on.
Don't sell yourself short, man.
That's true.
It's such a good.
I guess to me the podcast was okay because it wasn't like a video podcast at that point, so it didn't really make me that nervous. You know what I mean? As opposed to being on camera, I think was kind of a different thing. But I mean the GI show was. I mean, that's definitely some of my favorite memories. We had a lot of fun on that, and I think people appreciated it. Hopefully, I think it was. We tried to set a different tone, like a different tone than a lot of video game podcasts that were out there. You know what I mean? And
Gamer Gorilla, especially. You guys would lose your minds. Yeah, Respect Radio, all the hits.
Yeah, all the sub-shows. But I mean, I was. That's definitely one of my, fond memories and things I'm proud of. You know what I mean? Of my time to be like not. To be serious, I guess, but yeah, so that was, I really always enjoyed it, but I think if it would have been a video podcast, how it obviously had to, just because the way things evolved later, right? You had like, by the time, you were doing the video podcast, like it had to be that way, right? Just for the demands of like YouTube and just reaching an audience. I think I would have been maybe more, I don't know, hesitant or like nervous about doing it if it had been a video thing at first. You know what I mean?
It's definitely, I mean, I was on the camp like, I want it to be comfortable. I don't know if I want it to be video, but Andy, you're big on pushing for like, just do video. I was like, yeah, it's 2015. Of course. We should make this a podcast. And that was such an obvious thing in retrospect. Yeah.
Right. You had to really.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I think I was super nervous and uncomfortable for like the first 3 or 4 months. But once I was able to be like, oh, I'm just talking about games with my friends. And like just having spirited debates with like Dan, because Dan and I hardly ever agreed. Dan Tack and I hardly ever agreed on anything, but it was always a fun conversation. I think that helped a lot with like the comfort level of like, okay, I'm just talking with friends about stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd like to hear Dan's take on this too, because like he's even wearing the jacket right now, right? Like there was, I think out of anyone, and I don't mean this to sound bad, or like to sound like an insult, but I think Dan was maybe a little more deliberate than any of us in terms of like there's like a personality I need to put out there.
Yes.
No, I would absolutely agree, but I'll let JV finish first.
No, that's all I was saying. I liked arguing with you, Dan, because you were so wrong all the time.
I will disagree on that. But coming to GI, it was fascinating for me coming from like a corporate environment to come into an environment where we would sit around there and be like, oh, I'm gonna name my character Butts. Mm-hmm. And the first time I'm sitting there, I'm like, what in God's name is this? What is happening right now? I'm writing about games. I had not had a camera presence until that point. So, leading into that, the Overblood group actually really helped with this.
Oh, yeah.
All those memes and stuff that they made in those early days. I mean, a lot of them were, kind of poking fun at me, but I was just like, you know what? It's time to put the big boy pants on and let's get into this. And, I found I really liked it, obviously. It's scary at first, but once you get into it, I really gravitated toward it. I feel exactly like Javid did. It took me it took me 3 or 4 months to kind of get into the groove of being an on-camera personality. But now, I love doing it.
Yeah, Dan, take this in the spirit which is intended, and I'm aware of the name of this platform, but you really min-maxed online personality. I feel like I know what buttons stand for the internet, and I will do this, and therefore I am a figure, and it worked. And everyone is like, Dan Tech. It was wild to see that transition. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and again, it wasn't it was just like I was so confused at first. I was like, okay, I've been writing articles my whole life.
Yeah.
And now I'm just talking off the cuff, making really dumb jokes that are, and just getting into the groove like that. That was definitely, I think, a big point of development for me, honestly.
Yeah. But I think, probably Jason and Wade and I, maybe Nick a little bit too, we experienced the idea of there was tension about that idea of kind of I grew up loving online games coverage, and most everybody there when I started was like, we are a video game magazine, dude. And so I think that was naturally a little bit of a tension spot every once in a while of why don't we record a issue meeting? I don't understand. Let's just make it all public. And it's like, no, we need to lock this thing down. That's such a bad idea. Yeah. And that push and pull was definitely present throughout the entire run of Game Informer.
Yeah, you had that. You definitely had that.
Yeah. Let's see. Benjamin Sherwin writes in and says, what is your favorite piece of Game Informer content? I feel like we've hit so many, but does anybody have a real source of pride they want to throw out there? Or somebody else's
All my
work?
bios.
The joke that keeps on giving. I love it. My Spider-Man cover story. I thought that was just, my wheelhouse. These are all comic books behind me. So being able to do that and just see it take off. That was pretty cool.
And also,
that thing was a rocket.
Shout out to Reiner too, because I'm still confused how you lock down that much exclusive gameplay, even for Miles Morales, where it's like, hey, here's the reveal of Spider-Cat in the game. It's like, wouldn't Sony want to reveal this? There was a lot that was coming through.
Those were all over the internet.
It made a huge splash.
That was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. James Stevenson said after we did Spider-Man, when I was on Twitter interacting with the crowd, he's like, we've never seen numbers like this before. As I was talking to Spider-Man fans, and he's like, when we did the marketing for Spider-Man 2, it wasn't cover story. It just said Reiner on their plan. They just wanted me to talk about Spider-Man. Awesome. So they kind of rolled out the red carpet, so to speak, on giving me access of what I wanted. So I think that's where a lot of that content came from.
And when you heard that the first time, that's when you developed the Joker grin that never went away? Or
exactly.
Okay, I see. I see how that works. I see.
I always
Peter
really
Molyneux
liked
fart
writing.
video is still my favorite thing I've ever done.
Which one, Dan?
The Peter Molyneux fart video.
Jesus Christ.
God. So you want to explain that one, Dan?
I literally asked him if he would do a fart video. He reviewed fart apps, and he said yes. Hanson was there. Hanson just did a real big boy interview with him first.
That was the part that drove me absolutely insane, is because it is a very good interview, and it was a one-on-one thing, which we did at E3 every year between two developers, and it was Sean Vanneman from Walking Dead fame at the time, and Peter Molyneux talking for an hour 40 minutes about the industry and game design. It was fascinating. And Dan sat there against the wall on the floor for an hour and a half waiting, and I was like, shouldn't he be working? What is going on? And it was also that once the Sean Vanneman smart video was done, then Dan went in and be like, hey, let's record this fart video, and that is the one that everybody remembers. But it's there was a really good other video that was really smart and thoughtful.
People want.
Yeah. The people were clamoring.
Fart video.
I do think that's part of the magic of Game Informer, though, is that, I don't know, all you guys got to be your own little freaks. You know what I mean? Do your own thing, what you like to do, what drove you to do stuff. It was great. It was great.
I guess
we were House of
So true,
Freaks.
though.
Let me ask you this, Andy. When did you get some real work done? Like when was it a time that you made it happen?
The biggest swing, the biggest moment.
I want to know that too.
I don't know. I mean, like,
what is your biggest victory at Game Informer?
Biggest victory was when we were bi-monthly and small, and like we worked on like what the business plan would be to get the magazine to monthly and to bring production in-house. And I put together like a dream list of like what that would be and how we would get it done, and presented that. And by the way, my first business plan ever, by the way, just to point out, you know what I mean? Like, this is not what I did
like
for
a
a living.
PowerPoint or like a cardboard like stand?
No, I
pointed
This is before PowerPoint, y'all.
Yeah, this is like a Word doc, I think. You know what I mean? And printed it out and brought it to the boss, and I was like, I can get this done. And they were like, do it. And it actually happened a couple times for a couple business plans I had for moving Game Informer forwards. And both times I was like, shit, I should have asked for more. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. But yeah, I mean, like, that was a big victory. I mean, like, when we went monthly, that was the thing to me. That was when we had a chance to be legit. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people looked at us as a store pamphlet, you know what I mean? Or things like that. And like, that was a thing that changed everything.
When was that? Like 93, or what was the?
That would have been 94, 95. We were bi-monthly for a while, maybe. Oh gosh, I'd have to look at the issues. But
so what
it
was
took
that
a
like
while.
afterwards? I mean, like, so you like, we did it. Oh, that's a lot more work. Like, how does that?
Quite so much work.
Yeah, that was dumb. There was lots of. I didn't say it was thought through, Tim. I just said I did it. I mean, everything created more work than we were ready for. Do you know what I mean? Like, but that was the adventure. I mean, Game Informer was the greatest adventure of all time, at least for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna add something to Adam for you, Andy. Is every cover story when we were looking for cover games?
Oh my God.
The work you put in there, and it, trying to talking to the developers and the PR team, and then narrowing it down, and bringing in like Bert's and I into those meetings, and yeah, that was impressive. Every one of those, like, I learned so much from that, and it was just a fun thing to be a part of.
That was a huge thing before Bert's even came in.
Yeah, you guys had already had that figured out before I was there. Like, I remember when I got there, like, you would have 5 or 6 publishers lined up for the same cover, and they would fly the devs out just to try to convince you to take that cover. It was pretty amazing what was happening. Like, it was.
I remember, like, a Monday, Ed Boon was in the office showing a new Mortal Kombat. Tuesday would be like Todd Howard and Elder Scrolls. It was like Murder's Row of like hit after hit that no one had ever seen. These games were, not revealed yet, and we're picking between them for our cover. It was pretty amazing.
A lot. I think we helped make a lot of hits, make a lot of big video games, and a lot of big video game companies. That's what I believe. You know what I mean? I think we were a big part of some of that. It was a lot of fun.
My favorite, I think, pitch that I got to see, because we weren't always in it, but when they came in to show Arkham Asylum, Batman Arkham Asylum,
that was a good one.
And we were all just like, "Oh my god!" But Andy happened to be like out of the office for like that time we were getting it demoed, and when you came back, we were like,
I think it was out of the state even.
Yeah, we're like, dude, this game's awesome, and you're like, I don't know, man, it's comic books.
Turning point, right?
Yeah.
So
but
skepticism would have been merited in a lot of ways.
Well, and we did. Batman did not make good games back then.
No, we did put Batman Begins on our cover previously too, and that game did not turn out. Yeah,
right. So there was some bad stuff that had happened previously, and totally understandable. And I believe we got them to fly out again or something to show the demo.
Whoa. That's why.
What about Guitar Hero? Remember they were showing Target and Best Buy, and they popped by the office to just show us, and we had no idea what it was. And by the end of the day, everyone was like, "This is the future."
Oh.
Everyone was just hooked on Guitar Hero.
We saw a lot of cool games in that office.
Yeah, it's really weird how you just got used to things like Reiner was saying of like the most famous developers in the world coming in to just showcase the demo, and it'd be a regular Monday or something.
Yeah.
Like times Capcom popped by that I remember was to show Resident Evil 7 and Monster Hunter World. And I was like, oh wow. Yeah, this is just happening here.
Yeah, I remember it was like
cool.
2011, and it was like the big scuttlebutt was like, Bethesda's coming by to show a new game. Bethesda's coming by to show a new game. And it was Dishonored. And I remember you guys were playing in the conference room, like looking through that glass window in the door and be like, this is a Bethesda game? I did not,
yeah.
It was so confusing. And I was like, oh my God, okay, yeah. And then going on that Dishonored trip, like Miller and Adam and I in Austin, it was like, oh my God, this thing is so cool.
That glass conference room door was like the most peered through.
Seriously, I just like had a flashback while you were talking. I was just like, oh my God, you need to look and see what they're doing because there's always something important happening in there.
In hindsight, we should have probably just had a solid door for all the secret games we had.
Honestly.
There was a time Tim was reviewing Ju-On the Grudge for Wii.
Huge.
And it had something you could do where like player 2, the Wiimote, if you shook it, it would cause jump scares and stuff. So you hung the Wiimote on the handle on the outside, and there's a post-it note I have a picture of saying like, too scared, Tim, shake this controller. And so people could go up and just shake it and probably
did this happen, Dan, or had you just done it and he didn't catch on?
I don't know if you ever noticed it. Yeah, I was shaking it vigorously.
Yeah, I don't think people were peeking in at Ju-On. That wasn't a hot new game.
I mean, that sounds like a cool mechanic.
Does that sound cool? Spencer wrote in saying, the GI issues my high school library had were always a good break, but it's also fun to look at the fact that they had me going into college amped for Evolve and Fortnite 10 years ago. And boy, those games have changed on two very different journeys. Any other notable cover games that significantly changed after the cover story or preview is published?
Borderlands.
Borderlands is the big one, right?
Yeah. Borderlands.
Yeah, because that was before the art style change.
Yeah. Infamous 2.
Different Cole
remember
style?
the cover?
Different
the
cover.
The character art was completely different. It was still Cole, right? It was the same character, but then everyone hated it's Cole, right? Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
He's cool.
Yeah, everyone hates hair,
haircut and face and all that stuff, and people hated it immediately. And just as a direct result, they just completely changed the art style of the character.
Yeah.
Maybe this is cheating / bullying, but the Rainbow Six game that
Patriots.
Matt did a cover story on that never came out. Does that fit?
Yeah.
Bert's, you built several cover story games, right?
Yeah, I killed a lot of games. That was the joke.
Yeah, Fear and Respect. Matt Helgeson did that cover story.
Yeah, Snoop signed it. Right
wow.
There. Yeah.
It was like John Singleton was like involved.
Midway, I think.
Okay. And then
Bert's
Patriots.
also did Command and Conquer. Yeah.
Tiberium was Bert's,
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Was there a StarCraft Ghost cover or no?
There was. Yep.
Yeah.
We did. Yeah, we saw that.
Wow. Nick, what were the ones you were talking about?
Very excited for that.
100 something. Did you?
100 Bullets.
100 Bullets. What is that?
It's like a comic book franchise. I don't know. Was that a cover story or Reiner and Andy are going to know more about that than me.
I think that was a feature.
Yeah.
That was a claim, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
But I just remember seeing artifacts of it when I joined just in the random back room in the production area.
The
Is there a
big
Lord
one.
of the Rings one that Kato
Yeah,
did?
that was the White Council.
White
They got
Council.
canceled
Yeah.
after he wrote half the cover story. We were Andy, a week away from going to print?
No, that's the one I thought that's the one, where we were leaving on a Friday and it was like, bye everybody, and then my phone rang and I went, what? And they went, it's gone. And I stopped people from leaving on a Friday, and we went into the conference room and we're like, what are we going to do over the weekend to print this magazine on Monday?
Yeah, right before
everything was done. I think we had just finished like everything. And, like everyone in the bullpen was just fucking around like at the end of the day.
Oh my god.
That's our first top 50, right? That's our first top 50 that we did, and we did it purely out of desperation.
Oh wow.
Cover art.
Lucky it was the end of the year that we could do that.
Yeah.
The one that I remember of Andy being able to call the press and be like, stop the presses. You were so excited. Was Ninja Gaiden. Tecmo had whatever feelings they had about Ninja Gaiden, and we could not print it.
And you had to say stop the presses because of it? It was like just a preview?
Okay, I remember this because it was my first day.
What?
And this was my first day in December 2023. And I came in, sat down.
December
and
2023?
2013. Or 2003. 2003.
We'll figure it out.
December. So anyway, Reiner sat me down at my desk with like my intake documents or whatever, and I was filling stuff out. And Andy came into the bullpen and just dropped the loudest F-bomb because Ninja Gaiden, which had been included in our year-end coverage, had gotten delayed. So it was no longer like a game of 2003. And this is like as the issue was basically out the door already. So it had to be like
it was at the printers. Like they were
printing
the magazines.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, it was out the door, and Andy had to last minute see if it was possible to stop the presses because otherwise it'd be including this game in like year-end coverage that it didn't belong in.
Andy, can you tell the story? And I know it's okay to tell, and it's a long story for why, but because on the Borderlands 2 cover story trip, Randy Pitchford told us this story, but there was interference in the audio cable, and so it was unusable in the interview. But can you tell the story of the first Borderlands and how you were discussing the name of the first Borderlands for that cover story?
I sound like such an asshole. In this story.
Embrace it. Come on. It's not an asshole move.
Yeah, I mean, so we had Borderlands and they brought us the game. We went and saw it. We loved it. I mean, it was like Diablo with guns. It was like, yes, this is amazing.
A new genre is born.
A new genre is born. And then we were looking at the cover, and then they came to us and they were like, yeah, the game's called Pandora. And I was like, the game is cool. This name is awful. I hate it. I hate it with all my being. So I decided to be a pain in the ass, I guess is the best way to put it. And I was like, well, we just did some other covers with the game with the P in it at the beginning. So like, I don't want to do those anymore. So like, if you want to be on the cover, like you need a new name.
T is so March.
And so I don't know. I couldn't come up with a good excuse. I just hated the name.
Good.
I didn't want to tell him I just hated the name. And I just said, no, I'm not doing it. And I said, if you want to be on the cover, you got to change the name.
Andy is the best Andy.
Wow.
And then they changed the name. So it was, I mean, looking back, it's interesting to me to watch, how that thing has grown. And like, I always remember and I always go, thank God it's not Pandora. And I actually, I apologize to the people at Gearbox. I was like, I'm sorry. I was kind of a butthead about that. And they were like, no, it's cool, man. Like the new name's better. And I was like, it is. You know what I mean? Like, so that's why I felt, but I mean, that was my opinion and maybe me, being a little obnoxious about the opportunity to manage Game Informer covers. Like
there was another meeting we were in with IO Interactive where they came by and showed us Kane and Lynch. And I remember being in a meeting with Andy, and they said the name of the game is Bad Men, and we just kind of looked at each other. It was like an Office moment, like looking for the documentary camera. And we were like, we like your game, but that name.
A lot of B's recently.
And they changed it.
They changed it. Yeah.
They changed it. They changed it.
Oh
so, but yeah, that's the power of the press.
Hell yeah. Bert, didn't you play like a version of Army of Two that was completely different or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I did.
Yeah. They had like all this political messaging in it. Like there was George Bush stuff in there, and they cut all that out.
There was sort of like are we the baddies sort of moment halfway through the game where like these like dude bros become self-aware. And do you remember the triage scenes in that game, Reiner? Where you would like stick a bloody tampon into your buddy, like it would dim the lights. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in the game.
Was this pre-Spec Ops or post-Spec Ops?
Yeah, pre.
This is pre. Okay.
Tom Blackburn writes in and says, hey, everybody, can you remember the mood in the office when a new genre came around or when its first competitor came out? Like, specifically, I remember the Monday morning when Dan Tack strolled into the office and was like, guys, I've been playing PUBG, or as he called it, Player Unknown's Battlegrounds all weekend. Like, this is a thing, this is a thing, this is a thing. It's like, okay, Mr. Tack. And then dabbling, like, oh, this rules. And like that, Dan, I've never seen somebody call their shot better. Because I remember you like arguing in that Monday meeting, like, this is a gaming revolution. And you were 100% spot on. It was amazing.
For sure. He did the same thing for Slay the Spire too, I think.
Yeah.
Like, it was also like a roguelike deck building thing where everyone, except maybe Dan and Leo, maybe, was like, really? Like, this thing?
Yeah.
And then turned out like,
always on the cutting edge. The PC gamers always know what's up.
It is true. Absolutely.
Adam as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you also said half of that enthusiasm for auto chess, and that one, it's shorter.
Auto chess is still around. It didn't take fire. It didn't take fire as much.
It is around. It's important.
TFT is still huge.
It's
Hearthstone
important.
Battlegrounds is still huge.
It's important. Dan, you're unimpeachable. Let us know.
I do remember.
Dan is defending his record so hard.
I got a good record. I don't want to lose it.
Yeah,
he's the world weight champion of the world.
I seem to remember Phil playing Demon Souls.
I was gonna say that too. Yes,
and I was like, this is a good game. Like, just
because everybody was questioning him. We're like, this isn't good, right? And he's like, yeah, it is.
Yeah, and for weeks he hated it and was like swearing about it. And then his review came out and it was like a 10 or a 9.5 or whatever. Yeah. Like, what the hell happened to Phil?
He'd be like, you can go really far. You can play for 45 minutes and then you lose all your XP because you died and you didn't get back to it. And I was like, that sounds like it fucking sucks. What are you talking about?
He's like, I climbed this tower and I shot this like dragon 45 times with an arrow and it finally died. And I'm like, that sounds what?
Yeah.
I think that was the vibe for literally all Demon Souls review was, I don't know why I like this, but I do. I'm very confused about it.
Yeah.
Like every single one.
I remember.
I think Jeff Cork had an import version of that game first, actually, in the online office, and I don't even remember how it came to the office. But I remember watching him play and being pissed at it, and he's like, "This is the greatest thing I've ever played."
Wow!
And I was just so confused by it.
I remember we had the notebooks, and I think we auctioned it off for charity for Extra Life at a certain point. But Andy, it was your notebooks from Space World, I think, where you were seeing Zelda 64 for the first time. And we had your scribbled notes. We were describing Z targeting for the first time. Like, okay, they're pushing this whole idea of targeting in here. Yeah, it was amazing. But
I cannot believe that notebook even exists, much less, I guess, that's there. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's
check
crazy.
out the archives of the Extra Life streams. Yeah, we auctioned it all off, along with a pin that had Zelda 64 on it.
I was always jealous of Reiner's N64 controller signed by Miyamoto that you won in a Star Fox competition.
It's right here.
Jealous of this right here.
He told everybody about that. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was really cool.
It is amazing.
That's
and
really
this
good.
is what is this?
What is that?
Oh, that's your space rock.
So,
right?
You remember that, Andy?
Oh, I definitely remember that.
Okay.
Will Wright.
He just gave you a space rock as a gift?
We were doing this thing called Visions of the Visionaries. You can find it in an old issue where we asked like 7. We were at the time like Sid Meier and Will, and I think we talked to Jason Rubin maybe on that too. Like we talked to like 7 devs, and we went to go take photos of them when they were in Vegas, all for DICE to finish the feature. And we did interviews, I think, while we were there, maybe at other times. I can't remember. But we went to go get Will and take him to go get his photo, like on the 3rd floor of the Hard Rock Hotel. And as we get in the elevator together with him, he's like, there's no such thing as a true random number. And we're like, yeah, you know what I mean? And then he started to go and explain like how random numbers work. And that he was like, radiation or other things like this is truly the best way to find like how a true random number, though, is there really a true random number? And we're like, oh yeah, I know, totally. Yeah. And so, just kind of like going along with it. Guy's obviously a genius. Right. And then like halfway through, he just reaches in his pocket and he goes like, here, have a meteorite. I'm decollecting. And we're like, what? And he's like, I buy collections and then decollect them. And we were like, oh my God, this guy is just playing a different game than I am at this point. And then like got out. Yeah, exactly. And then we're like, all right, let's take your picture. You know what I mean? Like kind of thing. It was like, I mean, he was
Wow.
I will say I was very lucky. I've met so many smart people, but there's times when you meet someone who's just like super genius, and Will was super genius, and you're just like, wow,
yeah,
like really smart guy. But also too, it's like hair was out of place, and like his mom was with him, and she was like fixing his hair, and it's like also it's like super weird to see him like look like he's like 13 with his mom fixing his hair after we got out of that elevator
Meteorites
scene.
keep coming out of your hair.
It was, at the end of it was funny. Andy and I are like walking back through the hotel or whatever, silent, and then eventually we're like, holy shit. You know, like everything that just happened in like those 20 minutes. It's like, oh my God.
That's so weird. Yeah, it's like that time.
Speaking of mad geniuses, I don't remember what we were actually doing a story for, Ben Hansen.
I remembered exactly, Brian. Now let me take it away, buddy.
You take it.
We were on the Thief cover story, the Thief reboot, and we're in Montreal, and we're in the lobby of our hotel walking by, and I look over and I say, hey guys, I think that's Steve Wozniak, co-founder of Apple. And Brian goes, wait, that's just some big fat guy. I was like, no, Brian, I think that's Steve Wozniak.
I don't know. I don't think that's
you 100% did. And so I like went up to him and I was like, because I just read the biography of Steve Jobs. And so I was like primed on it. And so I went up to him like, hey, are you Steve Wozniak? He's like, oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am. And then he just launched into like a 20-minute tangent talking about like, I love this hotel. You know the best thing about a hotel? You know what makes a great hotel room? We're like, the bed? He's like, incorrect. The number needs to be a palindrome. I need to have a palindrome on every one of my hotel room doors. I make sure of it. And he just kept on rolling. And then we're like, could we interview you for Game Informer magazine to talk about the development of Breakout and all this stuff? And he's like, yes, come by my...
We should be recording this.
Yeah. And he's like, come by my hotel room tomorrow. So, okay. And then we just came and knocked on Steve Wozniak's hotel room door, and he let us right in. And we interviewed him for like an hour in his history of game design, development of the Apple II, talking about old arguments with Steve Jobs and all this stuff. And then we filmed him playing a Game Boy because he had an Astro Boy Game Boy that was import only. And he was still playing this in like 2014, just like, you know, a Game Boy from the early 90s. In
the world.
Yeah. And he's like, it's just my favorite game. It's the best ever. Let me show you my strategies for Tetris. And we filmed it all. It's on Game Informer's YouTube channel. Hopefully it lasts forever. And then that was it. And then we made
his business cards too.
Yeah, we got his business cards.
They're some of the coolest business cards I've ever seen because they're metal, which is wild. They gotta be so expensive. They're super thick and like they have like binary written on them.
Yeah, his phone number is in binary. But I just remember leaving that hotel room and pretty sure I think it was you who said like, do you know how easy it would have been to murder that billionaire?
That's all I could think of the whole time. I was like, I can just get this phone cord and just kill him and then it'll be all done.
It was bizarre, but incredible.
To be fair, Ben is always thinking about murdering rich people.
Yeah, that's true.
Hold on, I got to take care of something?
In terms of like milestones moment, it's not the biggest thing, but I do remember like a Monday meeting where Matt Mailer was talking about some preview trip, and he's like, the publisher sent YouTubers to this preview event. They were like mixed in with the press. And it was like that weird, like, all right, real sign of the times. Like, what is this? Who are these new people?
For me, it was Call of Duty and WWE 2K events were the first couple where it's like, oh, wow, okay, this is happening now, and it's probably going to keep happening. And then it kept happening to the point to where it's like traditional press would be the minority in these things. So it happened very quickly.
Yeah.
Hanson, one of my favorite memories of you, we were in Vegas for something, and we were about to go to breakfast, and we're in front of the restaurant, and you just turned, and you're like, that's Anthony Daniels, and you took off in a mad sprint.
C-3PO himself, yeah. I think we were eating breakfast, and you said that's Anthony Daniels. I don't think I would have recognized him. I'm like, Reiner, forgive me, I'm leaving my breakfast. I need to go hunt down Anthony Daniels and talk to him, because he was talking about, he was going in to do ADR lines for Force Awakens. And I was like, yeah, I saw some image leaked or something where you had a red arm. And he's like, oh, that red arm. I hate that red arm. J.J. Abrams insists on the red arm. And I was like, I don't know, man. But then I really wanted to take
eating breakfast by myself. Like, should I go find him?
I can't believe you weren't sprinting with me. It's C-3PO, Reiner, over breakfast. It's the best thing ever. Yeah, that was.
I remember Dan. You were always like, Riker. You were always big on like meeting celebrities. Like I remember staking out a hotel so we could meet Mike Tyson and John Cena and maybe somebody else. But
no, that was Joe.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Joe.
All my heroes. Yes.
Yes, I do remember that at the Marriott.
Yeah. I was like, well, it's cool that I got to meet Mike Tyson.
Yeah, with, me, you, and Annette. I remember that. We have pictures from there. I think you have one with Cena too, right? I think we annoyed John Cena.
Yeah.
He was just trying to check into his hotel, and we're just dumbasses trying to get a picture with him. He was nice though.
Yeah, Dan was always. I mean, I think that as far as like there was a question about like how being starstruck and meeting celebrities, and I think most of those trace back to Dan in some way, where it was like Dan, he posted something on Instagram which was just like random photos of like Game Informer memories, and it's just like, well, there's Guar and and meeting
Andrew
all of
WK.
excuse me, yeah, Guar and like Odorous Arungus, like rest in peace, and like just them being in the office for like an afternoon.
They signed the top of the vending machine in the kitchen.
That's right.
In the dust, and it took all the beer. Yeah, all the beer was gone after Guar was there.
And they changed in our kitchen.
Yeah, they smelled really bad.
As a changing room.
Nice.
Didn't one of them, they had like their phone out and like it was like playing an audiobook or something like while they were changing, and then like they realized halfway through, oh, this is still on? Like it had been going for like half an hour.
I forgot about the thing I remember is Odorous was in the kitchen area and he was changing, and he had like fishnets on, and he was like taking all of his like normal person clothes off and putting on like all the gimmick stuff. And so he was like half naked with like fishnets and stuff. And Megan Marie went, I was walking in to check on Odorous, and Megan was in front of me. And all I saw was Megan turn left into the kitchen, and I was like, oh God. And then I immediately see her turn back, just like, boop, just like
They seem like guys who just like weren't fully there anymore, you know?
Well, yeah, I'd have to imagine their lifestyle.
They were fully committed
former
to the
editor
bit.
Justin Leeper toured with them.
Yep.
Yeah. That's how we kind of got a little bit of the start of that relationship with them. And all I remember about that visit was, I can't remember if this is true. This might just be my memory being crazy. I feel like I walked into the office that day and looked in, and they were already fully dressed. I think he was humping the Wampa rug. I walked in, and it was just like. And I just like walked in and went like, "Oh, another day at work." You know what I mean? Like I could just seen like that was what do you know? Yeah,
I distinctly remember I was so excited about this, the fact that they agreed to do it, and so I was running around just telling everyone about it. And Joe just had no interest at all, and he was like,
Joe?
Dan, I don't know what you have planned with these freaks. I don't want any part of it. I don't want, like, just don't bring them around me. And it's in the video if you watch it. I'm like, hey guys, come meet Joe Juba. He's a big fan.
No, I mean I know that you did that to goad me in the moment, and yet, like, now I remember the time that Guar hugged me. You know? It's like, oh yeah, I've been hugged by Guar.
Of course. I don't think I've seen Reiner more nervous than when Riff Raff was there and his entourage.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I was trying to remember that. It was like
I'm still driving the Toyota Corolla. I'm still driving the 2007 Toyota Corolla that we picked up.
There was like nobody in the office. It was like holiday time, and then it was late at night, right?
Yeah, because
like 7, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. I can't remember what time it was.
Yeah.
But they wanted to get picked up in like a limo or something like that, and Tim picked him up in his, what was it, the Corolla?
2007 Toyota Corolla, still running, baby.
Me and you, and he wants to have him, his manager, and his, like, the most massive man I've ever seen, and I worked for WWE, like his bodyguard, like trying to get into Tim's Corolla, and you had like a crate of something in the back seat, and they're all trying to shove their shit in the trunk and everything. The most crammed ride for like half a mile to Game Informer. And then they get in there, and they are all on one. And we had the motorized skateboard thing, not the Tony Hawk Ride thing. Yep. And they were fixated on that. And these guys, Riff Raff and the bodyguard, were just zooming around the office. And I'm really seeing Reiner, and you're just like, I can tell Reiner's like, if anything goes wrong here, this is on you.
I went over to like introduce myself to like his bodyguard or whatever, you know, like, and he's like, "Where's the snacks?" You know, and I was like, this is an office. This is a magazine. We don't have snacks. And right there, it was just like, okay, this is going to go south very fast.
Oh, God.
And it did.
Up.
The whole way through that was just like,
it was terrible.
Are we done yet? Are we done yet?
But I wonder if that's still up. I remember that being like, it felt like an eternity.
Yeah.
Opposite experience in a lot of ways from playing Mario Party with Andrew WK, which is like, literally just playing Mario Party with Andrew WK and trying to make him laugh. And it was like just a delight.
Yeah, I remember I picked him up in my the old car, and he was totally cool with it and everything. Whereas Riff Raff, I remember you pulled up, and he's like, "Pick up a man like me, you got to have a limo." It's like, sorry, guy.
Cool, yeah.
Working on it.
Yeah.
I remember Kumail Nanjiani came in too. That was a fun recording. And talking to him about fitness, I think I inspired him a little bit.
Yeah. I think Kyle picked him up and drove him back to the office. Yeah.
He was a cool. Surprisingly cool dude.
Yeah.
Down to earth.
By the way, if you watch Silicon Valley, he has issues of Game Informer at times when he's sitting at the desk.
He had the Ground Zeroes cover, I think Arkham Knight on the desk. Yeah, that was super fun.
Dan, you were with me when we approached Dana Gould about playing Gex, right?
Dan, I'm still angry at you about this. Because
I don't really remember. I remember it didn't go well. I don't remember why.
He threw a fist at us. No, it was fine. But yeah, we went up to him because it was Acme, and Acme Comedy Club was right next door to Game Informer, and so we knew he was there, and he was just hanging out in the side room. And we went over there, and we're like, "Hey, we're big fans of Gex." And he goes, "Oh, I get that all the time." And I said, "Really?" And he goes, "No." I was like, "Well, hey, do you want to come over and be on our show Replay? I think it'd be really fun." And then it was a whole thing where I was angry because we both handed him business cards at the same time, and I thought that we confused him. We should have just handed him one, Dan. I was handing him mine, then you threw yours. I'm like, "Call this number." And it's like, okay, well, now he's confused. He's not going to do it. And he didn't. We lost that sweet Gex Replay.
That's why
thanks
he
to
didn't
you. Yeah. Travis,
you confused him with phone numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the most Seinfeld thing I've ever heard you say, Ben.
It was absolutely. Travis and Fargo writes in to say, "I always thought it'd be fun to have an activities page in Game Informer with things like crosswords, fill in the blank, spot the difference. Basically, a video game highlights magazine." That's kind of game over. We had variants of that.
He did that. Matt Miller did crosswords.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. But Travis says, was there ever an out there idea that you've or feature that you pitched and wished for, but it was deemed too weird or off brand?
I remember we were going to do a 3DS cover, and we were just like, what are we doing? Just a picture of the console or what? And I don't think QR codes were a big thing back then. And we were all standing around the bullpen. I was like, what if the cover was just a big QR code?
Hell yeah.
It's just a big QR code. And then if you scan it, it's it takes you to something, and it's a video or something we could do. And I remember everyone was quiet for a second. And Andy, you looked up at me and you were like, Dan, that's the dumbest idea.
Can you imagine it?
I hate to say it, that sounds like something I would say in that situation. It's really hard to.
It's not a great idea, but there's no bad ideas in an issue meeting. So
yeah,
there are no bad ideas. Yeah, there are no.
We
bad
make fun of all of them, but they are.
Yes,
except for top 10 whips.
Top 10 whips.
That's gold.
I remember having in the back pocket and floating it, and it didn't go over well, but I still think it's a cool idea of. Because, we talk about the heyday of cover stories and how amazing it was, but definitely, I don't want to, not reveal that there was a lot of stress and a lot of Monday meetings of, oh, crap, this game fell through. What are we going to do? We need some options, blah, 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 blah. And so I always thought it'd be cool to have in the pocket, whenever we needed it, a Game Informer that was just canonical video game short stories, where we just get video game creative directors, writers to write little side stories. Ken Levine writes a 2-page story that's technically canonical within the world of BioShock. I think that'd be such a cool idea, but lining all that up ahead of time and okay, I gotta get publisher approval
really cool
for these.
Idea.
I thought it'd be a cool idea.
Cool.
Hey, thanks guys.
I would have loved that a lot. Yeah.
What about the pictures though?
Yeah,
the
arts.
assets. I don't understand. You got to hire artists.
Yeah, Tom would create some pixel art
on it, and then you have to worry about the deadline for when the draft is done.
We could draw the pictures. It'd be fun.
An idea we threw around for probably 2 decades was the 100 worst games of all time.
Oh God, yeah.
Which is very controversial, but I secretly wanted to do it just to get a Superman 64 cover because it'd be so badass.
It would have been cool. Yeah.
Yeah. But that was just something we never did.
Miller always talked us off the ledge. Yeah, Miller was like,
you're just mean. Yeah, he was, you're mean. And we were like, yes, we're mean.
Well, I remember we
whiteboarded that, right? We had that whole thing scoped out.
Yeah.
We did get far enough once when we were a situation we were talking about where it was oh God, we need a cover, something's falling through. We got far enough to concept it out on the whiteboard, and with the goal, sort of with Miller's criticism in mind of how do we make this kind of weirdly a celebration of the bad games and not just punching down?
Yep.
And I don't think, we came up with a list of 100 games, but I don't think we ultimately landed in a place that made it that we still felt good about it.
You could say try to find one good thing to say about each game, which would be a fun exercise, but then it's still probably a lot of saying bad
That's
things.
The most Minnesota thing you can compliment sandwich.
Passive aggressive issue.
I mean, also Miller did always point out, I kind of went again. We tried to celebrate games in a lot of ways, and that we did not celebrate games and being fans of video games. So it was fair critique, but it's also good fodder for issue meetings.
It was very fun. Yeah, I remember in the realm of it'd be fun to do at some point. Like Andy, I remember you were always talking about making a Game Informer Kids, like a spin-off magazine that was more kid friendly. I thought that was a cool idea.
I pitched at one point. I tried to pitch Informer as the brand, and we would do maybe at the time this is probably like DVD Informer. Do you know what I mean? Like so cool. All across entertainment, like that we would do different things. So it wasn't just video games that we did. That was my dreams of a publishing empire, I guess, at one point. But you'll never guess. I never sold it up the chain. Never really got anywhere. Weird.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Game Informer Kids would have been fun. Yes.
Fun.
I still use to the day one of my favorite lines. I don't remember when it happened, but I think we used to play games or do reviews, and we'd be like, this game's not very good, but it's probably good for kids. I think we wrote it 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
And then someone sent us in Dear GI, and they were like, why do you guys hate kids so much? You keep wanting to play all these horrible games. And I was like, all right, we got to stop doing that. Then we it just was kind of the default for games that stunk. And I think at the time it was there were not a lot of games that were designed for kids, and we'd also gotten very mature, I think, in a lot of things that we were doing and a lot of things that were covering. So it felt right.
Yeah.
But
Crater writes in and says, as a Minnesota native, I've always loved that Game Informer was Minnesota based. Do you think Minnesota based helped make Game Informer special?
That was one of the big drawing points for me. I was born in Minneapolis. I lived in central Wisconsin for a long time. Game Informer was my number one. That's where I wanted to work. That's where I wanted to end up. That's where I wanted to be. Yeah. And I eventually got there. So that was a big part of me growing up, I guess. It was a sense of pride, because it was where I was from.
Yeah.
I agree with that, because it was for me, it was I was going down one career path that clearly was not going to work out for me. And it was looking at the masthead, and it's this is 15 minutes from my home right now. I need to commit every molecule of my being to being here. But if I was to zoom out and think maybe philosophically about it, I think so. No games are take Wisconsin out and Raven out of the equation, I guess Midway out of the equation, and correct me if I'm missing anything. Middle America, games just aren't made there. I think it, it's
Monster Jam games.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so wrong.
Deer Hunter, one of the biggest games ever. Is
different country. My story is
paying up now.
You're a fool, Tim.
You did this in front of the wrong crowd. Is what you just did.
That's what I did. Everybody has all the case knowledge, which I love. That's what I love about everybody here. But it's you can just. For me, it's I by default was approaching everything with some sort of wide-eyed, Midwestern sort of naivete about it, and it was just kind of I don't know, I'm just happy to be here, tell me about your game, and then asking questions about it. And I felt it was disarming maybe with some of the developers we would talk with, and I felt that was a real benefit sometimes. And I felt pride in did you know Game Informer was based in Minneapolis of all places? Right. That's right. And tell me about your game, damn it. I don't know. It just worked for me.
I mean, about it was coming from New York in the publishing world, where people are jumping from magazine to magazine all the time, and the same thing was happening with a lot of the San Francisco gaming press, right? I think being on an island in Minneapolis kind of led to a lot of talent cultivation and retention that made Game Informer really different and special. All these people working together for 10, 15, 20 years, that is not common in magazines, it's not common in journalism in general. And I think that was kind of one of the secret sauces for how this magazine kind of took off and became what it was.
I didn't know anything about Minnesota or, before moving there, because I moved from Canada. And I think for me in my head, it was just wherever Game Informer is, I don't care. I will go there. It doesn't matter. That's the dream job. And I think for me, Game Informer was my, I don't know, it was my way of falling in love with Minneapolis. And I mean, now I've lived here for almost 8 years. Like, I haven't left because of Game Informer. Like, it just put me down this path that, yeah, like it changed everything.
Yeah, I would.
Go ahead, and then you came back.
That's true. I was in DC for 1 year. I hated that. I didn't like it there.
The one thing I was going to add to Bertz's point about being sort of separate from the San Francisco crowd is like, I think that there's also I don't want to imply that like there's not that there aren't talented journalists out there at all, because like obviously there are, but I think that there's something. I think there's something about being separate from that ecosystem in terms of the content we were creating too. Mm-hmm. You know, that like I think sort of developing our own sort of views on it without necessarily being closely tied to a community of other gaming journalists. Also, just I think sort of led to the development of maybe some offbeat, or at least, you know, off the beaten path opinions.
Well, we weren't just away from journalists; we were away from the whole industry. Do you know what I mean? That entire community. I think you're right, Joe. I mean, that's definitely true, and I 100% agree with Matt that I think I remember in the earlier days. I remember watching people quit at other magazines and even at ours to some degree, and I was like, well, why are they doing that? And they're like, I can't make a career reviewing video games, and I was like, man, I don't want to live in a world where you can't have a career like reviewing video games. Like, I think that sucks. Like, we need to solve for that. And there were times when they were like, Andy, you should move the whole magazine to California. And I was like, no, I mean, this is the place where people can make enough money, raise a family, and have a home, and be a video game reviewer. And I think that really mattered. And I still to this day think it's a better place, you know, if people who care and love about things can keep doing it. You know what I mean? Like, it was a big deal.
Us being kind of on an island out here, we were all on a team. So it was like we were always the ones hanging out with each other and everything. And like, you know, Jason and I moved out to San Francisco, and, you know, we had our friends there and everything. But it was like there were all these little pockets where it's like, okay, here's the IGN people, here's the GameSpot people, here's the Giant Bomb people, here's devs, you know, here's all this, where it's like, you know, it's all great people out there and everything, but all very disparate. Whereas like here, it's just like, all right, yeah, here's, you know, 8 of us going out to, we're going to the biggest lounge, or we're just hanging out, we're going to Jason's place and playing a game, where, you know, it just felt like a team here, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that it lasts too. Like, what other places that have gone down? I mean, big credit to Hansen for getting us all together, but how many other places could get this many eras of people to all show up for, you know, basically a funeral? Like, the fact that we're all like, oh yes, I would definitely want to get on this and chat with everybody and relive old times. I mean, that just doesn't happen.
Yeah. Have a nice little wake.
Yeah. Well, Helen, several people on this call moved away and moved back. I mean, Elise, you mentioned it, Brian, myself, you know, like we moved away for job stuff and come back. So there's something very special about this place, and Game Informer is what brought a lot of us here.
Yeah. How are we all feeling? Should we wrap it up? Should we keep rolling ahead?
I'm good either way.
I'm here as long as you want.
Okay.
Same.
Okay.
I'm on California time, so.
Okay, great.
I think I'm going to start heading out myself, but
all right.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for jumping in, Elise. Absolutely.
Yeah. I also have to head out. Good to see everyone.
Bye, before you go, I want to say, we talked about the funniest people at Game Informer. Everybody made me laugh, but the best person to make laugh was Joe. Joe has the best laugh.
Oh, it's great laugh.
Best person to be funny at.
Yeah.
Joe, it's in that highlight reel for the Sonic 06 Super Replay, but when you're trying to figure out how to or Ben Reeves, you're trying to figure out how to go forward on Shadow's like hovercopter, and he's like, oh, hit A, and you go and you go off this ledge and crash immediately and die. Joe has this maniacal cackle that is so funny to listen to. It's great. It's on that highlight reel.
Joe loves a good Schadenfreude.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Also,
all right.
I also want to give a shout out to Markia Fava for your columns that you did. Your humor in those was outstanding. Like, you had me cracking up with each one of those. And the amount of work you put into those too was impressive.
Yeah, and props to Kim. Kim was really pushing to get those columns off, and JV had one.
Yeah.
That was one of those things where it was like, as soon as they floated like the idea for that, I was, oh yeah, like that would be really fun to do, and then it was like, oh, I have to do this every other week for the rest of my life. Yes. But also that was one of those great things that I think we saw in a lot of different avenues of working at Game Informer, where that was just my thing, and like no one ever questioned what I was doing. No one, like put any restrictions on it. If there was a week that I couldn't do it, I didn't get like crap for not being able to do it. Like we had so much editorial freedom and leeway to pursue the things that we wanted to. That was always really great about the job.
Yeah. You just had to get that magazine out the door on time.
That's it. Yeah. This seems Bertsy and Joey. Caffeine Dad writes in and says, "Hey y'all, I loved reading Game Informer as a kid. I think reading your work when I was younger helped me become an English teacher now. My question is, what was your writing process for the magazine? Did you just shoot from the hip, or did you have a specific routine to writing? Did y'all have a Game Informer style guide with a set structure and do's and don'ts, or did each writer do their own thing?"
That's Bert's.
I want to hear Dan Reichert talk about this.
He's rushing back to the microphone to talk about his passion for style guides. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a whole council of people that, we doing it by yourself is ridiculous and no one should be doing that. So we had like 5 or 6 of us that would meet bi-monthly or something like that. And we would update the style guide, come up with just general writing tips to kind of help people. We would do boot camps. We had a lot of stuff like that just to help people become better writers.
I really got in the not habit of saying really a lot. So thank you for that.
Andy, who wrote the first style guide? Was that John Storm?
Yeah, John Storm. Yeah, wow. he I think he walked in to us, a bunch of troublemakers, and he was like, "Do you guys know what the Chicago Manual of Style is?" And we were like, "Get your wishcraft out of here. We don't care. We do what we want."
Writing sentences?
Yeah, whatever.
Minnesota.
Well, I don't care what a semicolon's supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like, he was the first to push some editorial guidelines on us. And by the way, I'd say, I give him a lot of props for, he's the reason why we looked to trick Matt Bertz to come work for us, is that we needed some people that had some English training to help us with that at that time.
Yeah. Well, and we used John Storm's guide for an old print copy. I think a few of us had them at our desks and stuff, and it got to the point where it was evolving so quickly that you couldn't just make notes or use that guide anymore. And that's when I think Bert started up the sort of digital style guide that we had going for a while there.
Yeah.
I remember when we'd hire new people and you'd hand it to them and they would be like, "What the fuck is this?"
I think Andy was reading my first preview that was going to print, and he was proofing it. It was like a SmackDown vs. Raw 2010 thing. And I just remember you from your office, Andy, being like, "Oh, he's a double spacer. He's a double spacer." I was like, "Oh, I've written like a million reviews, always doing 2 spaces after a period. So I got to change that immediately."
Coming out of college was double spacing for me. I owe a lot, I think, to Joe and Bert's and stuff for I was not an English major at all. And so it was like I was like a sociology major. So I was getting along. I could write, but I didn't need to have perfect, grammar all the time. And beat a lot of bad habits out of me. I remember Joe specifically, I was just enticed and just dazzled by alliteration. Like, look at me, I can, gross ghouls, and whatever it is. That's the best example
tipsy typist you once wrote, and I crossed that one out of, yes. I think it was like a Ghost Detective preview or something like that. And I remember reading that and was like, no.
By the way, I love that Jeff was like going out to get it and remembered it. He was like, I got him that day.
That's an intervention.
I wouldn't have brought it up myself, Tim, but yes, you loved your alliteration.
I remember when JV started, and the first article he wrote, I brought it over to Miller, and I was like, "Hey, this is flawless."
Whoa.
I was like, holy crap, the writing, JV, your writing was outstanding. I have not seen copy come in that clean or just beautifully put together. Like I was like, I have a lot to learn. 25 years into my career, it's like, oh God,
that's fun.
This guy's writing circles around me. It was awesome.
I wrote very poorly, many other things very poorly, but thank you. Joe had to suffer from many of my sins.
I always love the line that if we were hiring all the staff brand new starting on any day, none of the old timers would have gotten hired.
Yeah.
With how much better people gotten over time.
Yeah.
And in terms of the process, I mean, I think even though we did have a style guide, if we did have a uniform writing process, it really was just like, let people do their thing. Like, let them get their thoughts out. Let them express their ideas in the way they want to do it. And then when the proofing process comes around, that's when you sort of iron out the kinks a bit more. And that's when you worry about the specific rules of like how we do capitalization or punctuation or anything like that. I think we generally just led with the passion of it. And then the mechanical element came later. And the idea was that you sort of make notes and talk to the writer about it and hope that, over time, the overwhelming number of rules eventually sort of sank in. And then that just but what you're not changing is the enthusiasm and like the passion for it at the outset of the process.
Yeah. Does anybody have
Do you guys have any favorite like headlines? I remember.
Wait, before we pivot to that, I just wanted to ask, I know there is a Wizard of Oz reference headline that people would try and use that was unanimously hated.
Not allowed.
That was not allowed. I can't remember what it was.
X and Y and Z. Oh my!
Is that?
Get that out of here.
Cut it every time.
I'm a hack, but that's not allowed.
Was it Ben or Tim that noticed the unintentional thing I did with that Ninja Gaiden 3?
It was called
Reuse Debut Wii U. Is that the
Reuse Wii U debut? And I said, Dan, this is too cute for your own good. And apparently it was an accident that you wrote Reuse Wii U debut review. It's the dumbest headline I've ever heard in my life.
Preview of Reuse Wii U debut.
I do remember specifically, see if I can remember this correctly. It was Tim wrote a preview for Final Fantasy 13-2, and the headline was going to be Lightning Strikes Twice. And Joe said, that sucks. That you cannot have that. And then Joe wrote a preview for Final Fantasy 13-3, and the headline was Lightning Strikes Thrice, is the way that I remember it. And he 180'd on it so hard.
See, mine's a subversion of the expectations.
It's a deconstruction and sort of the subversive commentary on my originally bad headline.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't say we were always consistent.
I can't remember the exact wording or if this is the right game or not, but I remember Reeves, you had a really good one that was just like, it was like for a Killzone game or something.
Oh, it was Killzone Liberation.
A good one? Yes.
The game was Killzone Liberation. And to be fair, too, to Ben's credit, I think this was the first or one of the first reviews he wrote.
It was, was the first thing I wrote, period, for the band.
On Earth.
So,
a lot like Davey's first. We're going to see.
And his
headline in my bio.
Don't get him started on this.
His headline for Killzone Liberation was, "Do you feel liberated enough to kill in this zone?"
No way. I'm glad you remember this actually, Joe, because I remember really enjoying that.
Also, starting with a question is a strong statement in itself. There's so many things happening there.
I remember struggling with the headline. I was like, man, I want to be clever. And like, I don't know. I remember writing that out and being like, this is temp. We'll see if anybody says anything. And nobody did. So it went to print.
It's a failure on the system.
Oh my God.
You had those sometimes.
We didn't say anything about that, really?
No. Well, you said something after it went to print.
Yeah, it was printed.
They'll do it.
Oh, we did that a lot. Yeah.
Oh, I remember it was like
We
top 10 video game mini games. Remember? And I jokingly said Mog's House from Final Fantasy VII. And then, because it's a terrible mini game in that game, and then it ended up like number 5 on the list in print. It's like, that was a joke in Slack. No one proved this. It's a terrible mini game.
And now it's in the
top 10 list. Sometimes things would fall through the cracks, you know?
I get it. I get it.
I remember when Dan Reichert, you were on staff, you were no longer an intern, and you were very proud of your reviews from the Lawrence, Kansas website stuff.
No.
You're like, I pride myself on very clean writing. I dare you to find any typos on any of my stories. I was like, oh, okay. So I just like typed in any random review and like copied it and pasted it into Word and like found like 2 or 3 reds. I was like, Dan, what's all this?
And you're like, remember, I was working off of a pirated version of Word that didn't have a working spell check, and I was like, I wrote 600 reviews, never had spell check. I'm fine.
Jeez, Elvis philosophy.
All right, folks. I'm going to take off here.
All right. Thanks so much,
Great to
Joe.
see everyone.
Yeah.
Bye, Joe.
See ya, Joe. Bye. Time for final stories. Everybody's all right. Bye, Tim.
Bye, Tim.
Love you. Thanks for being here.
Bye, Tim.
Bye.
Does anybody got final stories on their mind that they want to get off their chests before we sign off here?
I just want to say it was a blast working with all of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
That was what
He
I
only
was
said
going
that
for.
after Joe and
Exactly.
Tim left.
That's right.
Working with you guys specifically.
Right. This is the dream.
The
crew,
remaining.
obviously.
I guess I want to say thank you to like the video team in particular, Wade and Ben and Leo for like the extra life stuff.
Jason for getting it started. Yeah.
Like, thank you for everything, but specifically for that, because I really feel like that's a beautiful sort of like piece that captures like all the energy and the craziness of the office, but like put towards like helping kids and stuff. And it was wildly entertaining and sometimes painful, but I always appreciated like participating in that.
Yeah.
Literally painful.
Yep.
Painful in what you just digested.
Yeah. I think about that all the time, like how it started, Jason pushing it. And it was like Jason and Tim and Reeves, I feel like were early champions. Jason was just handling all that tech. And like early days, like I'd swing by for a couple hours. Now in retrospect, I'm like, what an a-hole I was. I can't believe I wasn't like there on the ground floor with Jason. Because then after he left,
For
I took it over.
24 hours straight. Come on.
Right. But then once you left, then it was like, oh, this is such a big production. But it was, highlight of the year. So it was an honor to do, but it was a fun challenge for sure.
Yeah, that was definitely something I wanted to put forth. And like I had done it like 8 years prior to that, like almost.
Right.
I wanted to see that tradition carry through.
Yeah. And we raised we raised hundreds of thousands for charity.
You did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say, oh, sorry. I was going to add on like the video team and all this. I mean, you guys, maybe it wasn't as obvious your passion, but the passion from like all the teams all across. I'd throw in, not to change the subject. We should go back to the video guys.
No.
But let's not forget all the production people as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
100%.
creative teams did all the layouts, all that stuff. Like everybody put their heart and soul into it for sure.
Yeah, Lele going the distance, picking up so much slack as the numbers were dwindling by the end there. It's bananas what she put together, her and the team.
Yeah, and as an editor, I don't think I was ever more grateful than when you would do a big feature and you would just put your blood, sweat, and tears into it, and then you like pass it off, and it went to one of the creatives, and they would come back with just like this gorgeous layout for it, and you felt like, wow, like you guys treated this like it was your baby too, and you are so much more creative and made the words, make everything else around it look good, and make it something that they would actually stop at that page and take the time to read.
Yeah,
I always felt super good.
Call out Jeff Ackervik specifically because he really took the design of the magazine forward when he kind of just started in, and he's like, I see some things that I want to change, and he like kind of really sold it and really got some cool stuff get going over there in the magazine, the big redesign.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, for sure.
Leftover stuff I wanted to say, talking about favorite things, like the replay lore I got to contribute to early on was so ridiculous and fun. And I want to thank Reiner for the like hands-off trust on that completely. It was like so crazy and fun. And what a weird way to like get to know everybody so early on of like, hey, can you be in this thing I wrote? Like with JV or Reeves, like shoot this stupid thing in the vault. Like that was such a unique thrill, and that is something I'm really proud of, even if it's something I maybe like have grown from, I don't know, production value wise. Since that it's like
I don't know. The mini Reeves looks pretty good. I was going back and looking at that recently. The green screen.
That was one of the weirdest things I feel like we did. It was like just like there was like 4 versions of me or some weird crap, and we were like filming it out in the forest.
We spent $100,000 on that episode.
Yeah. We lost almost everything.
It was so weird that we got to do that, but it was so fun, and like people, I don't know, the community responded to it, and they were having fun too. So That's cool.
Yeah, I loved all that stuff, Leo. I thought it was genius and it was fun to put it together. And yeah, we were onto something there.
Yeah.
Stupid COVID.
Ahead of our time.
I wish I could have worked with Leo and Wade. You know, we never overlapped or anything, but obviously with Hanson and Jason, I love doing video stuff so much, and we started doing some wacky stuff, while I was still there. But I saw the stuff you guys were doing, and it's just like, oh man, that looks like a lot of fun. I'd love to be doing that.
Yeah, that'd have been fun. I wanted to formally thank Jason and Wade for the work they put in getting that studio to the state it was in when I got there.
Yeah.
Like all that labor to, it was kind of a ridiculous setup, but it worked. Yeah. And I was grateful that I didn't have to figure out how to make it work.
That's all I can do is try and make it work.
Yeah. And Wade's video for walking through the broadcast box, I remember that so well. Oh. And just my first day was Wade's last day, and his going away party that night. After work on my first day, I remember that so well, and talking to Wade about the job. It wasn't a point where it felt real at all yet, but it did feel undeniable and huge. It's strong memory.
And
Nice.
I just wanted to mention, Dan, I did get to work indirectly with you with that Dan Stamp little video. That was the finale.
Oh wow.
Replay season 2 and
I still got some dance stamps on some old hard drives.
I still got them for sure. Yeah.
I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do the dance stamp, and then it unleashes holy hell on the hall.
We had Obi-Wan Riker. Yeah.
Somebody posted that recently, and I was like, oh, right. I remember filming something in San Francisco for that. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. What a weird thing. Yeah. You also filmed a bit for the Extra Life murder mystery that we had.
Yeah.
It was who killed...
Kill Dan Tack or something? Or what
Who Killed Dan Tack was the big thing, and then it turned out it was Ken Levine. But I always loved it. It was we're sprinkling clues throughout the Extra Life stream, and then Dan, your video was just you being like, I brutally murdered Dan Tack. It was just like a confession.
It was graphic and specific.
Yeah, it was very elaborate. And that was the video, I think, then was also the clip of Reiner throwing the mannequin off
the mannequin.
Out the window.
It was me throwing the mannequin. It was supposed to be Reiner.
Oh, thank you. Yes. That was work of art. We had that mannequin that I dug out of the trash for years, and we finally had a reason to use it, and it was a work of art. There's no doubt about it.
That was part of Extra Life. I just wanted to real quick, Ben. You mentioned the when did we figure out it was like a dream job thing, and obviously the cover stories were amazing. Being able to go and play Halo 5 before anyone else was amazing. But I grew up listening to the radio 48-hour weekend fundraisers for children's cancer research on I think KS95 did those. And so I didn't know Extra Life existed, and being a part of that right away when I joined Game Informer, and then being able to come back and do it every year was one of the coolest things I think I've ever been a part of. Just seeing how the whole office would come together for it, the whole community, and just seeing how every year we're okay, how can we make it better? What can we improve? I remember when Andy thought of the idea of using auction off items.
Yeah,
I remember
that was Andy. Yeah,
Hans and I were that would never work. How would we even do that? Terrible. Ended up being the best idea.
I got that a lot for most of the ideas I brought to the group. They were
but I was so grateful to be able to be a part of Extra Life, because it was just this amazing thing, and hopefully I can be a part of it again in some small way in the future. But I just seeing the outpouring of love that from the community of the Game Informer community came together and donate was always amazing to see.
Yeah, that was fun, and I just appreciated we were working a lot in the week leading up to Extra Life, but I feel like it was never a sour note, as I remember at least. I feel like it was Wade in particular. I remember a lot of late nights in that office leading up to that stream with you, just ironing out all those details. And it was just oh, we're happy to do it. This is great. What else are we going to be doing? Sit at home watching TV? Let's try and get this stuff fresh.
Seriously, I love tuning in after the fact. I wasn't part of Game Informer anymore, but I love tuning into your Extra Life streams and seeing how passionate you guys were. It was great.
Yeah.
The day before the show, walking through the hallway and seeing all the auction items.
Oh my God.
Halls were lined with it. Cool. It was just so exciting. Just seeing all that stuff, and some of the stuff we were auctioning off was mind blowing.
Oh yeah. It's priceless stuff. I mean, just the smallest things, but it's it was never anywhere else. I remember it was just we had a promotional pool cue from GTA 4, I think it was. I was where else are you going to find this? This is just so cool. And I was looking back at those videos recently of walking through where we lined up all those gifts and prizes. And it's like, this stuff is so wild. All of Andy's t-shirts, which for the record, he wanted to just throw away. It's like, we ended up raising like thousands of dollars off his Link's Awakening t-shirts. And it was Super Effects Chip t-shirts. It's like, oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the ones we didn't sell, I took home a bunch of them and I still wear them all the time. So you clothed me.
And people just throw money at them.
Wouldn't let me wear, you had a pink hoodie from Punch Out, and I wanted to wear it for a video when I was training to beat Tyson in Punch Out. And you're like, you're going to get a little sweaty. It's going to be all gross.
It's true.
Wouldn't let me.
It's true.
I might have been a hoarder. I kept a lot of things.
You gave me your Splatterhouse bust, which was amazing. Really? I still cherish that. Thank you. Tim facilitated that. Tim came in and said, "Are you using this?" And you're like, "Of course not. No, this is fucking stupid." Because I know that Jason would really love this, and I cherish it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you.
All right, Andy, I feel like I give you honor for final thoughts, takeaways.
Readers, listeners, viewers, the people that let us be idiots for 33 years. Very the big thank you.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, Andy, it was always, I went to 3 of those GameStop managers conferences, and I was always really heartened by, you were so over the top sweet to the GameStop managers in particular. And that always really stood out to me. And you were always like, well, yeah, of course. Like, they're the reason we have jobs. Like, they're pushing this magazine in the stores. Like, it's not their fault they work for a corporation, which they might have mixed feelings on. Like, they're doing a great job. We exist because of them. And I thought that was a really sweet takeaway, just getting down to that grassroots level. Like, kiss these people's asses, please.
Well, I mean, like, I think that's the thing, is that like everybody loved video games. That's why everybody was here. That's why this whole group was here. Like, passion. I respect passion like nobody's business. You know what I mean? I thought those managers too, they had great stories. They cared about video games, and like I love hearing those stories. That's why I guess we all kind of became journalists or storytellers. You know what I mean? Like, kind of that is great stories are great stories. So I appreciated them. I'll be honest. There was a time I was like, I don't know if I'm ever going to have a job. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and to get an opportunity to like be like, oh, now I work at a video game magazine. I get to run a video game magazine. Oh my God, this thing's getting bigger than I thought it would. You know what I mean? And like, you know what I mean? Like, it was a run. Like, I'm thankful to everybody that was a part of it. You guys, everybody.
Yeah. Yep. Everyone that's not here for sure.
Yeah, thank you for taking a chance on me all those years ago.
Wow.
Same.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was a sure thing. Like I said earlier, we brought in people that were passionate about stuff and let them go to town. You go do your thing. And you guys all went and did your thing, and you all did it very, very, very well.
Yeah.
I love you all so much. Just such an incredible thing to be a part of. I'm just so grateful to be here.
Yeah. Sad to see it go for
100%.
Sure. Leo, I've been meaning to ask you one question all these hours.
Sure.
Question of the week. Who's winning I Am 8-Bit's prize? Come on, you've been paying attention, right? Here we go.
we answered, 2 questions?
I feel like a Crater asking about the Minnesota-specific aspect of Game Informer, that seems like a good one. If you guys can agree that person should win the I'm 8-Bit prize of Sea of Stars on Xbox. Does that seem fair, everybody?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right.
There we go. Great game.
Thank God.
Great game.
Yeah.
What a prize.
Thank you, Crater. All right. That is it for this huge episode of the MinnMax Show podcast. Thank you so much for watching, listening, sharing, all that stuff, telling a friend. We do have more content, believe it or not, rolling out for the celebration of Game Informer. We're going to be doing this for the next 3 years, I think, here at MinnMax. So buckle up, everybody. There's a lot to talk about. If you didn't get that idea from this humongo podcast. But on behalf of everybody, whoever worked at Game Informer, whoever helped Game Informer in any way, thank you so much. It's been a wild ride. But thanks, crew, and we'll be back next week for a new episode of the MinnMax Show. All right, that's it. Be good, have fun. Let's go, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
GI forever.